Hello there, commanders, and welcome. God damn it, Arklon, you're not... Great start. Should be here long time ago. Hello, Arklon.
Hello.
We are already live, by the way. They're a little bit late.
Mr. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good here. I have a microphone muted.
Ah.
As I was saying, you were late.
No, I'm exactly on time.
No. Just 2 minutes delayed.
But that's the stream that is late, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So let's take a look at our bracket.
It is being displayed right now on stream. Although, for the stupidity of YouTube, go live button is grey. And now it is finally blue. There we go.
It is my presence that fixes it.
Mm-hmm. Something was yesterday. I don't know, it just takes a good few minutes to register that I'm actually streaming into YouTube, but then I have to go separately live. Which is kind of better that way. Because it just starts streaming and it just starts streaming.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. YouTube has many other advantages over Twitch, so that one can be forgiven.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's ask our participants if they're ready. Hope they are. Okay, team posted a draft. So, here it goes. Hello? Why is it not showing? This is so stupid. Wait. How is it not showing?
What is not showing?
Draft. Well, I haven't started yet. At least there's that.
I think they might mean the ban pick list. But right now, the matches that we first got scheduled is Tim DeWilder versus Kark, and in the lower bracket,
Okay.
Hlidin versus Berserk.
Okay, that doesn't make sense, but I got it working. It's really weird.
Oh, what doesn't make sense?
OBS.
Oh. Yeah, no, OBS does sometimes glitch out. One time I had to do a completely clean install.
Alright. Fire and restarting. 45-second doorbell? What? Oh. Somebody. Doorbelled his doorbell. Okay. Let's remind our remaining participants that they should also get going.
Mm-hmm.
No, Kark's here. It's
Oh,
Tim who
right.
isn't ready.
Okay. Well, he is here. You just need some time. That's perfectly fine.
Why is the Rome Total War or Rome 2 Total War theme included in Vampire theme in Warhammer?
Roman vampires, that's why.
But they're Nazis.
What?
Vampires are Nazis.
Have you been watching too much Helsing?
No, one of their leaders is literally called Heinrich Kemmler. He's one
Yes.
letter off.
Yes.
And the other is called Manfred von Einstein. No, wait, what was his? Karstein. Yeah. And the original is Manfred von. Or was it Erich von Manstein. There we go. Yeah, that was the original one. Also a Nazi general. Anyway, Vampire Counts, speaking of which, banned. Followed by Kislev Tzeentch, so 2 factions that were buffed in the most recent patch. Kark wants none of it. Also, Tim, yesterday used Tzeentch to great effect, so maybe Kark was watching, studying his opponent.
I think that's a good point. I think that's very likely, and also that Vortex Beast nonsense is definitely a big factor. As I said, I personally love it. I think Tzeentch really needed something like that.
The Lizardmen pick away.
Lizardmen. And we got Greenskins.
The Greenskins,
nice
comfort pick for Tim. And Lizardmen are probably his second go-to faction. So Kark also knowing that takes it away from him. And have we seen Kark? Yeah, he did use it against Crisis.
He did.
With Oxyotl.
He have.
Well, maybe this time we will see him using it seriously, because I don't think Oxyotl is a serious pick. Or maybe he'll prove me wrong. We'll see. Wood Elves, one of my favorite factions, so I approve that. Beastmen also really good. A really good track record throughout this tournament and the past one as well.
Very true.
Whereas Tzeentch, if I remember correctly, in the previous tournament was picked 4 times and lost all 4 battles.
Yes.
Okay, Norsca, another very much meta pick. So far, the common theme for Tim is infantry plus monstrous infantry. All 3 factions that he has picked so far have that combo. Similar story for Kark, except for the Empire, the first faction that doesn't have that. Vampire Coast as well. I'm thinking, why aren't we seeing Skaven? Dark Elves are also pretty good, except they don't have the monstrous infantry, but also a top tier pick. Chaos Dwarfs and regular Dwarves also are up for grabs, so are High Elves.
Well, you do bring up a good point. Why not Skaven? I mean, we have seen them so little that I honestly cannot tell how good or bad they are in the battles, but I can tell you this. They are one of the few races that are very much designed around their campaign mechanics. In campaign, they are completely broken.
Don't care about campaign here. High Elves. Okay, so Dwarves have been picked in High Elves, as I mentioned. What I would expect here, I mean, it's still very much Skaven. Tomb Kings, also quite a popular pick, not so much in the recent patches. Chaos Dwarfs, still up. Kark definitely remembers yesterday's battle when he was sniped by Death Shrieker rockets.
Oh, yes. That was.
And
that
there
was
go the
something.
Ark Elves. Okay, so we have all 3 elf faction picked. And it's still. That's why I love best of 5s. We have 24 factions, and 16 of them have to go through the draft, so only very few of them don't get touched at all. Okay, let's see what our players are selecting. The map pool for this is Border Landing, Celestial Lake, Gates of Ekrund, Sacred Son of Chakwa, and Twilight Forest. And Tim goes first. picking his faction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can do the markings here. Yeah, I can. Looks like it. Well, I had a brief quick look at other series. Every series is active, except only half of each.
Yay.
Hopefully we'll get there. At least our upper bracket finalists are showing some class
Yes.
and are actually active. Okay, Tim is typing. He decided on his faction.
Okay, looks like
I would expect Greenskins. Oh, he's asking about a fourth. Yes. I would expect Greenskins. It seems to be his go-to, like, most comfortable pick. It's also very versatile. So, like, whatever Kark throws at him, he should probably do fine with them.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like,
Don't think there are any hard counters in Kark's roster against Greenskins, so they're a safe bet.
You could argue Vampire Coast could do well against Greenskins because of the terror mechanic. That could be the case.
True.
So that's generally the count, just from my memory of World War One. Greenskins are generally countered by exploiting their low morale. So Vampire Coast is probably the closest they've got, but Dark Elves can also pull out a lot of tricky maneuvers against them. But yes, Greenskin's a very solid choice, very versatile, with a clear strength for its infantry. I mean, hard to argue with that. It's a, very straightforward faction.
And they were first pick for a reason, I would imagine.
Exactly. And you know what? As far as I know, Greenskins has been one of the few factions that have been consistently good throughout the franchise. Wood Elves is one of those factions that started as pay to win, then got nerfed into the ground, and then got buffed again. They are really up and down. Norsca, poor Norsca, has not received many buffs for the campaign, but you know what? For their battles, they are there. Dwarfs, we're gonna see some rework of them in the next big update. High Elves, high value units, but also very effective, very efficient units on the lower tier brackets. So like your archers, your spears, you're good.
I think I also have one. They're up there in terms of win rates. Last time I checked.
Yes.
So they're definitely above 50%. I was quite surprised to see them there. Given that they're archer-focused faction, they don't have monstrous infantry. They do have white lions of Thrace, so there's that.
Yeah.
Because white lions are infantry. Just to confuse the enemy. Tim is definitely holding us, waiting. Oh.
Well, map pick is important. Let's give him some time.
First he picks the faction. Given Kark's reputation, no wonder he's stressed and not picking immediately. In a best of 5, you have so many variables at the beginning. So at least I like to see that he is trying his best, really thinking that through. Typing and it's scratching that, can't make a decision. I think the most versatile of all the factions he has are Wood Elves, and that is actually what he's picking.
Yep.
Because Wood Elves in terms of infantry, maybe they are not as good as Greenskins, not as wide of a variety, but still pretty good. Of archers and also monsters, I think they're better.
Yes.
So yeah, that is probably the most versatile, and they will be countered by Dark Elves. So we'll see Elves versus Elves as our first match. Let me mark that on our draft. So the very last pick for Kark already being used. Very nice. Let's get in the lobby now. So, hello, Serika. Hey, my internet is having hiccups. But maybe, thanks to the delay, it can catch up and actually won't be noticeable. Because I just had my upload speed on OBS drop down to 0. My internet does that. Sadly, quite often. Well, I'm still waiting for team to host the lobby. Yeah, still don't see it open. A lower bracket semi-final is slowly getting going as well. Don't read too much into win rates of that tavern. Sample size is low enough for single players to make a huge impact. Yeah, I know. I'm taking it all with a grain of salt. But then I also saw just high elves being picked in our tournaments and also doing quite well. So it wasn't only that. I was convinced with like an eye test.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We are going to be aggregating the feedback for the previous tournament as well to increase our sample size. But yes, we did receive some very valuable feedback earlier.
Yes, Blood for the Blood God is the one we're interested in. But we need support slots in there.
I think it's the one called semis.
But it's a final, not the semis, but okay.
Whatever.
It is a lower bracket semi-final, so I thought it was Hlidin versus Berserk. Okay, 1, 2, 3 is the password.
Yep.
Okay, let's switch to game now. Serika says, Dark Elves picked into Wood Elves, huh? Who would have thought he would pick Lizardmen or Beastmen? Well, they have swordsmen, they have shields. Beastmen also have quite a lot of fast... Actually, he picked Beastmen yesterday when he was facing Hlidin. Hlidin picked Wood Elves and Kark picked Beastmen. I don't remember whether he was countering though, or like what was the pick order. Let's see. Let's go into the bracket. He faced Hlidin in quarterfinal number 4. And now quickly go there on a forum. Quarterfinal number 4. Yes, he did pick Beastman as a counter to Wood Elves yesterday. So he had that option available. So maybe he's holding Beastman for a different pick that team has as a better counter. Beastmen could be used as a counter to High Elves, I imagine. Because with Wood Elves you don't really know what you will get. Either range kiting strategy or just Dryads plus Treekin. But I think both Beastmen and Dark Elves have access to fire magic. I'm not 100% sure. But I think they should.
Yeah, but only Wood Elves are vulnerable to fire magic.
Exactly, so since both have fire magic, it didn't really matter that much. Either way. I mean, if Beastmen didn't have fire magic, then Dark Elves will be better, because they do.
Yeah.
Maybe Karg just wanted the thematic of Elves versus Elves. Speaking of which, I wonder if we will see Sisters of Twilight or something else. Have we seen Team play Wood Elves in the previous tournament? I wonder. I think we did. But I don't remember which legendary lord or just regular lord he brought. I don't remember. But I could check it in our stats. We'll go filter. Tim. Bum. Now I have all his matches. Let's see. And also filter here. He did pick Wood Elves once, and he picked Ancient Treeman on Border Landing. Yeah, that's the battle I remember. Like, on the Border Landing, he picked the Elderbark Treekin or something.
Yep.
Something like that. Firebark Elders, something like that. But yeah, I didn't remember the lord. It was just a generic Ancient Treeman.
I mean, you know, they're very price efficient for what they are. Decent stat lineup, pretty big in numbers, so hard to pull through.
Team still didn't pick them up.
Okay, Twilight Forest.
Yeah, so you did just forget about it. Even though he asked for the format. So the format is I pick card counter, I pick map. And I say yes, and he just forgot to pick them up.
While that is going on, I've been keeping my eye on the other brackets. Crisis is back, fun, they're working. I gave the other guys a 15-minute warning before I give them another 10 minutes, so 25 minutes before they forfeit. So, looks like...
I mean, all the bonus bracket matches, as long as they conclude before the end of the tournament, I would be fine with that. But then again, keeping your opponent waiting isn't nice.
That's exactly my point. Like, we don't want people to just stay here and be waiting.
Yeah, disrespectful, not to show up on time.
Yes, exactly.
So we have our top 6 going. What a 7th place match. 7th place match, Philip is missing. Okay.
Yep. Okay, and we're off.
Okay, Spellweaver with Life versus Supreme Sources of Fire. So, no Legendary Lords. And also just mostly regular infantry spam. A lot of War Dancers. I think that's War Dancers, right? Way Watchers and Way Watchers Regiment of Renown, so the 2 most expensive archer units, plus 2 Way Stalkers, I think they're called. For Wood Elves, for Dark Elves, it is just shield spam. So, Swordsman, Spearman, both shields. Alexa thought he would bring Draika. Yeah, Draika is also a popular choice, although because she uses Shadow Magic, usually people bring in their Sisters of Twilight because they're just super good. And a separate spellcaster, or just somebody who can use Lord of Life.
Right.
Which is exactly what I see here. Oh great, this time it wasn't me.
No, I think it's because we were in the lobby for a long time. Well, were you the one who dropped off?
No, I just got a message about the desync.
Well, I'm in the game, so our players are 2. Let's see.
God damn it.
Anybody dropped out? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just rehost. Everything should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, the game is still up. It's just you dropped.
Yep, I am rejoining.
Yep.
I'm in. Okay. So even dark shards with shields over regular dark shards, which I think is the correct choice. Slightly more expensive, don't remember exactly the difference in price. I think it might be 75 gold. And then some Black Arquebusiers, even though they don't have shields, they have, I think, 80 armor, so they should also be fine. It's not like the Wood Elves actually brought that many archers, but well, he didn't know that back then. But that tells me that he did expect, instead of like a infantry spam, he would rather expect range spam. Okay, that's not cool. I had a desync again. Sorry, is crushing my dreams by saying that Sisters of Twilight aren't good. Okay, maybe then I will host as a spectator.
make the spectator slot for me?
Yeah. Okay. Twilight Forest. Yeah, as I just said on Discord yesterday, I spectated both of them, both Tim and Kark, and it was fine. So really no reason why this should be happening, and I believe we can fix it eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the worst case scenario, I just came up with a solution, I guess. They could just play on their own and then submit replays immediately, and it would just be lagging one game behind. Please no desync, please no desync. Looks like it's fine. It's not fine. Why? What the hell is going on? Like, honestly, why?
Should we just try playing?
So
I mean, everybody's here.
Okay, so it's just me being kicked all the time. Okay.
Did you get kicked?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
They can go ahead. You stream it for Discord. That's how we'll fix it.
Okay, let them know while I turn the stream on.
Yeah.
Okay, stream's on.
Guess I'll watch muted. Okay, now I just need to add a source. So there we go.
Okay. Tim is ready with his wood elves and the dark elves to counter them. Interesting combination. Dark elves are taking a much wider approach.
Yeah, very wide. That's for sure.
Yep. That is for sure.
Arrow of Khorne is already going into, I think, the sorceress. Yep.
Oh, that is pretty good. Yeah. That
is she on a mount? Can you zoom in?
Absolutely.
It looks like she's on foot.
She is. She's on a horse.
On a horse. Well, that's not a dragon. A dragon is way cooler than a horse.
Yeah, but also more expensive.
Vote in the chat for now. Is a dragon cooler than a horse? Let's see who wins.
What's the point in voting? This is like voting is too bigger than
just making a meme. Okay, Waystalkers opening fire. There are 4 units there. I don't know what they are. Your UI sucks. Well, something is getting wrecked.
Well, those are our Black Ark Corsairs.
Oh, good target. No shields.
Yep. No shields, 80 armor. Yep.
Okay, so the 4 is 2 full units and 2 Waystalkers. And
Yep,
they already
Black
routed.
Ark Corsairs getting shot at. The fact that these archers can fire and shoot and move and fire is a huge factor.
Well, yeah, but they also cost a lot.
That
They're
do,
best
and
units
for a
of,
good
I think they
reason.
cost 1.3k or something.
Yep. Yeah, the Way Watchers. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, now focusing on the dark shards with shields.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can just keep firing on them from outside range, but they cannot, like, if they are running away, they cannot target a specific unit.
Yes.
Because the devs are not cool.
Yes.
They had that feature in Arena.
Mm-hmm. And
But
also
for some
dedicated
reasons,
charge
like-
button. Bring that back.
Well, Tim is definitely building up while kiting. Kark will do a triple cap very soon.
Yes, that's my concern. Like, Kark clearly went for initially a triple cap and managed to gain a lot of ground while taking some damage. I mean, yeah, he took a decent chunk of damage, 1,500 damage already. So, hard to say, hard to say. So, Tim is going for a value game while Kark is going for the points game. Who will win?
Yeah, Tim doesn't have any cavalry apart from those horse archers, so Kark could just put forward his archers and try to ward off the enemy archers, but the range advantage and also the ability to shoot backwards while moving
Yes.
is pretty big. So,
Indeed.
Kark is definitely in a conundrum that he has to resolve. At the moment, he's chilling as well because, well, he has 3 slots. They will run out of ammunition eventually. One of them is already down to half. But I see some more archers being summoned as well on the left flank.
Yep,
Can you see what's
we've
that?
The left
Hey.
flank. Oh, got some dryads.
That's right flank. Tim's left flank.
Tim's left flank. We've got glade riders and we've got war dancers. So I think
And that
he's
archer unit?
trying to.
Those are probably glade guards.
Yep. And some glade guards with fire damage. So I think he's preparing for an assault. He's amassing his troops, and then he's going to collapse on the weakest flank, which I think is a great idea, to be honest.
I think as long as he has ammunition and no challenge from Kark, he's just gonna stay back and shoot.
Now, one thing though is that these Way Watchers are starting to run out of ammunition. Oh, some arrows with Kurnos going
Take
down.
it and
Ooh,
summon
that's a
them.
big miss.
Regain
Yep.
half the money and summon them back. It's probably the plan. Oh, Kark is moving forward, but just like half of his units. He also summoned some shades.
Yes.
So, no, those are not shades. Those are black arquebusiers with
With handbows, yep. Now he summoned the Scourge Runner chariots, which is a great idea, I think, because we have a lot of archers that are not being defended right now, especially with no anti-large. He can just run them through and do a ton of damage. So basically, Kark is trying to compensate for that value game that Tim is pulling. Oh, we got those
That
black
is
Corsairs.
3.5 already. I mean, yesterday we saw Kark go back and win from a 2k deficit, but
Yes.
3.5 is quite significantly larger.
It is, and also at the same time, the field advantage is not that bad for Tim. So we have this amassing going on.
Yeah, one thing we need to keep track of, and as well as Kark, is martial prowess. It triggers based on the overall battlefield casualties. So if it triggers while he's doing nothing, that's going to go to such a waste. So he should probably try to time that with his push.
It is halfway through already, so I think it is going to trigger sometime after the main charge. And right now the charge is going down.
Ever so slightly somewhere. It's not going fully across the front line, which is something I would like to see.
Would you be able to give me the link to the stream real quick?
Real quick.
Just
No, because
DM
then
to
the
me.
game disappears. No.
Okay.
Which is weird. But as soon as I opened the browser, Discord disappeared. Don't bother about the stream. A game to cast! Okay, looks like Tim is kind of pushing back, maybe finally going for an engagement. I see 2 Dryad units going forward against Spearmen and Swordsmen. Horse Arch is also hovering over in the area. Spellslinger in the thick of it, on top of point number 2. Team summoning
Yep.
further 2 units of Wild Riders.
Exactly, but pushing, applying pressure everywhere at the same
I
time.
mean, one
These
Wild Rider
Dryads-
and one Glade. Glade
I'm
Riders?
not too
Glade
sure
Riders.
if this is a good idea with all this cavalry. I think
a
he's
burning
panicking right now.
Out of Khorne into Cold One Riders.
Ooh. Those Dryads finally broke through those bleak swords and attacking dark shards.
Yeah, good find there.
Yeah.
Managing to pull through.
That's a very good move. That's a very good use of.
Still
his
3.5k advantage for Tim. So he's keeping that. And he should be
Murderous
snowballing.
Prowess is active.
Murderous
The
Prowess
Murderous
just got
Prowess is
triggered, yeah.
active. Yep.
So it's
At
a
the
good
same
time for
time-
Karg though. He is kind of depleted slowly. I mean, he still has
He is-
8k to 11k on the battlefield.
Yes.
So it's not that big of a
Exactly.
difference.
And the battle is 2/3 over. So time is currently on Kark's side by a big margin. He just need to keep these points for a little longer, for 3 more minutes, and he will win. So let's see if
I mean, we are
Tim's
actually
pushing
past the
sucks.
point where if he just captures or holds on to 1 point, he wins. So Team absolutely needs to triple cap him.
Yep. Well,
And he
right
needs to
now,
do it
point
within a few
one
minutes.
Point 1 looks like it's about to flip.
We have some Dark Riders coming in against the other cavalry. I mean, they're going to lose against the Regiment of Renowned Wild
Yeah,
Riders, that's for
no
sure.
way.
But they
No
can delay
way.
the capture for a little bit. But I don't know if they're on top
Yeah,
of the
but-
point. No, they're slightly
Nope,
off.
They're not. Just slightly off. Look at it. Just by literally foot.
I still think it's about models inside. So if like unit is halfway through, it's also
Yes.
only contributes
Yeah.
half. Doesn't really matter because they have been wrecked. But well, that's only 1 point.
Oh,
So that's just going to slightly delay Kark's victory. Tim, as we
Yeah.
said before, needs to capture all 3. At the moment, he's
Yes,
also
that's
nowhere
correct.
near point number 3. And Kark,
exactly point 3. is
he still hasn't
completely
lost the 3rd point. He's still gaining
Yep.
3 points per second. But he still will be like
Mhm.
2.5 minutes away from victory after he loses that.
Yes. So this will buy him only a little bit of time. At that point, Kark can fall back into defense and control it.
The
So-
point number 2 is also going to flip very
It's
soon.
about to flip.
So that's going to
He's trying
slow
to buy
down.
some time.
Yeah, Dark Elves controlling. Alright. Who's controlling point number 1? Okay, yeah, Dark Elves.
Dark Elves still.
yeah,
still
team
Dark
has
Elves,
just
Dark
started gaining points. Point number 2 still being controlled by Wood Elves.
Mm-hmm. If Tim can flip all 3, he is definitely gonna win. But I don't think that is possible at this point.
Alright, not controlled by Wood Elves, it's just the UI is back. Okay, fine.
Yep.
But it also shows
Come on.
point number 3 controlled by.
Yeah, UI is showing
no.
the Dark
UI
Elves.
showing 1. Point 1 is controlled by Dark Elves. Yeah.
Yes.
So it didn't flip. It's point number 2 that flipped.
Yeah, it hasn't flipped yet. Yes,
So, yeah.
that's exactly how it is. The
1.2.
Dark-
Sorry, no, 1 minute 20 seconds. Just 80
Yes.
seconds, and he has to flip 2 points at a time.
Yes.
So Kark is still throwing some cavalry and actually
It is
regaining it.
2-for-1. It is 2-for-1.
Despite
So
quite a
what Kark
huge
needs to
value
do-
lead, Tim
Mhm.
cannot break through and actually get the points.
Yes.
An infantry spam
Exactly.
for the win.
Logistics. The name of the game here was logistics because this point did not flip. He could not buy enough time.
But it's
And
also
so
so
the
close to
point 3
flipping.
So close. It's tiny. The
Also,
difference is tiny.
45
but he's
seconds.
Losing it.
Yeah, he's
Yep.
nothing in, close.
I don't think he can do anything anymore. Kark,
Yeah.
instead of collapsing on point 3, collapsed it on point 1. So he's he's about to take the game in 30 seconds. Now the Wood Elves are coming in and hopefully will flip this one to buy some time.
Yeah, also Kark
But
managed to
Ogre's cavalry.
claw back like 2 or 3k value
Yes.
in just the last minute. Probably because
Exactly.
Team got super desperate and started pushing forward.
You're absolutely right. That desperation allowed the Dark Elves to win, and right now, the difference in value is very, very close. It closed that gap.
Yep, and that's
Elves are
why
teleporting
Domination is the superior game mode.
Yes, I do hear it a lot. Oh, field battles is the way, but unfortunately, and I was a purist of of the field battles and everything, but domination, we're seeing these things, and it's all about field domination, and there's less
They
cheese.
tested it in
Surprisingly
Arena.
less cheese.
Arena
They
was
did.
great.
They did, and you know one thing I appreciate, they removed a lot of the cheesiness from domination that we saw in Arena. Like the fact
No,
that
your
there's
Arena had no
capture
cheese.
weight. It was cheesier than a 4-cheese pizza. I mean, cavalry going in and out, literally kiting around the point because all you needed was one unit to stop the cap. That was so cheesy. Especially in
Yeah,
a
it
game
was
where...
epic.
No, it was horrible.
Epic.
It was the most frustrating thing ever.
Anyway, let's see
Anyway, yes.
what they're going to pick now.
Yes, indeed.
It's a shame I can watch it. Feels bad me. Maybe I'll join now. Maybe. Worst case scenario, right? I just drop and just continue watching as I was.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop my stream through Discord and you can join in.
Okay, Karg very quickly selecting a Lizardman. Victory for the Dark Elves over Wood Elves. Let's see what team will counter with.
Lizard boys. Norsca.
Okay. In the meantime, we have an update. 9th place match. Elric Rel didn't show up, so
Yeah.
it's a forfeit for Beanfish, so he gets 9th place. Let's see 7th place match. Quiet there, okay. Same thing. Crisis versus Roflan Buldiga is going on, so is the lower bracket semi-final, and so is the upper bracket final that we're watching. So far, 1-0 for Kark.
Yep.
Okay, I can give you
Now,
the stream
here's
link
my
unless you
question.
found it in the meantime.
Yes, I did. I
What
found
do
the
you
stream.
need it for, though?
Oh, in another channel, friends of mine were asking what I was up to. I sent them the stream. I play campaigns with them.
No.
It's my practice group.
So Lizardmen versus Norsca, and I guess they picked Border Landing.
Yep.
Just keep breaking it down as I answer some questions on Discord. Let's look at some chat. I doubt that strat will work for Dark Elves. Needs bolt throwers. Well, it worked. And some large units to fight the word answers. It was a strong opening and then whiffed the melee engagement.
Yeah, actually, I kind of agree with that. Bolt throwers could have probably helped doing some damage on Way Watchers, which could have reduced the value advantage that Tim got. Sure, it ended up working, but strategically, I think bolt throwers would have been a good choice.
I'm not dropping, I'm not dropping, I'm not dropping. Looks like it'll be fine. Okay, also, on Discord in the meantime, I suggested if both Rasto and Beanfish want to, they can fight each other for 7th place. Because Rasto is in 7th place match. His opponent didn't show up. And Beanfish was in 9th place match. And his opponent didn't show up. As long as Rasto accepts, he can fight Beanfish for 8th place.
That is true. So yeah, if they
7th place, sorry.
Beanfish will take 8th place. Rasto will take 7th. Yeah.
Also, I didn't drop.
Awesome.
Okay, let's now focus on the battle. Hopefully they'll play, but it's completely up to them. Okay, Cerberus Warriors with shields, regular ones with shields, and again regular ones, so 3+2. Then followed by Kroxigor's Regiment of Renown and Ancient Salamander, something out of Tim's playbook. But who knows, maybe he got it from Kark. On the other side, Norsca with Norscan Ice Trolls times 3 Wolfrake on a horse, and then Marauder Champions and some regular Marauders as well.
Okay, so we've got Scaly Boys versus Hairy Boys. Truly the battle for the ages. Man,
they're both slowly advancing. This is just pretty much the same style for both armies, so it's really going to go down to execution.
This is a one sucky beach. Very rocky, 0 out of 10. Would not go.
I have skin cohorts with javelins being summoned times 3. They are hit at the moment, as is half of the army of Lizardmen. Well, not anymore. They are getting scouted. Also, yeah, they have Mage Priest of Life, so that's one advantage. Speaking of which, Norsca doesn't have a spellcaster.
Yeah, that's a good
I
point.
mean, they have
Well,
a
not yet.
spellcaster in the reinforcements, but they don't have one
Yes,
on the field.
Exactly. Exactly. So.
We'll probably see fire spellcaster,
Yep.
but
yep.
still, spells are the best in the opening stages where you can just get a clear burning head and something. And later on, you're risking with some friendly fire. But maybe there will be some blobs to bombard. Overvik has a Seafang.
Yeah, Saurus are a very interesting thing here.
There we go.
And there
Going
we go.
for 2 units. 250 damage. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. No.
And there we go. Here's
Yeah,
the spellcaster.
especially with Saurus.
Death.
I mean,
With
Saurus meme
spirit.
is
No,
real.
Fate of Buna.
Oh, Fate of Buna. Okay.
It's probably the counter
Let's do that.
Croxigors.
Oh.
Okay, Ancient
Yeah.
Salamander. No, that's very
Let's
possible.
take a look.
Where's the Ancient Salamander?
It
Here
is
it is,
on the
on
left
the left,
flank of the Lizardmen.
Yeah, landing a
Fate
shot
of
in both
Buna,
Marauders
I want to
and
see
Norsca
that.
Ice Trolls. I wonder why no Spirit Leech. Still could be good to target the single
Oh, yeah.
entities and the
Or
Slage
Gen
Mage
Snipe.
Priest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what I would have brought personally. But
We're
I
gonna
want
see
to
our
see
first
Fate
melee
of
engagements.
Buna. Yes, we will.
No
and this is a
Croxigors,
very
nor
interesting-
Trolls committed from either side yet. They're following closely behind.
Yep. Now this is a very
Croxigors
interesting
moving and
engagement because
responding.
Saurus memes are real. I mean, that weapon strength is massive. It's like double.
Yep, they are getting wrecked at the moment in the front lines though.
Mm-hmm.
The Trolls are making the difference. Bastillodon's now pushing through. Nice explosions here and there. Let's see what spells the mage has.
Yep, Fate of Buna. has
Regrowth
been
and
cast.
Earthblood, only healing spells. So no cool explosions from him. Fate of Buna on what? The
It's
Croxigors?
been cast on
No.
on Saurus Warriors. It has expired, and now it was just been recast on Cold One Spear Riders.
Yeah, I think it will be the most effective on that Regiment of Renown, such a high value unit.
Yep.
Uh, And that spell is quite effective against
Very true.
smaller units.
Very true. And now Saurus Warriors completely broke those Marauders, barely taking any damage.
Yeah,
I
Wolfric
mean, they
also
took like
chasing down
30%
the Mage
damage.
Priest, but Mage Priest is now making his
Should.
escape. Salamander
Yeah.
is making some good ways as well, shooting down the
should
blobs,
Ooh,
destroying
those-
Marauders with javelins.
Yep, those javelins just completely got routed. And now he's basically chaining with Saurus Warriors, chain routing all those
I think
units.
they could have done their job though. The Croxigors are down to... Well, actually they haven't lost a single model yet, so they can be fully healed. That's where the Mage Priest comes in and he's getting closer. Yeah, I think he's healing them right now. No, that's a prognostics buff. Let's
Yeah.
see how much do they do. Just
Yeah, I
160,
personally-
300 on them. Not much, not
Like-
much.
If we had only seen some Spirit Leech, I think this battle could have been a lot different. Just spamming that Spirit Leech on that Life Mage could have made all the difference, but right now I'm just not seeing the value here.
And Tim is about to get... Yeah, he has Winds of Magic for another Fate of Buna. But he
Yeah.
could be waiting for it to... No, he is casting it. Yeah, and he
Yeah,
is
on
casting
the
that
second
on the
Croxigors.
Croxigors that have regrowth on them as well.
Yes,
At the
so
same time.
it's yeah, two of them are competing. Now the problem with the whole shtick is that regrowth is 13, while Fate of Buna is 22 Winds of Magic.
Yep, and they're
So-
roughly the same.
Yeah, so that's where
I
the
think
problem
regrowth
is.
might actually have healed more than Fate of Buna dealt.
Yes,
So not very
exactly.
efficient Winds of Magic
Exactly.
wise.
Just fighting fire with fire is not an efficient way of going about this. Especially when making the fire is more expensive. So that's why Spirit Leech is MVP in my opinion. and
Wolfric
therefore-
also going pretty low in that fight against the Croxigors. Sacred
Yes.
Croxigors at that even.
Yeah, I mean those Croxigors are no joke at all. Yeah, the Lizardmen unit in general with their melee stuff. I mean, their melee stats is not too impressive, even though it is impressive. But their weapon strength, that thing
Norsca
is
going into
massive.
skin
It's
cohorts
double.
or getting hang up on their own javelins. Yeah, skin cohorts are actually
Exactly.
out of ammo now. They're pressing the murders with
javelin
javelins.
on javelin, but those Norscan war dogs, ice wolves, are coming in and stopping them dead in their tracks. Wolfric is coming back and hitting them back in point 2. That's an interesting engagement going on there.
Norscan
And,
ice rolls went quite deep.
Mhm.
The Sacred
Yeah,
Crop cigars,
very.
after doing 1.8k, 1.9k value, are finally
See,
going down.
The ice trolls, if they can stay unmolested, they can collect a ton of value, and that's exactly what they're doing. They
Yeah, they're
are
also all the
carrying
time
that
healing.
engagement. Yes, exactly. Like, you do some damage to them, doesn't matter. He's just gonna heal back up.
Yeah, if you look at the values, it says that Norsca still has more
Yep.
gold value on the battlefield, ever so slightly, but still.
Yep. And they're holding 2 points right now.
Yep, I mean points are fairly equal and still we're quite far away and it's just absolute chaos, like units going back and forth across the entire battlefield.
Very
So
much so.
this
It's
is actually
impossible
where
to
the
go either way.
skill really comes in, to control
Yes.
that chaos and do
Very
it
much so.
as efficiently as possible.
Mhm.
Terrad on the right, there's diving down on murder
Yep.
javelins. Ancient Salamander, still untouched, already racking up 1000 value.
1000 value over there. We've got here's an interesting thing that we're seeing. We've got retreating units running into point 3 and harassing it, forcing Lizardmen to respond.
Yeah, I wonder if he runs out of the ammunition with Ancient Salamander, does he unsummon it to get the value back, or is he going to commit it into melee? Should still do fairly well in melee.
Yeah, I think he's
The
going
javelins
to
are a
commit it to
threat
melee.
though.
Because here's the thing, as long as that Ancient
Well,
Salamander
Norsca is pulling
survives,
ahead.
he will get that 50% value.
That's true, but can he afford it? Norsca is really pulling ahead in value right now.
Well,
Slowly getting the control. The Trolls'
Yeah.
passive healing is also coming in,
and is also
well,
coming in for point 3. Now he is seriously contesting that point 3.
Yep, everything
Yeah,
that was
Lizardmen
going
are
there
getting pushed
is
back.
routing. The only thing there
Yeah.
is the Ancient Salamander.
Yeah,
Which is
Tim is
chasing
really
off some
taking
Norscan ice
advantage
trolls.
of that chaos. Like, he is taking advantage of that chaos pretty handily.
Yeah, once the
And
triple
with
cup
those-
goes through, that will be 4
Mhm.
minutes away from victory.
Yep. And those Marauder champions, the fact that their stats are a little higher made all the difference against those Saurus warriors. Like, Marauders broke almost instantly, but champions stood and won that engagement.
I think it was mostly Trolls, to be honest.
Yes, exactly.
During the carrying.
The support the
Oh,
trolls
champions
provided.
1000 over here.
Yeah,
Another
that
900
does-
here. Okay, decent.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. You know, it was teamwork.
Yeah, regular
good
murders
engagement. Oh,
did garbage,
those
but yeah,
Cold
murder
One
champions
spears
pretty good.
charging into those spears was not a good exchange. And now we see regrowth and another fate of Buna, but they are taking massive amounts of damage and they're going to rout almost immediately.
Yeah, I think a fire wizard would be better in the end. Fate of Buna is not getting really efficient.
Not getting it. Yep, not getting it. Regrowth is doing much better work. No, regrowth is doing much better work. There's just no fighting that. I think Spirit Leech would have been much better to take out that general.
Yeah, either Spirit Leech with Death Wizard or just straight up Fire Wizard.
Yes.
But then again, he's winning, so who we are to judge, right?
I don't know.
Doesn't mean he's flawlessly winning.
Yeah, that's the point. The point is a good player will not only win, but will win perfectly.
Well, at least now we're seeing some back and forth. It is going to be 1-to-1 in the series.
Yes.
Wolfric still casting that C-Funk from afar, but can't really go into an engagement without risking his life.
Yes.
Speaking of which, Lizardmen General is being slowly surrounded. He could
Feral
possibly go
Bestial
down.
Went feral.
Yeah, but at this point it is over. I would expect Kark to give up soon, but maybe he'll try carrying it through to the end. Sun Mage Priest is trying to run for him, but run towards what? One skin cohort with javelins? Just fighting in melee at the edge. We see some skin wolves being summoned as well as reinforcements. Fast unit, a large infantry. Actually very fast, 75 speed. It's faster than some of the heavy cavalry. We'll have those called on spear riders. Let's see. Kark is sort of consolidating his forces in the middle, trying to regain some semblance of a front line. The javelins are probably getting some good value here, shooting into these blobs that are forming.
Yep.
Let's see if you didn't bring, or if you brought an explosion spell. That would come in handy right now. He's also out of Winds of Magic anyway. Or no, Dwarfs blow, because why not? Yeah, Norsca in control. All 3 points, and Kark being pushed all the way back to his spawn.
Yep.
So his units are being engaged as soon as they enter the battlefield.
So against the scaly boys, the hairy boys win.
And there we go. Kark gave up, or maybe we reached 1.5k. Didn't really pay attention. Yeah, forget to check the replays, but luckily Tim is on top of that. Okay. So now we are 1-1. Let's have a look at the values in the meantime. 1.8 on the Sacred Croxicors, 1.9 almost. Good, but I also quite extensively healed. Ancient Salamander in the end, 1.5. Cerberus Warriors, yeah, not that good. 800, respectable. They could have been summoned twice though. Cold One Spear Rider is doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That and Cold Ones just being summoned to fill in the gaps, plug in. Cohorts to the right being summoned at the end. And also at the beginning, so I guess they were summoned twice, most of them. But Trolls and Murder Champions really carried that. All of them bringing really good values. Wolfrey kind of disappointed. Not a good performance out of Wolfrey, but
yeah,
overall didn't need that.
Yeah, that is true. I think that Wolfric was dragged into engagements where he would not perform very well, and that's one of the things with Lizardmen.
He just got ganked by those Sacred Croxigors.
Exactly. Like, the Lizardmen units, they have a lot of weapon strength, so, like, we are kind of conditioned to look at melee attack and melee defense stats, because weapon damage is usually pretty close across the board, except for Lizardmen. So you've got massive damage disparity between those. So every hit they get in is massive damage. They need to hit you twice. What's his name? Twice least often to get the same amount of damage, basically.
The fuck, did that guy just call me in the middle of a tournament cast? Like, for real? He's on the verge of being blocked. Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to see in the final. 1-1. Still up in the air who could win.
Yep. You know what? It was a great. I would say this was probably one of the best battles, like on overall. Like this was a great duel of skill. It was.
Yeah. Also, the faction counters seem to be working. So you know, whatever were picked first, Dark Elves to counter one.
Yep.
And then the reverse happening.
Like,
I also wonder how much the map plays into it. Because the one who picks the faction first then also gets to pick the map. But here, I guess map didn't really count because it was two factions with very similar styles.
Yes, but in the previous one, map did count. Against the person picking the map. Well, that was an execution problem. And that's one thing I appreciate. Like, both players know the meta.
Actually, border landing might have been better for team in the first battle.
Down to what they did actually in the game on their micro.
Although maybe not, because he needed to go triple cap at the end, and he knew going for that strat he will need triple cap in the end. So maybe he would want a smaller map where he can faster go to the points instead of border landing, where one point is like super far away from your spawning.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what the other maps we have, and let's see. Tim is going Greenskins, countered then by Karg's Vampire Pirates. I really like how Karg just instantly picks his factions, doesn't wait. Tim thinks about it, and Karg's like, okay, Greenskins, immediately Vampire Ghost. He knows what he's doing. I like to see that confidence. And Tim is picking Ekrund. So yeah, that leaves us with, where's the map pool? With Celestial Lake and Sacred Cenote of Chakwa still to play. And we get to see at least one more battle. And maybe, who knows, maybe that will be our final as well.
Wait, so right now are we 2-0?
No, it's 1-1.
1-1? Yeah, that's what I
So
thought. That's fine.
yeah, I'm saying we will still see one battle after this one.
Yes.
At least, obviously.
Yep. At the same time, looks like our 9th place and 7th place matches got resolved.
They already updated the bracket.
And our 5th place matches are being played. So, yeah.
Typical Lizardmen problems and dropping out as their initial force of Cyrus is spent. Also out of magic, I guess. But I think Lizardmen should have brought more Croxigors. Feral Bastillodons didn't really do much. To be fair, they are cheap, like 650, I think. Croxigors are 1000. But I just Cyrus plus Croxigors behind them, that would be a very powerful combo. They would match the Murder Champions plus Trolls combo, but they only had one unit, so yeah. And then Monstrous Infantry, I think, is quite a good counter against the single entity monsters. They can surround them, and they're high damage values, and the Trolls are also armor piercing, so they can quickly kill those Bastillodons. And Bastillodons won't throw them around like they would regular infantry.
Yes.
Also, Norsca has a lot of anti-large options. It's probably the best anti-large faction in the game.
Yep. Yeah, those Boar Boy Biggins. Curious what's gonna happen.
Well, I'm not looking at the armies because that's spoilers. And
I'm
what
not
if they're
looking at
listening?
them either. I just know that the Orc Boy Biggins have always been
I mean, yeah.
the most cost-efficient anti-large unit in the game.
In the entire game, I mean, Greenskins roster, maybe.
No. It is. They're fast. They have got anti-large for that kind of price point. I haven't seen them in battles. No.
Skinny Wolves as well.
Mm,
Also, Marauder Javelin Hunters.
still don't think as good. No, not as fast. Not able to like that speed. Just pushes them over.
Skin Wolves have 75 speed.
The Orc Boy Biggins have 70 speed. Again, I disagree. I disagree. Let me see what the stats on those Skin Wolves look like.
Well, it doesn't really matter. What matters is
Yeah.
Greenskins versus Vampire Coast matchup. Well,
Yep.
I mentioned before, like, I don't really see how Vampire Coast is good. And we mentioned that, I think, in the very first match between Team and Berserker. And Berserker is still in the tournament, fighting in the lower bracket semifinal at the moment. So they could meet again. And yeah, Vampire Pirates just did absolutely awful in that battle. So we'll see what Khorne can do with them. Maybe we'll see just a combination of regular infantry plus animated hogs behind them. And they got ready at the exact same time. Interesting.
Nice.
Well, let's see. Just a bunch of zombies. The Regiment of Renown, deck snipers, whatever they're called. Grenadiers. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Very good at clearing blobs, but they will be countered by Savage Orcs, our boys. The Greenskins, they're such a primitive race, but they have the most complicated names for their units.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, then again, they Vampire Coast has like Vampire Fleet Admiral Pistol Vampires, and also Zombie Deckhand Pirate Polar Mob. So, what the hell are those names?
Greenskins might be primitive, but they're not unsophisticated.
Middle Empire, Swordsman, Spearman, Knights.
And then there's Hellstorm Rocket Battery.
And Steam Tanks. Everybody brings a Sunmaker anyway.
Yep.
Juna loses efficiency versus units with less than 25 models, so no good versus Croxys. Exactly what I've been saying anyway. Also, you know, the spell descriptions are just so... not well described. They're so all over the place, so not specific. As a new player who doesn't have hours to test mechanic after mechanic, how the hell are you supposed to get into competing? Yeah, I've been submitted that sort of feedback to CA, like showing them these two spells are supposed to do the same. One is described this way, the other is described a different way. Fix it. And they're like, we don't care about multiplayer. I mean, it's also in campaign, so screw them, but who cares about campaigns anyway?
Yeah. I mean, they just play tested it on the campaign and like, passable, good enough. Which, like, I'm all for like the good enough method, absolutely, because you know trying to perfect these things actually makes them worse. You know the saying, "Perfect is the enemy of good."
I mean,
so yes,
it's not like they're changing the spells themselves; just fix the descriptions.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. At some point, though, it is so glaring, so simple, and could provide so much value. The fact that they cannot see that, it's just incredible.
Okay, both players going quite wide, so we'll see fights across the entire map. Most likely, anyway. So, Shade Rave Gunners, Deck Gunners, there we go, that's what they're called. The long range snipers, 245 range, they will be placed on top of point 1, trying to snipe whatever is on top of point number 2, trying to make it attack. And it looks like Tim is mostly committing to point 3 and just barely committing anything to point 2. Whereas Kark, more or less equal, but slightly more on the 1-2 line. So probably see a split like that on the battlefield, but I don't think Tim will give up point number 2 for free. So it's definitely already very, very exciting.
Yes.
Also vampires are so slow, 23. They're all zombies.
Yeah, they're zombies. I mean, I guess we see, you know, vampire counts. Which Romero movies did they go with? And which vampire coast
Well, at
went
least
with?
skeletons are like 28.
Yeah,
But it's not that much worse than 31, 33, which is like standard infantry speed.
Yep, yep.
Somehow dwarves are all faster than that. I thought dwarves are supposed to be slower on their short legs, but no. And heavy armor.
Yep. Oh yeah, super heavy armor. Like, outside of Chaos, I'm pretty sure they're the most armored. Arguably Chaos dwarves, but you know, they're supposed to be kind of...
They're both
Same.
chaos and dwarves.
Yeah, they're both Chaos and dwarves. I mean, the only way Chaos is more armored is if they have the Iron Trade resource stacked.
Which is campaign and not multiplayer.
Which is campaign.
Okay,
and
we've got archer boys going against zombie pirate gunnery mob handguns. 5 wards.
Yes, guns versus arrows. Let's see who wins. It's the...
Well, they're twice the arrows, so I guess I know, and also an explosion.
Oh, yeah.
What is that explosion?
Well, I guess we answered that question.
Oh, okay, it was like it's here, so that was brain burst, huh? Yep.
Yep.
We have a victory point.
I don't know if it was worth it. Probably could have used it better, but then again, I would probably target the zombie canary. What is it? Canary when they're throwing grenades. Should we just zombie grenade mob? There we go. I shortened it from 5 words to 3. Also, we have engagements in the forest. Point number 2 has been taken with just a single unit. I mean, Kark is committing such a large force to take away a point away from just a single unit, while Tim is switching everything through the forest towards point number 3. So if Kark doesn't follow him, he's engaging an entire army with just half of his army. So he's going to be largely set back.
Now, here is my question there. Maybe Tim is planning to take point 3, which he did. He's trying to use the forest to screen his movement.
He's using the art of war, which I approve. And Kark isn't at the moment.
Yeah.
These zombies are getting wrecked in the forest. These guys are inefficient shooting into a forest. As you can see, barely
Most
anything reaches.
Yep, I think so far maybe like one shot.
Sneaky
out of the
night
entire
goblins.
volley reaches. Nope. Most
Yeah,
of them,
and that half of the army where the admiral is slowly getting wrecked. Like there is no chance. It's just 2 to 1 outnumbered. Well, maybe not yet. The reinforcements are still coming, so the initial engagement is going to be fairly equal. But once the reinforcements from Greenskins come,
yes.
The only way Kark could possibly turn it around is huge grenade explosions if he gets huge value out of his units, and his bomber mob just died after dealing 5
I say
gold damage.
there is one more way he could turn this around, and that is if he stacks
Deck
sirens.
droppers.
Deck droppers, probably. I'm thinking if he stacks
Hey,
sirens,
there we go.
he
No,
could...
those are failbats. No!
And we got wall going down.
Yeah, also 1. Not at the best moment, since half of the army still isn't in melee, but it will last for a while.
Yep.
Oh, actually, no, it's off. It's gone. Well, it's already 70% charged towards the next one. Failbats aren't going to dive on top of archers, but just so happens night goblins are passing by, so they're going to help defend that. And yeah, Tim, massively ahead in value, just outmaneuvering his opponent around the map. So that's what I really like to see, just winning through actual maneuvers. On the other hand, Kark has points 1 and 2. If he sets up good defense over there, he can achieve something with that. But then again, there's this Vanguard reinforcement point that's very well positioned. Arch is now getting some free shots into the gunnery mob. And lots of very fast mobile units in the Greenskins army, so they should be fine going back there in time and recapturing them.
Right.
And just outmaneuvering the opponent across the map. Yeah, they just summoned you. How much does it cost? 7 Winds of Magic. Let's see how much it will account to. Good value already, but now as they get charged, not anymore. So it's going to be just barely worth 100. And some tanking in the lane. The general is just barely 40 speed and still hanging around. If he gets caught by cavalry, or she could die, and then vampire pirates would really be done for. Damn, Steam is just harassing around point number 2 and just overwhelming his enemy, which units are still being summoned around point 3. Like, you're summoning 3-4 units into like 20. Okay, not 20. Okay, 15 something. Yeah, more or less.
Yep.
That's just asking for them to die. But at the moment, Tim is switching his entire army through the forest towards point number 2. Looks like he wants to collapse there. So first he used his entire army to collapse onto first half of Kark's army. Now he's going to do the same with the second half.
Yep.
But maybe pirates will push and regain point number 3. That will be an interesting development. We'll see if Team allows it to happen. Looks like some units are staying around. Maybe that was just a feign. He's going to stay in the forest and then turn around again. The deck gunner Regiment of Renown is now getting some good shots, but only 46 value so far. That's so low.
Yep. Yeah,
How the hell did they
decent value.
deal 6k damage, but that amounts to 44? Maybe it's just shitty zombies.
Yeah, probably just zombies. That's not uncommon when you're fighting zombies.
Yeah, point 3 is being pressured, but that also lures the Vampire Pirate General into a possible trap. See Knights, Goblins, Squid Hoppers trying to go after the range unit, but they could turn around and go after the General.
Yep. Bombs have went down, but I don't think they did any damage there. Any real damage anyway. But they're about to be routed. The second group was because Anna Wand just
we
went
got
down
what?
on those 1 and 2. As I had predicted, they wanted to use the force to screen their movement and then attack 1 and 2 together.
They're actually attacking just everywhere. Team has enough of an advantage that he can actually do that and just have advantage everywhere anyway.
Yes, correct.
And the
Now, I
bombers
would
are
say-
doing absolutely nothing. Oh, now they got some
I am
value.
disappointed a little bit in Warzag. Right now, he would probably be better off hunting the enemy general. But it is what
Possibly.
it is, and they are provided. They have committed sufficient amount of force on point 2. I'm not sure about point 1 here, though.
He doesn't really need it anyway.
He does not. He does not.
Also, with the huge advantage he has in value, once he cleans up point number 2, he'll collapse on point number 1. I think Kark will do a last stand on point number 1, but I don't think he's enough in value for that to be enough.
Yep.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of
Yeah,
the
point number
victory
3
points.
has been completely abandoned. The general is still there. He needs to run away and isn't.
Nope.
But also doesn't seem like Tim is putting any effort into trying to kill him. Wusa could
Yeah,
easily chase her down, 30 speed advantage. I think maybe now he's finally going for it with some squeak hoppers. So quickly scurvy dogs are going to get summoned to possibly slow down the chase.
Mm-hmm.
Animated Hawks, 3 units being summoned towards point number 1. Start fighting, but they're getting blobbed in one place. If team fights some good archer volleys in there, that'll be pretty devastating for them.
Yes.
But at the moment, his cavalry is getting caught by zombie pirate decan mobs with pole arms. I said that correctly somehow. But
Yes. You get used
the
to it.
mobility advantage is just so paying off.
Yes,
Just
absolutely. Mobility.
every
is
single
here.
gap is going to be exploited and is at the moment. Those ranged units, all the deck bombers, or not deck bombers, the gunnery mob with grenades, for some reason they're called bombers, none of them did anything because they
Yes.
always have been caught out by cavalry
Mhm.
or archers.
Yep. That's the problem with the vampire pirates. They're so reliant on their ranged infantry that as soon as you catch them off guard, boom, it's over.
Or rather, not boom, because they couldn't shoot.
Yeah,
But it's
there's no boom. There's a word boom, no boom. Yeah, exactly. Like, at least, like, dwarfs use a very similar strategy to theirs, but dwarves at least can hold their own. Even their range units have decent stats. Like, oh, you wanna go and kill rangers? Okay, good luck. There's about 100 armor you have to chew through.
yeah, looks like Kark's force is pretty much done. Only 3k value on top of the map, or rather on the map.
Yep.
His force around point number 1 getting surrounded. Point number 1 is going to be flipped whenever team wants it. A single unit, 2 units, a single unit of just shooting units. And the 3 ranged units have been summoned again towards point number 3. But
Yep.
Orc boys can just turn around, tank it on their shields, and just go towards them and don't give a crap. Like, sure, they'll take some damage and then just wreck them in melee. And they're faster, so they can't possibly run away. They can't kite.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and now that these animated hulks are crumbling, I'm not really seeing. Oh, both of them are crumbling, so I'm not seeing much that they can do though.
Yeah, that brings somewhat again, but it's 9k on top of the field versus 3.5. There's no contest here. Team has victory fairly in his grasp. I'm surprised Kark hasn't given up yet.
Yeah. This is not giving up.
So nice charge
Definitely
by
a
Goblin
contender
Wolfhounders.
for a special award.
I mean, Kark has pretty much earned a special award yesterday already by allowing Crisis to play even after he said, I'll be 10 minutes, just give me a short break, and then just went away for 40 or 50 minutes.
Yep, I absolutely agree. So far, I think he is the best contender to Special's Award of Perseverance.
Or just overall fair play.
Yeah. The Sportsmanship Award.
Yeah. And third Wa.
Yep, it's another Wa. And Greenskins control all 3 points. We are about 3 minutes away from the end.
Yeah, I mean, Tim is already ahead in value. It's not like Kark can bring it back.
Oh yeah,
You have
There we go, finally.
pretty much, yeah.
There is only defeat.
Very well played. I like that. I mean, as long as vampire pirates just have garbage units, I still think victory is mostly attributed in this battle to just outmaneuvering the enemy on the map.
Yes, absolutely. Like, that's one of the things that Greenskins has always had, is that speed.
So many zombies. I mean, they're supposed to be meat shields, but you can't just have an entire army of meat shields. Like, who's doing the damage?
Exactly.
I mean, the bombers were supposed to, but yeah, it just couldn't happen. Couldn't
Yeah.
possibly happen with range advantage, mobility advantage, everything.
Yeah, and also, like, I just don't like how finicky they are with their positioning and everything, when they will fire, when they will not fire.
Here they have the correct name. The 8-peak loonies, Night Goblins Fanatics. But in the game, they somehow are just Night Goblins. CA please fix.
I don't know if he managed to rename them during battle.
I think it's
Somehow.
just some kind of a bag. Maybe it's a spectator bag, or maybe just overall bag. This is not Shogun 2 where you can rename. Okay, so Kark now has already picked Empire. And we're waiting for Tim to counter that. Let's go back to our draft.
Yep.
Let's apply the result. Greenskins won over Vampire Coast. So this time Vampire Coast being taken as a counter, and they lost.
Yep.
Also, I don't think Vampire Coast counter Greenskins in the slightest. Now we have Empire. So Team now pretty much gets to decide. He can counter Empire with either Dwarves or High Elves. I think High Elves are the better counter.
Better choice, yeah.
And that would make the possible last match, if he loses that, Dwarves versus Beastmen. But as long as he wins that battle doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Also, Dwarves versus Beastmen, I think it's a good matchup for both.
I will give the advantage to dwarves.
You would?
Yeah, I would. The dwarves can duel, can trade.
As long
very
as they
well in
can
range.
kill the Minotaurs effectively.
Exactly. And Slayers, I believe,
Yeah,
are
Slayers.
fairly press effective. Thunderers.
Yeah, I would see Slayers play as just a backline of ranges, whether it's Thunders or Quarrels. They should do fine.
Yes, exactly.
And a given Empire's like vast roster of armor piercing and fast units, Dwarves probably kind of suck. High Elves can counter those units with just superior range. He's actually going Dwarves. Okay, never mind. We don't know anything.
There we go.
Well, don't come back crying to us when you lose the next battle. But then again, these are our two best players by far, so they probably know more than we do.
Oh yeah.
But if you can get an interview with one of them at the end, I'll definitely ask, if I remember at that point, why they did what they did.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to take a look.
Also, Celestial Lake. You'll have to take a look as if it requires some kind of investigation.
Yes, because we will need to prepare questions and everything. You can't just go there with your pants down, you know.
Hey, I don't have a webcam. Who's saying I'm wearing any pants?
I'm definitely not wearing any shirts, I'll tell you that much.
Alright, Empire versus Dwarves. Well, Empire, lots of cheap infantry, good infantry at that, halberdiers with armor piercing, handgunners armor piercing, although I think handgunners lose quite significantly to Thunderers. Thunderers have higher armor, also have shields, even though they're on their backs, they block missiles from the front because logic.
Yep.
Same in Arena though. Cimmerian heavy archers with shields on their back.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yep, that's
also barbarian archers. They all had shields, or half of them anyway.
At least like with Pavisay crossbowmen, it made sense because you know when they reload.
Empire versus Dwarves. Nerexa says Empire versus Dwarves is kind of known to be one of the most miserable matchups for Empire. Okay, I thought High Elves would be better as a counter, and they are ready. We're loading in. Volkmar the Grim, triple Hellstorm Rocket Battery, one of them Soundmaker, obviously. Steam Tank.
No.
I thought somebody said Steam Tank was garbage. I think it was Serica in either past tournament or yesterday. I remember discussing the Steam Tank possibility. It's like, no, Steam Tank's garbage. Or maybe it was when we played 2v2, me and Serica in or Nerexa in one tournament. Also, Volkmar the Grim, you never see this guy.
Well,
He has AoE spells that are for free. It's just cooldowns because he's a priest. So they're pretty cool, but usually just see Boristalbringer because he has passive healing. Okay, Celestial Lake, again, just different, manages to look different every single time. Sometimes it's dark, foggy evening, sometimes it's just night, sometimes it's like early morning with rising mist. A really cool map, quickly becoming one of my favorites. But that's the map. Okay, so very small army. Let's look at the unit count. So he has 14 units in reinforcements, so probably just more regular infantry there so far, just 2 swordsmen. He can't even defend all the artillery like that. I mean, unless he puts them all in one place. Artillery is all being put towards point number 2, which is interesting. I would rather put them point number 1, that way they can bombard 2 points. I mean, I really wonder what the hell is the strategy here. And also, was the build dictated by the map? On Celestial Lake, even Empire long-range artillery doesn't work well on the side point. Yeah, also there are trees blocking here, so yeah,
I just
you
want
could
to
get...
see pew pew.
Yeah, I would like to see Pew Pew on 3-1 line rather than on point number 2.
Yep. And like the dwarves brought in Bugman's Rangers, which have stalks.
Sneaky dwarves. If dwarf warriors in here, then great weapons and longbeards. I wonder if Kark know what's coming. I mean, as long as the deployment, as long as the deployment phase and loading isn't 2 minutes long, because 2 minutes is the delay. So, if the loading plus deployment lasts to more than 2 minutes, then I guess they kind of get to know and get to see. Maybe that's something we can consider. I'll go back and measure that time.
Yep.
And see if that's the case. And then maybe we can increase the delay. I don't know, 3-5 minutes. That's quite a long delay though. Like chat interaction is dead anyway because of the 2 minutes delay. Kark is in full meme mode. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh, I had it backwards. I thought it was team on the Empire. Okay, I mean Kark still can win the tournament even through the lower bracket.
Yep.
So even if he loses here.
Yep. That's the benefit of double elimination. The downside, of course, is we have to have a lower bracket.
How is that a downside? More cool matches.
More cool matches, but also we got a second day, and a lot of people do not want to have the investment.
Well, Kark wants and team wants. That's good enough for me.
I do want to see, though, this stock, see how well it's gonna work. I mean, he's scaring away Tim.
Yeah, Tim is just not doing anything. I mean, if anything, he's just going back. He's gonna get shot by the steam tank. There we go, 42 value, first blood.
Yep.
Somehow, the army that just go forward and overwhelm the artillery is not doing any of that, and Empire, with its 0 units to control the battlefield, is going to get the triple.
I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
Tim is just doing like, I want to go against a triple cap. It's my style. I'm not gonna cap a point ever at the beginning. Hit it with Greenskins,
but
though.
he's going forward.
He's going forward now, trying to go against the war wagons. He does outrange them a little bit, but they can dodge, but not everything.
Yep.
And he brought cannons of his own. But they should
Yeah,
be
the
pretty
problem-
good against wagons as long as they can hit.
Now, the problem with this range trade is that Buckman's Rangers have
Oh, they can hit.
regeneration.
We have a victory point.
They
Take
do.
it from the foe.
Yeah,
So the
war
Buckman's
wagons not
Rangers
doing well.
are, yeah, they are regenerating about half the damage that they take.
So very sneaky dwarfs.
Yeah. And the longer they take to fire, the more those Buckman's Rangers will regenerate, effectively nullifying all the value the war wagons have gained.
Yeah, cannons could also start targeting the steam tank.
Yes.
At the moment, they're focused on war wagons.
Yeah, understandable. They're trying to take point number 1. Tim does not want to go against
He doesn't want to capture
triple
point
cap. Yeah, the triple cap. Don't want that again.
28 speed on dwarf warriors. Okay, 26 on longbeards. Okay, did they get nerf speed across the board? I remember them having like 30, 33 speed, 31.
Apparently not. I mean, the Rangers tend to be like some of the more faster units, so
I was thinking infantry. Yeah, Rangers have 33.
yeah.
And then Slayers with 40. Steam tank targeting the cannons. The cannons did actually lose a cannon.
Yeah,
Courtesy
they
of steam
did
tank.
lose an artillery piece.
And now they're going to respawn. Hey, there we go. Crimson rocket batteries shooting.
Okay, 1 hit.
27 value. Everybody wants to just keep it on the edge. But again, has 6.5 minutes. So I guess he finally decided to get going. He has 19 out of 25 units on the battlefield. So I guess it's a good time.
Yep.
Steam tank getting shot by the artillery quite accurately.
And
I was
Volkmar
going
is
to delay.
just running through those dwarves.
And those are miners with blasting charges. The Regiment of Renown, so they have 3 of them. Yeah, they barely do anything to Volkmar, so pretty good of him. And now they have Bugman's Rangers. They're to counter Volkmar. Yeah, already a very good volley.
Oh yeah.
And now the shots will be blocked by the trees a little bit. Yep, that was a complete
Yep.
miss. Yeah, also the terrain isn't favorable here. Since they are going uphill at the moment, it's so difficult to hit them because you're either hitting the top of the hill or you're hitting behind it.
Yes.
Or the trees. So he should really try to target some other units, I guess, that are more
I
in the
just
open.
realized something. Bugman's Rangers have charge defense against large.
As most dwarves do, I guess.
They do, but that's very strange. Like range unit.
Very
having
good
charge
grenade
defense
launchers
against
there.
Large.
That are gonna get held back by Spearmen.
Yep. Well, Dwarf Warriors have finally made contact with the Empire mainline. They have captured point 1, point 2 and 3 is still standing.
An Empire doesn't even have anything to put on over the points. The dwarves can just walk in there
Yep.
and just get it. It's only the
Yep.
question, can Empire just do enough damage for Empire build to collapse?
Yes.
And then bring on their own infantry? But they don't have that much, it's just more Outriders grenade launchers. So they're all
Yeah.
damage dealers, nothing that can hold the line apart from a few units of Spearmen and Swordsmen.
So now we are seeing the opposite, where Tim is going for triple cap.
And some Flagellants.
Attempting anyway. So
You already got
yeah,
point number
right.
2.
The enemy
Just higher value. Capture rate rather.
Yep.
The Sunmakers do have, or rather one Sunmaker and 2 Hamster rocket batteries.
Ooh.
Have quite a
We
large
had-
target over here around point number 3.
We had those miners throw in their blasting charges from the edge of their range, and they barely did any friendly fire, if anything.
And I'm looking forward to the grenade launchers. That's gonna be spicy. But point number 3 about to be flipped. I don't think they can destroy, rout them or anything in the time. I'd have to run away. Cannons also shooting them.
Yep.
The enemy has
All
captured
3
all
points
effective
went to the
points.
dwarves.
Take it back.
And Kark is barely ahead in value, just by 1,000.
Yep. Those rocket batteries, they're just so inconsistent. And especially against units with regeneration. Because the models that will take damage can simply regenerate next time.
Speaking of regeneration, how does a life wizard heal a tank?
Very carefully.
Is he healing the crew inside it?
I think that is what it's supposed to be. Maybe he's a part-time Adeptus Mechanicus.
Well, anyway, what we predicted is happening. Dwarves walked forward, captured all the points, and are about to get on top of the artillery. Although flagellants and now some charges from Outriders' grenade launchers are holding them ever so slightly back. I mean, to get to the artillery, they needed to walk through the entire battlefield. Now some more units getting close through the forests, and those two artilleryans are totally unprotected. 3 even. Well, they're repositioning them at the moment, behind this nicely positioned cliff. But they don't even have to go and destroy that artillery. It's going to run out of ammunition eventually. Sunmaker about to run out. Helm's rocket battery is still around half.
Yeah, I'm not seeing enough value gained from those, especially considering dwarves did not bring huge value units.
It's just mass infantry, the favorite target for those though. And they can now target the reinforcements. Though I would target Bagman's Rangers.
They
the artillery.
have split themselves.
Oh,
They
there we
are
go.
mass
Kark is doing
infantry,
that.
but they were not blobbed infantry.
Obviously, only noobs blob.
Yep.
Unless you're in Total War Arena. That's what the pros do then.
Yeah. Yeah, and the flagellants there are doing a lot of damage to those dwarf warriors.
Oh, nice shooting the blob now with the Helm's rocket battery. 1,000 value. Sunmaker, after getting 1.5k value, is getting resammoned.
And Thorek is chasing Volkmar. Somehow, are they gonna catch up? He's gonna catch
I mean,
him.
is Thorek chasing him or the guy scouring Thorek chasing him? So wait, 45 speed, Thorek has 30 speed, okay.
30 speed. He
He's
shouldn't,
like
but
catching
he has
up somehow or
stamina.
just...
Yeah,
oh,
because the stamina.
Volkmar is exhausted, yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if that was reflected here.
Yeah.
I mean, it has some debuff, but it's... Is it from wounds?
I do
Yes, it's
believe-
from wounds, yeah.
It's also Rune of Slowness, which probably closes the gap, so...
No, it's not being cast at the moment.
Yep.
Well, Volkmar made it to his... I don't know if you can call it front line. So Outriders.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, dwarves are holding point 1 and 2. 3 is where the fight is taking place.
Yeah, which they're also holding quite firmly. They're just putting in mass on there at the moment. 2 units of Slayers. So, less armored. That could be a good target for the artillery at the moment, but they're shooting something much further away. Artillery to be precise.
Mm-hmm.
And we just have more and more reinforcements coming.
Has been destroyed.
And yeah, Kark would also need to capture at least 2 points at the moment to start winning. And it's not going to do that anytime soon.
Nope.
Well, maybe 0.3, maybe. But it doesn't have much infantry around to start doing that, so Slayers can just hang around, keep pushing him away.
Yep.
I wonder if he's trying to get enough value to bring the Soundmaker back, but I doubt he would bring them. He needs just infantry and start pushing back. Now Slayer's gonna catch Outriders, grenade launchers, flagellants. Cat is passively watching as letting that happen. Oh, they're pushing through to the artillery maybe. Yeah, it looks like Slayers are going after artillery, which is
Yep, they
being
are.
promptly unsalmoned. Yeah, he can
Yep.
make it in 5 seconds. So not all ammunition is going to be spent, so at least there's some value lost in there by just pushing them like that.
Yep, yep. And now Slayers have effectively overextended, fighting against Flagellants, which directly counter them.
I don't think it's necessarily overextension, but yeah, they do counter him.
Yeah.
But
Now they're hitting with
in
that.
pushing, also nice grenade friendly fire. In pushing them away, they're still bringing value overall to the team.
In a way.
Kark apparently
Not worth
has double the value on the battlefield, and he is contesting 2 of the points.
Yep, he is.
But at this point, he would need a triple cup. So he needs to get all the way to point number 1, which he is on top of actually. With his Jade Wizard
He is.
fighting cannons.
Yes, cannons and put them as 1.1 to protect it. It's hilarious. So Slayers are in to fight it, to push that Jade Wizard out the way.
Very nice dance, CA. Please fix. Yeah, so the Dwarfs are capturing all 3 points.
Yep.
What else? This is definitely the least predictable match ever.
Oh yeah. By far, like at the start, I didn't know.
I mean, if
what
Kark
Tim was
wins, we
trying
are
to
going
do.
to 2-2 and a tiebreaker match.
Yeah,
That's definitely something I want to see.
that would be interesting.
Going all the way to 5 games. But he still needs to. He is still yet to capture a single point, and Tim is only 1 minute away from victory. So he needs to cap it and cap it fast. And the moment point 3 has weight advantage for Dwarfs.
Yes.
So that's point number 1. Oh yeah, infantry has been summoned there.
Point 2, on the other hand, has just been flipped. So 1
That
minute
earned
to
him like 20 seconds or something.
20 seconds. Yep. Let's see if he can change the balance of power on point 3, possibly. If he can sneak those in.
I mean, he could possibly capture it within a minute, but then he's nowhere near point number 1.
Yeah.
So it is going to go to Tim.
Yep. Slayers just took care of that Jade Wizard. And I love how
So
cannons just
3
ignore
units
them.
of infantry plus Forek. Yeah, point number 3 isn't going to flip anytime soon.
Yep. Got 40
Still-
seconds.
A miracle that he got point 2 back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that
Sigmar
was Steam
Sons.
Tank, you know. Steam Tank actually did pretty decent, 1800 value.
Yeah, not bad. It's probably
Yeah.
healed as well a lot.
Yes.
It doesn't say how much it could be healed because the healing cap isn't shown.
Yep, Volkmar
The
is
Volkmar
about to
almost
go
dead.
down. 300 health. And he reached his healing cap too, so...
So he was probably being healed by the Jade Wizard.
no, he has a
Life Wizard.
regeneration item.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of legendary lords have that. In
Also
fact,
Jade
I
Wizard
would
with...
say-
Okay, there we go.
Yep, regrowth.
No, he had Earthblood instead of free growth.
Yeah, Earthblood and regrowth.
Okay, that is 3-1 to Tim. Let's update the
3-1.
bracket.
Yep,
Let's
I just
see
did.
how others are doing.
Well, let's take a look. Prizes at lost. Let's see.
Lower bracket semi-final, 2-1 to Healden at the moment. They picked him up 4 minutes ago.
Yep. So they're playing game 3.
Okay, so team can go on a break. Kark
Yep.
waits for the result of Helena versus Berserker. Okay, they open slots. Let's go there.
Okay, let's go.
Yep, I'm in. Okay. Let's get their draft on the screen. So that's what it looks like. Let's try to recreate what happens. I think they've been good at reporting what was going on. So first match, first battle was Warriors of Chaos versus Nurgle, and Berserker won that. So Nurgle won against Warriors of Chaos. Then the second match was Norsca versus Wood Elves, and Wood Elves won. So it's 1-1. And then Hlidin went ahead and won with Greenskins versus Grand Cathay. And that brings us to the fourth battle, which is Tzeentch versus Ogre Kingdoms. So they have High Elves and Khorne as possible fifth battle. And Hlidin is leading 2-1. And he's the one counter-picking now. So Tzeentch for Berserker, then Ogre Kingdoms counter, and Berserk decided to take him on in Temple of Osirian. Yeah, that's why we're asking our players to nicely report battle by battle, so that if we happen to jump in the middle, we can immediately just get to see what's going on, present it to the viewers, and just play along. In the meantime, 5th place match is over. Crisis lost 3-0. Have you updated that?
Crisis lost 3-0, yeah.
Bring up the bracket while they're still selecting their armies. So we have our top 8, or rather like from 5 to 9, but 8th place was a DQ.
Looks like, 8th place Ulrich was going to go to Ulrich, and looks like he just woke up. He's typing right now. So, what do you think?
Ulrich was in 9th place.
It was?
He was in 9th place match. Rasto was against Philip in 7th place match.
Yeah.
Anyway, we could bump up Beanfish to 8th place, I guess, since not occupied. Gonna do that. Let's get some points. Fair enough. We've got 5th to 8th place decided, and then whoever loses the match we are watching right now takes 4th place, and then 3rd place will be decided between Kark and whoever wins this, and then the final between team and whoever wins that. And we're on the map. Perfect timing. So if Hlidin wins this with Ogre Kingdoms, we have slipped through through the bands. He goes on to the lower bracket final to face against Kark.
Yeah.
Shrieking Sky Race, a very good unit that Kark has used yesterday to great effect. And then the Sour Gats, Pink Horrors of Tzeentch, Regiment of Renown. Just Regiments of Renown across the board. The Severed Claw, Aspiring Champions. And then Word Spawn, Chaos Spawn, and Mythal of Beast. And then Chaos Warriors with Halberds. Okay. No Chromatic Aberrations? Chromatic Aberrations, is that what they call? Or the Abominations? I don't know. Also, we picked this map because it was super cool and dark. But before the tournament happened,
they changed it.
Yes.
Now it looks actually playable.
It looks normal.
Yeah.
I just gotta be so hyped to watch it, like complete darkness. It plays
I think no.
I mean, look, there's no sun above us.
See things.
It's in a cave.
Yeah. So.
EU tentacles. Okay, tactics. Tzeentch is committing pretty much entirely onto point number 2 and then going towards point number 1. I mean, so are Ogre Kingdoms, like point 3 is completely being ignored. And Tzeentch is a very small elite army. 11 units in reinforcements, so a little bit more. 11 units in reinforcements for Ogre Kingdoms as well. It's just the 6 units of difference in the starting armies. You see Noblar Trappers, just standard, just the Regiment of Renown, and then probably more just the regular Noblars. Like if you are not taking 10 Noblars, you're doing something wrong as Ogre Kingdoms. Scourers are going to come in and harass with their spell. They don't see Noblar Trappers because they have stock, so they're very difficult to spot, so they're just going to use that spell on a larger unit. But I guess it's not going to be that effective. It's best used... Well, maybe they're not using, maybe they're looking for Noblars. Because it is going to be best used against them. Then again, it's a low value unit. Let's see what Tzeentch is bringing. Small halberds. I mean, also quite logical. You're going to face a lot of large monsters, so just bring halberds is the obvious choice.
Yep.
I wanted a Mutilated Beast. It is anti-large as well, but
yes,
it still is just a single entity monster.
Yes, it is.
Which is not very good against monstrous infantry overall. But they have anti-infantry in here.
Yep, they have the more.
They're bringing Crushers with great weapons who are anti-large.
They have the infecting ability.
And they don't have a tier. Interesting. What is it, a tier 2?
Yeah.
These guys are tier nothing.
That is, it is because it is summoned through gift, so you cannot recruit normally.
What?
So yeah, it's not a unit you can just recruit. You have to.
Middle of this is doing pretty well at the beginning.
Yep.
Word Spawn still have their shields up.
Yep.
They're also doing pretty well. Ari is already terror routed. Another Chaos Spawn hitting them from the back, so good exchanges there. There you go, Crashes are coming in, surrounding the Middle of Beast. Aura of Mutation on them as well. So they have their own Vortex, sorry, not Vortex, Mortis engine effect.
Yes, they do.
Point number 3
also,
is being taken by Noblar Trappers just for free, so that's nice.
Yeah, it's a good value.
And more Noblar Trappers are just bombarding Tzeentch units. But it's a very big blob, and those AoE spells from Tzeentch are quite effective in here.
Oh, very, very. And Severed Claw.
No final transmutation though.
Bulls is going to do a lot of damage.
Please tell me in the chat if somebody knows, because I don't. Is final transmutation really OP in here? I think it will be. So that Middle of Beast is doing really, really well. 1,300 value already. Vert Spawn not so much, but I don't need to, I guess. They've done well enough. Ogre Kingdoms are getting kind of wrecked in here. Advantage Tzeentch.
Oh yeah.
Those halberds also definitely bringing in their value. Severed Claw also is a halberd unit.
Oh, Severed Claw is arguably the best halberd unit in the game. Just look at those absolute monsters. They have not even lost their barrier.
Yeah, also Screens of Tzeentch, both armor piercing and anti-large, and very cheap and fast, so they're a great unit against Ogre Kingdoms.
Very, very.
Well, if that continues like that, Berserk is going to win, and we're going to go into battle number 5 as well in here.
Yes. Yep, I think that'll be our first 5th battle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, got a little bit darker.
The Ogre General, yeah, I think it has. The Ogre General has just been panicked, has just been terrored. So that is not going to be good for him. He's taking a ton of damage. Those Noblars are getting free shots, so that really should not be a thing. Well, they are winning on the points. Not
I mean,
on the value.
Noblar missile strength isn't that high, so maybe he just doesn't care. Just cares more about killing the enemy lord and surrounding melee units. You can always just deal with vengeance later.
But do they? No, it's the Regiment of Renown have poison.
Think so. Which I guess has been defeated.
Nope, the Regiment of Renown are on point 2. They were hidden.
Yeah. Dealing with some Screams of Tzeentch, or the Screams of Tzeentch are about to go and deal with them. And some more halberds taking on Ogre Bulls.
Yep. And like, why? Why would Ogre Bulls attack those that are countered?
Very nice Cincinnati ability. When you're bombarding your Severed Claw, but there are only 16 in there, and they're almost full health still.
Yeah.
And the single entities aren't going to suffer that much. So
Yes.
yeah. Quite a good spellcast in there.
Absolutely.
And now Warriors of Chaos, or Chaos
now they
Warriors,
can go
are on
back.
top of the Nobler Trappers.
Yeah. And they're going to regenerate their barriers.
Yeah, so now point number 1 and 2 firmly in control of Tzeentch, and only 3 as a side point. She's just been completely ignored by Tzeentch. Has been captured for free.
Yep. We just send in those spawn.
What is it?
I personally-
Sky Rays have used their explosion yet.
I personally would have brought in Forsaken, like against the Noblar nonsense, but yeah, Hounds and Shriekers are good too, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Forsaken is just an opportunity cost, right? You could bring maybe 1 or 2 units, but he just preferred to bring more halberds.
Yes, yes.
And some more
I think
horsemen.
that's a good. Yeah, I think that's a more prudent approach. Yeah, Horsemen can do just as well.
Some blue hordes of Tzeentch as well. They could be committed towards point number 3, try to capture it.
Yep, they could.
You should probably know what's there.
Probably.
Skyrim is disintegrated, and Ogre Kingdoms try to consolidate and maybe make a push towards point number 1, but it's going to be an uphill push. So,
it is
very
not
well designed
only
map.
literally-
Like, once you've pushed all the way to the enemy side, you get the advantage of being
I
uphill.
think that's good. Yeah, you
Yeah,
know, it.
we're light up.
I like it when maps encourage proactive play. So I really like that.
And all you need to do is put a hill in the middle. And there we go. Those halberds are gonna get healing now. Or maybe not. One blue fires very nicely. It looks really cool against the night sky as well. Or
Yeah.
sky. I mean, ceiling of a cave. But I guess Kairos would be better here because of his regrowth.
And also Gaze of Fate.
That as well. But I guess Chaos Sorcerer Lord is much cheaper.
Yes.
So again, bring him instead of Kairos and bring more halberds instead.
Precisely.
Kind of funny how blue hordes of Tzeentch are looking so cool with their projectiles, but these projectiles do absolutely no damage.
Yep. They do very much suck. Oh, and Tzeentch,
Yep.
Tzeentch took the battle.
I mean, it was pretty obvious, so yeah.
It was. It really was.
Yeah, that gets us into battle number 5. Let's quickly bring up the draft. That's going to be High Elves versus Khorne. Well, in terms of the tiers, High Elves are definitely higher than Khorne. But High Elves, I don't think they can go
I don't think
any
they can.
ranged units against Khorne. Khorne is just going to
Exactly.
overwhelm them with
Rush, and rush.
with bunch of marauders, flesh hounds, regular war hounds, maybe even some marauder horsemen.
Yep.
I would like to see some minotaurs, although minotaurs might not be a good idea against a lot of spearmen. We'll see. It's not for us to figure out, it's for them. We can just sit back and enjoy. But it always gives like, ha, I analyzed it correctly, told you so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'm
It's
just
fun.
not,
It
not
is
good
fun
enough
to
to do that.
speculate those things, yeah.
It's funny how they claim what they're bringing as if they had any choice. I haven't been tracking the maps though, whichever is left. We have Chateau de Roquefort, Gates of Ekrund, Geothermal Crevice, Sacred Center of Chakwa, and Temple of Osirian. So we've just played on Temple of Osirian. Well, he says Geothermal Crevice, but I guess that's the only one left. Let's see. Temple of Osirian was previously, then Gates of Ekrund, Sacred Center of Chakwa, and Chateau de Roquefort. Yes. So they've tracked everything correctly. Geothermal Crevice is going to be the last map. Which Berserk replies to, I need C map. They probably never played on it. Well, two very close capture points, separated with choke points, and then one choke point separated from those two on a hill surrounded by a flanking forest. Which I guess
Yep.
I should have shown you, so there we go. That's what it looks. Also, Berserk just wants to quickly ready up and go to just see the map. I not played this map. Same. Okay. Well, that's going to be interesting. It is the final battle. Whoever wins this
Yes.
wins. And they just go blindly on it. Or almost blindly. I mean, I hope this isn't what Kaladin is intending to bring, or maybe it's some kind of mind games, like, I'm gonna show you Elfarion, then you'll think I will go with Elfarion, but I will actually go something else.
Could be. Could be. I don't know what's the efficacy of that here.
I mean, it's out of the place. And I get this, great.
Oh,
Well, they're just checking the map, so that's fine.
yeah.
But I did this in last battle. Kinda weird. Host is the same and everything. And then I got kicked out of the first battle between Tim and Kark, and I was fine for second, third, and fourth. It just so random, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, tell me once they leave the battle so I can jump in.
They left.
Okay. Hopefully I got a crash out of the way. But if it happens, we're ready with a backup plan of Discord streaming. So High Elves versus Khorne. As we said, High Elves will probably not go archers. Also, this map kind of sucks for archers, although you could put them behind points number, well, whichever are at the bottom, close to each other. Definitely one of them is point number 2. And they could shoot down the choke points, but if they get in there, you would be kind of trapped, not being able to shoot out of there.
We'll see.
Lots of terrain features that block their line of sight. They can't shoot over. A very interesting side map, side portion of the map. There we go, not side. Side portion of the map with a separate point, which is positioned downhill from a flanking forest. You could sneak in some cavalry through there, then get a charge down, and just overall a surprising attack. There's of High Elves and their Lord choices. Very popular is just Archmage of Life, usually on top of a dragon. We also saw Imric quite a lot, accompanied by a Life Mage, because it's just so powerful, and if you get healing on him, just he gets to be powerful for longer. Tyrion, also very popular. Just get him on foot or on the horse, and he has Heart of Avalorn, which heals him for 25% of his health, like within a few seconds, I think. And he gets to use that 3 times as long as the cooldowns allow that. So unless you nuke Tyrion and kill him very quickly, he's gonna have effectively 175% HP for free. And Khorne, much simpler. Just bring Valkia.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Reminds me of that meme. The like the Bart Simpson meme. Ah, yes, infantry. Nothing beats that. Poor old predictable Khorne. Just brings infantry.
Yeah, I would bring Spam of Murders pretty much regardless of High Elves would bring. If it's Archer spam, it's good. If it's infantry spam, it's good. It's the question of how many Minotaurs are going to bring. They are already good. Or Minotaurs, that's the correct pronunciation, I guess. Just how many of them you want to bring. Because they are countered quite well by High Elves. They have spears and ranged units, so it's pretty much the perfect combination to counter them. Yeah, maybe not that many large monsters, just focus on infantry and fast cavalry and hounds. Oh, they're taking their time, that's for sure. Oh, Berserk is ready.
Well, let's see.
And there we go. And it is Archmage of Life, probably on top of a dragon. I also took Cultists, classic. Valkia. We do have some Chaos Warriors though. And for High Elves, it's a combination of cheap infantry, medium tier infantry, high tier infantry, and also Lofen Sea Guards, who can fend off for themselves. And I just hope I don't desync. And I did. Okay, set up Discord stream.
All right. Okay, let's go. Fairly big map.
There's a very small deployment zone.
They
We can't
do.
really go towards one of the points, really. I mean, it's just in front of points 2 and 3. Why is point number 3 in the middle? So confusing. Anyways, point number 1 is a side point. I wonder if any of them
Yep.
will go towards there. So
Probably
not
will
that
send
many
another
archers
Noble
for
or something.
Wood Elves.
Oh, Chaos Warhounds. 4.1.
Yeah, I mean, they could just not capture point number 1 and just go all the way through the forest, try to surprise High Elves.
That would make sense actually, because just hitting them in the back lines could probably generate a lot of value. So I think that's a great idea.
If I was High Elves, I would probably also just not split up because you have archers, so you kind of benefit from being all in one place. So you just go towards point 2 and 3, which allows then the Khornite Warhounds and Fleshhounds to go around all the way into the forest and just synchronize their attack with infantry. And Berserk, we watched him play against him in the first round. He was really good at flanking.
Yes.
But he also was really bad, well, not really bad, but not good enough at syncing those flanking attacks with frontal engagements. Like, frontal engagement collapsed, and then he flanked. Well, let's see if he learned anything throughout the tournament, if he improved his play. As he's facing another top-tier player. Although we didn't see Hlidden go against him, he was in the opposite side of the bracket. So if you need to go all the way to the final to find out, then it looks like those wolves are going all the way through the forest. Maybe one of them stopped. They're stopping now.
Nope.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Valkyrie is going forward to scout. She sees the enemy army now.
Yep.
And High Elves looks like they're just staying in one place. Interesting to see what they're going to start summoning. So far, nobody summoned anything yet. Maybe they're both waiting for some higher value unit. Maybe they're just waiting to see what will be needed. And there we go. High Elves summoned. What is it, Dragon Princess? Judging by the value.
Dragon Princess.
There.
Yep, Dragon Princess.
Oh, Valkyrie is diving on.
Oh, interesting.
Where is she diving? Just a Lothar
On
Seaguard?
the Lothar Seaguard, yeah. No, on the General, actually.
Okay, so she's on foot or is she on a horse? On a horse, I think. I saw the speed. Yeah, speed's high, so it's a horse.
And then wasting ammunition. Look at this beautiful kiting.
Valkyrie also has an ability or an item that makes her invulnerable to damage for 12 seconds or something. She didn't bring it, actually. She doesn't have it.
Yep.
It just needs to rely on dodging. I mean, only took 18 value, so that's fine. Actually sending 3 units of Marauders towards point number 1, staying back around point number 2. Some Minotaurs summoned as well. So yeah, Berserker is going to look for flanks, and that flank will be both infantry and dogs, which are on the edge of the forest at the moment.
Yep.
But
Now,
I think that actually might betray that. Because if he didn't try to flank with infantry, High Elves would just think, okay, he's just going to attack me from the front. But now that you've put infantry, he's already preparing for flank. And we see War Lions of Thrace, Regiment of Renown being summoned. Valkia diving onto the mage again.
Or is she?
Or changing her mind. Maybe just trying to waste some ammunition.
I think that's what's happening. I don't think that's very valuable here. If we were dealing with, what's his name, like a battle...
I don't think High Elves are going to run out of ammunition. It's not going to be an issue. So at this point, it's just taking 3 damage.
Pretty much.
Well, points number 2 and 3. Captured by High Elves. And Khornite flanks is still being prepared. Minotaurs are now going to join the flanking force. And another unit of Minotaurs is going to join up. Berserk is taking his time. This is not facing a triple cap, so he does have a little bit more time than Tim usually has. Took some batches now.
A lot of micro being wasted on Valkia for no good reason. Like, High Elves have got already gained double the points that the Khorne is.
It's not like the Khorne has anything to micro at the moment if he's not attacking. But
Yeah,
Valkia is also
come on.
losing energy.
Yeah,
She is already winded.
yeah, I don't get
Diving
this.
onto the mage again, and I think changing her mind last second. And now she's just hanging there. Got a good shot now, and didn't dodge.
Yep, no dodge. Yep, Hyles realized what he is trying to do. Yeah, like, okay, this maneuver should have happened a long time ago.
Well, maybe he was building up. He just summoned 2 fresh units. Both from Minotaurs, I think. Or just 1 unit.
1 Minotaur.
Yeah, so now he's syncing them, these Minotaurs up with his main forward-facing force. And he has a powerful flanking force. It's actually the flanking force is kind of the main force at this point.
Yes.
Which
Oh,
have to go
I
for
see.
choke points. That might not be the most efficient.
Yeah.
It's probably going to collapse into point number 3, leaving him sort of vulnerable to being flanked as well from point number 2.
Yes, it is. I think he's just completely abandoning point 2 and just collapsing on point 3 and just defending
Well,
it.
we're about to see
And
a
when he
charge.
does-
Spear of
Whoa.
Sleipnir wiping out Lothran Seaguard.
Over Seaguard, yeah.
I think I should have used that on Swordsman of Hoef or something.
Yeah.
Much higher value there.
Yep.
And seeing as you're mainly facing infantry, this is an... or rather, you mainly have infantry and it's an anti-infantry unit.
If we see an interesting move from High Elves, they charge into the front lines and then cast Regrowth. Or Earthblood.
The Dragon Princess is now going after Valkia after she has landed some friendly
Yep.
fire into Dragon
Yep,
Princess.
Preventing the...
And
Taking
we also
flight.
see some Furies, and
Mhm.
the Hounds are finally getting to their flanking positions. Let's see if they can find the gaps. The gaps are actually wide open, not being closed at all. That is one of the most telegraphed flanking maneuvers, and yet nothing is being done about it. Those spearmen are just standing there and letting
Yep.
the Hounds go through straight into the Lothran Seaguard. Well, slight contestant of number 2,
And,
but it's just 1 unit getting shot.
Marauders of Khorne getting shot, just not doing anything.
Well, I think High Elves kind of need to move there because they have 4 units versus 1 and they're just standing around doing nothing. There we go, finally Swords of her going forward. 2 units still being wasted there, but they started moving. Now Cavalry is going to charge Warhounds in the back. No, Warhounds reacted
nope,
just in
Warhounds
time,
are-
started running away. They still might be caught. And yeah, engagement in the middle, somewhat going in favor of Khorne.
Yep.
I think only health bars
0.3
lost are
flipped.
mostly on just Marauders.
Okay, yep, the Khorne's plan worked out perfectly.
Yeah,
Now
that's actually
high
pretty
value
good.
units.
Yeah, Swordmaster of Hoef, if you're chasing a garbage unit for
Mhm.
400 gold.
Exactly.
Just use Spearman for that and swap the Swordmaster of Hoef towards the middle.
Mhm.
White Lines
Yep.
of Trace still going towards the middle, rotating, but now High Elves can
Illyrian
still bring
Rivers
it
are
back
going
because they
back.
have their reinforcement spawning zones much closer.
Exactly. With that said, though, those Minotaurs are kicking out those Illyrian Reavers from hitting the Marauders in the back.
I think they might
But
be
I have
anti-large.
seen a lot of idle
Spear of
units
Sleipnir
now.
kind of missed now. Can you see what spells the Archmage of Life has?
As,
Flesh to Stone.
Flesh to
huh?
Stone
And
and
yeah,
Earthblood.
so no damaging abilities, sadly.
Mhm.
That is a huge blob that Khorne is presenting. If Dwells Below were being cast there, or even just Awakening of the Wood, that could have been a huge value, but now Earthblood is being
Nope.
cast, also healing up a large blob of units. I mean, 4 of
Yep,
them
yep.
anyway.
Yep. And one thing I'm seeing with Khorne, though, a lot of idle units, a lot of idling. Like, these Marauders got caught. They really shouldn't have. Should have been kiting them away.
High Elves are
much
probably
better.
now going to push towards number 2 and maybe
Yep.
flank the flank.
That Minotaurs of Khorne, they were
Oh,
not
nice
used
salmon
very
of
quickly.
bloodletters.
Letters,
Now they're gonna get a recharge on those 2 cavalry units, and the other ones are
Yeah.
going to go towards Lothran
Hopefully
Seaguard.
we'll route them. Yeah, and routed. Nope. They came back.
Yeah, even though despite that island that you've mentioned, Khorne is still doing much better.
Yes.
It looks like it will go Khorne's way in the end.
It is. Yep. Yep. I agree. I currently would give advantage to Khorne because despite those problems, these 3 units, are not doing anything.
And why are swordsmen so far of
Anything.
chasing a routed unit of marauders?
Yes, exactly. Just tiring themselves out, wasting more time. It's pointless. And now we've got finally these 3 units doing something. After losing the main fight right over here.
Yeah,
So
despite the
value
reinforcements being
difference
closer, Khorne still has the advantage, still brings their own units
by
there.
a lot. Yeah, by 2,700 gold
So,
value.
summoning archers in the second phase would have made more sense after those hounds have committed to a fight. That's when you
Yes.
summon archers and start firing onto that blob that was created. But instead,
Exactly.
he brought it the other way around. He had archers to begin
Yep.
with, and not enough infantry to handle that.
Yep. Now, one cool thing that Khorne can do is take these units. Just a sec. Take these units, take them over here, or reinforce them through here. See, we've got some idle.
I don't
units
think he
over
needs
here
that
that's
to do that. Yeah, but just push forward with monitors and you should be fine.
Yep.
They could go towards 2. Actually, yeah, that is probably the best thing to do at the moment. Although,
Yep.
given that you're already close to enemy archers, you might just want to keep pushing to close that gap. So I think both strategies are valid. Either go
Yes.
towards point number 2, get a triple cap,
And one thing he could do.
reinforce
there's
yourself.
Actually, there's a good opportunity for a little technique that a lot of people do not use. You could close ranks on these bloodletters and charge them straight towards these Lothran Seaguard, completely avoiding these spears. So right now, there's just this unnecessary blob
Well,
over
blood
here.
letters are salmon and they are providing a rear flank. So because
Yeah.
they're salmon, they might disappear anytime soon now. And just dealing as much
They-
damage
they-
before they get on salmon. Maybe
Yeah,
they
that's
are.
what I'm saying.
They are
can
not
still
salmon.
do
Okay.
damage.
Well, it's hard to tell
Now
which
we
one
got
is
these
salmon
dogs
without
engaging
clicking on them.
Swordmasters of Hoeth. And this is just not a good fight for Khorne.
It's probably just
Yeah.
about occupying them, preventing them from moving somewhere.
Yep. Well, the value is rising for Khorne. Now he's 3,000 ahead.
Yeah, more like 2, but I think he was more
2.2.
ahead earlier on, so it's actually High Elves
No.
clawing a bit back. I'm pretty sure Khorne had a higher advantage earlier on. Well, point 2
Maybe
is
on
getting
the
flipped.
Hoeth. Yep, the point 2 is getting flipped finally. So, again, idle units could have been flanking, could have been doing a lot of things. But you know what? That is okay because for all the mistakes Khorne is making, High Elves are making worse.
Yeah, they do have a lot of archers in the backline now who are
Yes.
slowly but surely getting that value back. They need to target the warhounds though. But I guess they're
Yes.
tied up a little bit by cavalry and
Yeah.
spearmen that are almost dead, but
Khorne
still
is
be
only
enough.
worried right now in closing the game. That's their current concern right now. Khorne wants to take that point 3 and not let those archers get value.
Yeah, but looking at the value on the battlefield at the moment, it is almost equal, just 700
Almost
difference. So if High Elves can consolidate their front lines, use archers to their advantage, and now, if Khorne pushes through the choke points, and High Elves manage to hold them in the choke points while archers are still firing in there, that is like the perfect High Elf scenario, and that is the only thing
Yes.
that can bring them back.
Yes, I just
But,
not seeing it.
but instead, they're going towards point number 2 instead of 3.
Yes.
Which is more open and further away from their archers.
Yep. And Khorne now has the mobility advantage against those elves, so if they want to, they could take out those Lothran Seaguard. Yeah, I'm really not seeing how the elves are going to turn this around.
Yeah. They should have gone for point number 3. And
Yep,
then maybe if
yep.
trading well there, either
Mhm.
try to maybe back up point number 1,
Yep.
which is
I'm gonna
what
say,
is happening.
I'm gonna say though, those 3 idle units, because one of them was Swordmaster of Hoeth, was a big blunder. Like, they could have changed so much, but they didn't.
Yeah, now that they are
Yep.
finally here, they're just being surrounded, flanked, and
Yep,
Uh,
exactly. Just
killed
torn
from
to
more
shreds.
sides. Point number 1 has been flipped though. by
yeah.
flanking cavalry.
Yep, by some flanking cavalry. Okay, we got some good moves from the elves coming in and
Yeah,
hitting
that
them in
saves
the
them a
back.
little bit of time.
Yep, trying to
Or
take
buys them.
3. Yep, that buys them a bit of time, which might be what they need.
Yeah, now they're moving towards point number 3. They went with
Yeah.
infantry towards 2, but instead of just holding their ground and protecting their archer's flank, they just went in and died. So kind of just
Right.
miscoordination there.
Yep. Well, let's see what those cavalry do, because
Khorne
these
is
are
really committing towards
minotaurs.
point number 2 instead of point number 3. I think you should just reinforce point number 3 and should be fine.
At the same time, like, he probably saw this cavalry coming, hopefully, and these minotaurs should have been countercharging right now, so instead they're gonna get charged in the back.
He's using bloodletters, I think, to try to stop them.
To try to stop them, yeah.
Cavalry charges into them, now
And
Minotaurs are coming in.
yep.
Are these Minotaurs
Again.
anti-large?
Yep, they are anti-large.
No, they're anti-infantry. Yeah, if they had great weapons,
yeah.
they would be anti-large.
Yeah, great weapons are anti-large. Sure, these are anti-large. Yeah.
Well, point number 2 is up in the air. Olof and Sigurd are actually
Yep.
out of ammunition and
Yes.
fighting in melee. I said they probably won't run out of ammunition, but apparently I was wrong.
But they did. They did. And I don't know, maybe they should have been... Oh!
And Sword of Khorne, GG.
Sword of Khorne, that was a GG right there.
Claims doesn't use magic, but then just throws a sword out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, that's the big meme.
I mean, it is kind of like a trap, right? Like, you're fighting his Khorne.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have magic. I can just blob. I don't have to worry about any AoE spells, and bam.
And I love how they're like, oh, honor
I need
and
to
melee
look-
combat, they have artillery.
Yeah, I need to look back on the replay and just see how much value that brought.
Yes.
Just one explosion would be like, bam, 1,000 value
Yep.
more. It's not going to show on Valkyrie though.
Yes.
Yeah, and with that, I think it's
Yeah.
pretty much GG. Like,
Yeah,
that's
but
that
value
single spell.
was-
Like, before that, it was a maybe High Elves can turn it around. I mean, they've captured point number 3, so if they could just hold on to it, they could have potentially won. But
Potentially,
now they definitely won't. I mean, no.
Yeah.
Look, even if with 2 points versus 1, they're 4 minutes away from
Because-
victory, where Khorne is 3 minutes, so they would actually need a triple cap. I thought it was
they would still
1.1,
need a
not 1.3.
No, I think this was decided a while ago, but yeah, I think that really encapsulates this match. Khorne made some mistakes, some glaring mistakes, but High Elves just did much more valuable mistakes that costed them significantly more.
Yep, also leaving some gaps open for Warhounds to charge through, or Fleshhounds.
Very much, yes. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. Very much so. So, well, looks like we're not gonna get a concession from Hlidin. And
Fair enough,
instead, we are
just
going
1
to
minute
go
away
for-
from
yeah,
victory.
1 minute, yep.
It is his last battle of the tournament, and he definitely gave us a good
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
So
I
he
appreciate
will be
that.
getting 4th place.
Yeah.
Berserker will be fighting for the place in the final against Kark next.
Yeah.
Okay, he's still trying, just throwing his rallying soldiers into the thick of it. Still summoning units even though they don't have a chance of getting there in time.
Yep.
But I give it that this map is so full of choke points, the blobs were just bound to create at some point. So that's why I think High Elves should have brought just Dwellers Below, or at least Awakening of the Wood. It would be a huge value.
Yes.
Like if you cast Dwellers Below on that blob, that's the very same blob where Sword of Khorne was cast, it would
Yeah.
essentially just equalize that fight. Just both
Right.
sides would be wiped out.
Yep.
Well, GG's to both of them.
Yep.
Let's go to the bracket. It is a 3-2, our first match that went all the way to a tiebreaker.
Yep.
Now, Kark versus Berserk.
Yep.
lower bracket final. What? I typed in BER and somehow bro. Like what? B-E... Yeah, somehow bro is the first who shows up when typing that. Okay. Marcus also the draft. Hope he was watching. Let's go. Spectate a draft live. Spectate. I mean, why is Berserk pasting the maps in? They are there in the opening message. Not sure, whatever. If that helps him. I wonder if we'll see some meme builds from Kark, or if he'll take it more seriously.
Let's see.
Both players played Vampire Coast. Both players lost with Vampire Coast against Team.
Yep.
And I think both times it was against Greenskins. What a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes.
Okay. Ogre Kingdom's first ban, just getting that away. Although, if that is the single most broken faction at the moment, because it seems to be, if you are player number 1, you get the first pick, you can just intentionally leave them open. So either your opponent has to ban them and lose a ban that way, or you just get to first pick them. Well, not happening. I think Kark is just has a standard set of bans, which is Ogre Kingdom, Tzeentch, and Kislev. It's exactly the same thing he banned against Tim. So I think just he doesn't want to fight against those. And then Beastmen and Lizardmen banned for Berserk, which are two factions that Kark did really well with. And Tomb Kings to finish it off. I don't think we saw him play Tomb Kings, but maybe they're a counter to something that Berserk wants to bring. Or he just knows more about Kark than we do, which is probably true. And then Greenskins again as the first pick. And we have Norsca, another top tier faction, really good against anything that brings lots of monsters or just large units. It's always good to have them. Maybe we'll see Bretonnia, that'll be nice. Skaven are up, Wood Elves are up. Wood Elves are probably like the highest priority faction at the moment. Dwarfs though. I was thinking about Dwarfs. They're also considered very thought very highly of, even though they're so short. But and then Vampire Coast in Bretonnia. Yeah, imagine speaking highly of dwarves. You should be speaking shortly.
Short? Yeah, that was good. Funny.
And Nurgle, something that we don't really see, especially in higher level matches, because Nurgle is one of the factions that's just so painfully slow. But I guess out of the slow factions, I don't know. Both Kugaf and Festus are pretty good though. Kugaf is super expensive. Well, I hope we'll see Nurgle and just see what he can do, just out of curiosity. Berserk did bring Nurgle in the previous match, let's see. And he won with it.
Yep.
Let's see what he won with them against. It was the very first match. It was Nurgle versus Warriors of Chaos. And now he has both. Okay, Kark finishing up his roster with Empire, Grand Cathay, and again Berserker going for Khorne as his last pick. So draft done. Kark picks first, and he picks Greenskins. Very straightforward, very fast. So in the battle against team, or in the match against team, I was saying he knows what he's doing. He's picking his factions instantly, maps instantly. But then, after I saw what he did, maybe he just doesn't give a crap. It's 50-50 between the two. Or maybe something in the middle.
Could be.
Oh, Berserk is thinking his counter through. Greenskins. Maybe you could go for Dwarfs as the thematic Badlands matchup.
Could be. I mean, I think dwarves are a good counter to them. It depends. It all really
And
depends.
Greenskins is just such a
have speed.
good all-rounded factions, right? Like they
Yes.
have armor piercing, they have anti-infantry, they have anti-large.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. CA does love greenskins.
What else? Maybe Nurgle, maybe Norsca. Out of those factions. He did bring Norsca and Dwarfs right after seeing Greenskins, so maybe he intended one of those factions as a counter. Maybe he just took highly valuable picks and then left counters for later, also after seeing what more factions that Kark has brought.
Yep.
Although, out of those factions, all those possible matchups, Dwarfs are well-known Vampire Counts counter, so he may be waiting for that matchup to occur. So if he doesn't bring Dwarfs now, I think Norsca and Nurgle probably be the go-to factions.
Yeah. Probably.
So maybe just Khorne. Just out-melee him. Because why not? Fleshhounds go against Borboy Begans. I don't know how they do in like a direct matchup. But probably Boars would win. But they're just such a good cavalry unit, armor piercing, anti-large. Is like,
Yeah.
what do you bring to counter them? Spears, I guess, but then you can't catch them. Just have to play passively.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of
They
spears,
take the engagement.
Berserk doesn't have any spear faction. Well, let's think about it that way. Here's Norsca, as we said, one of the best anti-large factions. Which faction out of these you would expect to bring a large units the most? I guess Bretonnia, because of their cavalry.
Bretonnia, definitely.
Well, Bretonnia can just spam infantry, but they usually bring some cavalry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Norsca it is. Okay.
Norsca.
Ready, please.
Oh, want to host it?
Nah.
Well,
One of them that hosted, and
Yes.
hopefully it will be fine. Although it seemed to be most fine when I hosted, get kicked, and then rejoin. And then it works.
Yep.
So maybe that's the play. Oak and Shield. Okay, so very open map. I don't think it really benefits either side. So he just wants to get it out of the way. Although, I would, if I was Kark, I would keep Oak and Shield for the Empire matchup. But okay, let's go. So yeah, Rush faction against Rush faction. I think remembering back to the previous tournament, it was a battle against or between Tim and Serica with Nerexa.
Yep.
And that was the one battle that Nerexa won in that series. It ended up 3-1, but Nerexa took first blood, and it was with Norsca victory against Tim's
Yep.
Greenskins.
Yep.
And it was a comeback victory as well, I think.
I do believe so. Well, we've seen those a few times, so.
And we discussed Norsca versus Greenskins earlier, like Boar Boys versus Skin Wolves. Very good anti-large units. You might see it here. So definitely one of the hypest matchups that we could get.
Yeah, totally.
So both sides have access to trolls, and I would expect to see them. Norsca can bring just a lot of large units, and Greenskins, well, they do have Boar Boys that are anti-large. Apart from that, not much. All of their infantry is just shielded crap, or just shielded less crap. But I don't have like any specific anti-large unit. So that might be the play here. Just bring a lot of trolls and skin wolves. Actually, they have they have regular trolls or chaos trolls. They have Norscan ice trolls. And then I think they have armored chaos trolls, and then skin wolves, and then armored skin wolves. So that's 5 monstrous infantry units. If you can bring 4 of each, you just have 20 monstrous infantry units. Okay, Fire Wizard, start to play. We see Vurzak accompanied by 2 Night Goblin bosses again, and then spam of infantry as expected, 2 Orboy Biggins, then 4 unit of Goblin Archers and Squigs, and then just Orc Boys to fill the line. Norsca opted for a more elite approach. Norscan Warhounds, I don't think they're that good, especially to bring 4 of them, including the Regiment of Renown. We do have Skin Wolves and Armored Skin Wolves, then 2 Marauder Champions, Wolfric, most likely on horseback, but maybe on top of a Mammoth, and then a Fire Wizard. Please don't crash. Alright, please don't desync. I'm not desyncing, let's go. Let's go! No desyncs.
Okay, no desyncs, yep.
There we go. Some goblin bosses with they need stabbing, just weakening the enemy lords while going after them. But same is in Wolfric's repertoire, who is on horseback. But his horse is quite significantly larger than Shaman's. He does have his Hunter of Champions, which is way stronger than they need stabbing. But also shorter duration and longer cooldown. And also only one of it. And there we go. Very quick deployment. Let's see this. Norscan Warhounds, Regiment of Renown, Frenzy, Immune to Psychology, Strider, Forest. Missile resistance 50%. As compared to 50% of regular Norscan Ice Wolves. Oh, no, Ice Wolves, not Warhounds. Ice Wolves, larger, fewer of them.
Yep.
Frostbite attacks. They are considered large. I thought large is considered horse or larger than horse.
Yeah.
It's not larger than horse.
No, apparently these guys are pretty thick.
Just seeing it following its own logic. Nothing new.
I suppose.
And a fireball. Usually when
Interesting.
people bring Firecast, it's just Burning Head. Here it's Burning Head plus Fireball. Fireball is kind of good at sniping civilities, but it missed.
Well, it hit.
Oh yeah, it did. So must have went for Wurzak and then just exploded right behind him.
Exactly. Yep.
And
That's what
Wurzak is on foot.
Mhm.
Maybe we'll see him dancing.
Ah,
He should be dancing on top of his boar as well. There we go. Orboy Biggins chasing Norscan Ice Wolves. They're supported by Skin Wolves. They are just anti-large, not armor piercing. As contrary to Orboy Biggins, who are both. And a Norscan charging into the infantry. Norscan Ice Wolves getting immediately countered by Squeak Herds. Another fireball.
yep, and the Orc Warboy Biggins are getting charged on the side. They're pulling out. Have a lot of feint going back and forth on point number
Direct
1.
hit.
Yep, point number 2 handily in the hands of Greenskins. They're idling a little bit over there. I think those archers could start shooting. Norsca.
Well, they are shooting the Skin Wolves in the back now.
Yep.
Norsca is just trying to use hit and run tactics. And is it working out for them? I think sort of it is. Although both sides
don't
have
think
taken
it is.
barely any casualties.
Mm-hmm.
We have a victory.
There's just no infantry to really anchor these actions.
Yeah.
Oh, but now Orc Boys might have overextended. They're kind of caught.
Yep. Yep.
And now Skin Wolves are coming in with a recharge.
Yep.
Yeah, they're gone, they're gone.
They are a goner.
And now Eerie Go being cast by Wurzak. No, they're not going anywhere, they're just fighting in a large blob. Burning Head. Great opportunity to cast Burning Head. But Shaman is being chased by... yeah, there we go, there's the Burning Head. Still think it could have been cast in the opposite direction, but maybe he just wanted to get it as quickly as possible. Maybe the other end of the fight wasn't in his range. But yeah, pretty good cast,
Also,
pretty good value.
What damaged Wurzag so badly? I think Fireball?
Yeah, he has been sniped by at least 2 fireballs. Possibly
Damn.
3, that I didn't see the third one. But now
Weird, considering how
Norsca is
easy it is to
pulling
dodge.
out of that engagement. It is kind of a homing missile. So 3 units of Norsca just doing nothing, but then quite a bit of Greenskin units also doing nothing. Norsca just going back and forth, somehow ahead in value.
Yes.
Just doesn't look like it looking at their health bars.
Yes. But, well, apparently they are.
Another fireball.
I
Yeah,
mean, the
Wurzak
value
just
difference is currently 700.
yeah, Wurzak just can't dodge it without his mount. When he's on foot,
Yeah.
it's pretty much undodgeable. Wolfrey could cast Seafang, and as he already did, I don't think he did. But I think he has 3 uses, so maybe he did. I just didn't see it. Now we have the engagement on the opposite flank finally starting. Squeak Herds going on rampage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, more or less equal fight over here. But there are no large units to support that engagement on the side of
Yep.
Norsca, but Greenskins haven't brought any trolls. Well, neither did Norsca, they brought Skin Wolves instead, and a Chaos Manticore.
Yeah, I expected
Pharaoh
some
Manticore.
ice trolls, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't have anti-large, but they are anti-infantry and armor-piercing, or just armor-piercing, and just anti-infantry for the nature of being monsters
Yeah,
infantry.
and just good value.
Yep, all the healing. And this is doing hit and run tactics. I mean,
Yes.
trolls just do that by themselves because they just keep routing.
Yes, exactly.
While being triggered. Well, the only major melee engagement right now is going on point number 2 on the left flank. My camera is going crazy. Yeah, and Greenskins are now pulling ahead in value. I'm just very surprised how the hell was Norsca ahead in value for so long.
Yeah.
Which I just couldn't see it with my own eyes, but apparently the numbers
Oh, no.
claimed otherwise.
Yep. But now it has been shifted and Greenskins are ahead in value. Now though, this duel over here could change
I mean, this
the result.
the cycle charging tactic without any infantry to support, as I said yesterday, just flashbacks to Waterloo.
Goblin archers just got annihilated with single cast of that ship. Yeah, Seafang just annihilated those goblin archers.
Yeah, but now Wulfric is fighting Wurzak and a goblin boss.
Yep, not a good matchup for him.
I mean, they have that debuff.
Yeah, and Goblin Warboss is also faster than Ulfric, so he's taking shots in. I don't know what's with their animation, but he just got a few hits in while running away.
Yeah, no taking them on a stroll this time around. Well, Norsca
well,
and
they are
Isos are
kind
now.
of having... We're having a little nice time over there. Yeah.
Yeah, if
Like, yeah,
Ulfric was
point
caught by
number
the
one.
Dwarf cavalry, that would be pretty devastating for him, but
Oh, yeah.
luckily
Oh,
he
yeah.
summoned the Isos in the nick of time.
Yep, big time. But I think that with the value reaching 2,000, more than 2,000 gold, I think Greenskins kind of have it in the bag.
The Orboys Beacons, despite being anti-large, are getting wrecked because they're just completely surrounded now.
Yeah, yeah.
But Irigo was casted on them, but I don't think it will amount to much.
Yes, exactly. It's not really unit's innate ability that matters, it's how you use it. And with Borboy Biggins being used so callously, means they're not going to get their value.
Well, they were
And, like,
chasing after Wolfric, so they took a risk.
They took a risk, but really they could have. They
And
did
we
not
were
have
about
to
to see
take
a
the,
triple
did not have
cap.
to pay the price.
The unit randomly rallying on top of point 3 will now cap it. And it's some kind of a UI
Yep.
bug. It says it's controlled by Norsca. But there we go, now it's clipped.
Greenskins.
Yeah. So congratulations, you just capped a point by accident.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, good for Kark.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing this for Norsca.
Well, Berserk is still somehow seeing it because he's not giving up. And he's surrounded Wurzak. Now, we've talked about Greenskins' morale problem. That is their weakness. And Wurzak
Yep.
has been routed, has 900
It's been run 900 HP.
HP, sorry, yeah. As long as he can be run down, they have some murder horsemen in vicinity, but there comes literally the cavalry. And it doesn't. Or maybe not literally, because spiderly.
Yep. Greenskins realized that that could be the crux that spins the battle, so they are sending everything to save Wurzag. And rightfully so, I think that is the right move over there.
Yeah, so should Norsca throw everything to kill him. And Y is coming in at just the right time now.
And Wolfric
Wolfric's still
also had
occupied,
the same
yeah.
thing. Marauder horsemen were protecting Wolfric, and now he is surrounded, so he's going to take some damage.
And a Goblin Big Boss is coming after him. Ooh, Fireball. Trying to snipe Wurzak. I think he just got caught
That's
on a
a miss.
horseman. That was actually friendly fire.
Yeah.
And there
Oh,
we
well.
go.
There we go. That was like last Hail Mary.
1-0 for Kark.
Yep.
Let's go show a draft. Greenskins won, Norsca lost. Oh, so now we see. Oh, now we've seen both sides of this matchup take a victory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's look at the values while they're still deciding. Right now. Here. Wurzak did absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Goblin
I
bosses
think
did
one of
well.
the biggest mistakes. I
One of
think
them.
one of the biggest mistakes was not giving Wurzag a horse.
A boar.
Yeah.
Well, he probably wanted Andorian for Orc Boys, for example, for that money. Wolfric did alright. A Fire Shaman, just 800 value. With all the burning heads and all the infantry spam that was there to plop burning heads on, he should have gotten way more value. But he was killed at some point, I think, by the goblin bosses, and then it was re-summoned later on. So good job on Kark for sniping him, eliminating him, because before he could do any harm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that monster isn't. Yeah, that build just didn't make sense. All that strategy of charging in and pulling out without any infantry anchor. Just hammer and hammer instead of hammer and anvil.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was about to say. It's a hammer and hammer.
Not how it works. Well, Berserk is still thinking about his faction.
Mm-hmm.
He picked Nurgle last time around as his first faction, but I think that was a counter. Now he picks it as his first pick. Let's see what Kark could counter him with. So probably factions that deal a lot of damage quickly.
Yes.
Kind of sounds like Empire.
Yeah.
Khorne Cathay, E1 bow, execution.
Oh god. I forgot.
It is
about
Empire.
That. Yeah.
It is Empire. Okay, now the question is: Empire was picked against Dwarfs last time by Kark. A slow faction with no cavalry. Nurgle has some cavalry, but is also overall very slow. Are we going to see triple Heston rocket battery again? Or maybe a more conventional build. Kark is 1-0 up. He could go meme mode. He could keep it serious. I mean, against Dwarfs he was pulling ahead in values. Sort of it came out to be valid, but then again not really. He just got all free. I don't know just why Dwarves just didn't rush him at the very beginning. Just allowed him to cap all 3 points. Maybe Tim wanted to make it more spicy. Because if you just rush him, he doesn't get to summon all this infantry in the numbers he did eventually. So he doesn't have anything to, or enough units to defend that artillery. Then again, maybe Tim wanted some slayers on board. And lost Temple of Sotek. I think it is a very good choice by Berserk, because Empire mostly deals its damage with artillery and ranged units and like grenade launchers. All of that has their jobs made more difficult by a heavily forested map such as Lost Temple of Sotek.
Yeah, which is why I think one of the big successes in this tournament is letting the second player choose the map.
Or the first player.
Yeah. So, yeah, the counter-picking the map is a big factor.
Yeah, so this is exactly what happened.
Yes.
He picked Nurgle, faction that is going to be countered by Empire, but then he picked a map that Empire doesn't favor Empire. It favors him.
Yep.
So it is Empire still counters Nurgle, but has his job more difficult on this map. And also with 5 maps per round, or up to 5 maps, we are seeing a much larger variety. Also, we did pay attention to the maps we're selecting, so every single series has a good mix of open maps versus forested maps,
Yes.
large and small maps. So hopefully players will be there to notice that and appreciate it.
Yeah.
Which is
I
something
mean,
that...
so far we haven't had any complaints.
Yeah. It also, that change was made based on feedback and discussions we had after the previous tournament.
Yes. I really think, like, on one hand, the process we are following for this initiative, it does seem kind of rigid. At the same time, I think it has very much paid off already. So yeah, we are incorporating those as a part of a strict process.
Yeah, just keep bringing us feedback, and unlike certain gaming company we're listening.
Yeah.
And with each tournament, we are implementing, iterating.
Yes.
Something is always changing to make the experience better and better.
Totally. And like, I'm also happy that we see immediate return. Like, there's clearly much better participation in this tournament compared to the first one. I know I had to hit up hell of a lot less people to get us
It's
to our
also
target
probably
signups.
because, the first one was out of nowhere. We are doing it for the first
Yes.
time. Now we've gained some recognition. People started talking about these tournaments to each other.
Absolutely, but it was also because, they wouldn't be saying good things if they didn't have good experience.
Sure.
So, like, that's the thing with mouth-to-mouth
Much different
marketing.
build, though. No Hailstorm rocket batteries, not even Sunmaker. I mean, I still think Sunmaker could have made a lot of sense.
Yes.
Even on this map. But it's still quite easy to hide. But these forests aren't that thick. So, and aren't that large. So if you wanted to hide somewhere significant, unless you just want to hide like completely on the side, you need to blow up, and then still you would suffer from AoE spells and Hailstorm rocket batteries, or Sunmaker to be precise. But anyway, Kark went very wide, just a bunch of spearmen, swordsmen, and more spearmen. No archers or hunters.
Yep.
Which have anti-large missiles. Did pick Wulfric though. I mean, Khorne didn't bring that many large units, if at all. His lord choice is Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle Death. So, only 6 words. Then we have Exalted Hero of Nurgle and Cultist of Nurgle. How's the Cultist have? God damn it. There we go, Cultist. Gate of Nurgle. Summon unit summons a unit of Plague Bearers. Add an Exalted Hero. Helm of Many Eyes, plus 54 defense. Does he have healing? Lord of Flies. Mark of Nurgle. No healing. And there we go. So Chaos Warhounds with poison for Berserk. Not going to be very effective against Empire here. They're mostly effective against strong units. Here we just have a spam of cheap garbage. They could potentially chase down War Wagons though. Even if War Wagons were to shoot them, that will be kind of a waste of their ammunition. On the other hand, they have 35 ammunition. But they're also usually not getting caught. So they will probably use their ammunition sooner or later. Yep, shooting the hounds. As they are now retreating, now turning around, maybe not.
Okay, I'm back, and yeah, this does not look good.
Back.
This does not look like a good plan on Nurgle.
Kind of fun how War Wagons are actually chasing the Warhounds, where Warhounds are faster, and they are the melee. There we go.
There we
yeah,
go.
wait a second, that's the other way around, right?
Wait a minute, that's not how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, I'm the better here. I should engage him.
Well, they are taking a lot of damage. It is 3 War Wagons after all, but finally.
In terms of value, he is trading up. It's like obviously he's gonna lose because these are just much better, more valuable units.
Yes.
But overall, the trade is positive. I said they're just wasting their potential by fighting this, right? Which allows the main line to get much closer.
Yep.
And close the gap. Now the single entities heroes coming in, and the War Wagons are still not out of there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, not Net of Amatok. Hunter's Snare.
Oh, Hunter's
Same
Snare.
thing. Just green.
Yeah, just green.
It should allow the War Wagons to escape. Now they're leaving. Ooh, and Comet of Cassandra hitting a tree.
Yes, I
Well,
saw
you're
that.
not fighting Wood Elves, you're fighting the other green faction. Well, let's see. Frontal engagements. Martyrs of Nurgle versus Swordsmen, so just cheap versus cheap Nurglings as well.
Yep.
More Martyrs of Nurgle. So that's going to go quite slow. We have some Free Company Militia supporting by firing into Nurglings.
Yep.
Just basically wasting their ammunition, but if they're going to shoot anything and harm anything, it's the Nurglings with 0 armor.
Yes.
So Martyrs of Nurgle diving quite deeply in. And what was that? It's a bit of a mortar shot, but I have no idea where it came from. Now we are seeing Huntsmen being summoned. Huntsmen, there we go, that's what they're called. With Hunters. So they have that anti-large ammunition, but apart from the Lords, there's not much, many large targets. Also cavalry. That's about it. We have Empire Knights. I like some grenade launchers. Now they're gonna get a charge against Chaos Knights of Nurgle with lances, actually. They're one of the best cavalries in the game. Very expensive though. Definitely better than Empire Knights though.
Oh yeah, by far.
We have
Well,
some
that-
Martyrs of Nurgle with great weapons in here. With armor piercing. I mean, that armor piercing is going to...
on Outriders.
That is
Now-
very random, yes.
Yeah, now Fate of Buno, on the other hand, that has been good. You can see it's dealing a lot of damage. It's probably going to make him rout. And did.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's a unit you want to get out of the battlefield before it deals too much damage. Comet of Cassandra on top of those Chaos Knights with lances. That is also huge value.
Yeah, pretty big value there.
So that's a wizard on 400 already.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle of Death is at 800 though.
Yep.
And slowly looks like the Nurgle line is pushing at least on top of point number 3. They are about to capture it. Oh no.
Yep.
Empire actually has the capture weight at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
They're summoning the reinforcements and they're factoring in. Although Nurgle reinforcements are coming in as well. Plague Toads of Nurgle. Now, armor piercing and anti-infantry monsters.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Would be much better though if there was some infantry they could support. Well, that infantry is almost dead now.
I think it would also have been better if they charged in the back of those spearmen instead of in the front, getting mingled with their own units.
Spearmen also anti-large, so they're going to
Yep.
counter them at least in that regard. But it's anti-large versus anti-infantry, so they're both
Yep.
benefiting against each other. So just kind of a glass cannon fight. And then we have a very slow fight on top of point number 2. Which is still in Nurgle's hands, but slowly being captured by Empire. Almost captured by Empire, actually. Maybe the Chaos Knights will come around there and try to save it. But so far, Empire with ever so slightly advantage, but point 3 has been flipped again, and now it's going well towards Nurgle,
Yep.
whose Exalted Hero is diving very deep into the backline, well, causing quite a lot of disruption. So they disrupted the reinforcement chain coming towards point number 3, which allowed them
Yes.
to establish the front line properly. Another Hunter Snare. Cast very wide.
The Comet of Cassandra coming in.
Doing
And-
absolutely nothing.
Oh no, it did damage on Chaos Knights.
A little bit. But the Hunters are pretty good there. They have large entities there in the Lord and the Cultist. And they had their Huntsmen focus them down. But now Spearmen,
Yep.
yeah, instead of tanking the charge, he tanked the charge and Huntsmen. Not very good play there, but now they're surrounding them. If the single entities can be dealt with, that could
Yes.
cause some
That's a lot of
breakage in
overextension there
Nurgle
for them too.
armies.
Yeah, that's what I'm not liking. That's a pretty big overextension there.
Values is still very, very close, and despite Empire dealing more damage, Nurgle has healed even more, so it is advantage to Nurgle.
Yes. With that said, though, the range advantage coming in from the Wolfric plus war wagons is significant. I mean, those toads just took a volley to the face and lost half their health.
Nurgle is also winning the engagement point number 2 now, and now pushing towards point number 1.
That's true.
Well, if that huge blob finally pushes through, 3 units routed, 4 now. Yeah, all the spearmen routed. But I have them just Nurglings, more Nurglings, more Nurglings. And now some poison warhounds. So poison is going to slow them down, allowing them to cut them down faster, more efficiently. And very nicely played there. Cavalry already on top of point number 1. Still Chaos Knights with lances. 600 value despite tanking 2 comets of Cassandora. They're still going strong.
Oh no. Chaos Knights had their backs turned and they took a few shots over there.
Yeah, with such low health, every single knight has very low health, so they're gonna die with every shot.
Yeah, and it is a lot of overkill damage is what I'm seeing. But now the knights have done their duty, though. Their job was to get point number 1. Now with the point 1 in their control, it is going to be very difficult to move them. Yeah, all 3 points are under control of Nurgle.
Yeah, so Berserk is striking back.
There we go. We have some proper use of Spirit Leech on the Celestial Wizard. Poultice of Nurgle just disrupting the lines of those huntsmen.
Yeah, Kark is somehow pulling ahead in value, although I am not really seeing it.
Me neither. Me neither. I guess we're gonna see it in a
lot
bit.
of Nurgle units are quite depleted, and looks like his backline is pretty strong, but it is pushed very far back. We're still quite fairly early in terms of points, just 650 being crossed now.
I think I see why. A lot of it is wasted on healing. So, Kark shot a lot of the Nurgle general. Yes, but
So is it
does
being
Nurgle
cast?
general have Crown of Everlasting Conquest?
Interesting.
Yeah.
The
so
Spirit
that,
Leech hand is casting a shadow.
Yeah. So yeah, Crown of Everlasting
Celestial Wizard
Conquest
has
is one
been
of the...
routed. It's very close to the edge of the battlefield, so he is out. And Kark still has 21 Winds of Magic to spare. So could resummon him. That's like 1 Comet of Cassandora and then some.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Just looking at these units that have their own
Nurgle is
self-healing, regeneration is doing a lot of work.
Well, Empire is going to reclaim point number 1 soon. There are no reinforcements inside. There's 1 unit of Marauders with great weapons. They're probably just gonna put themselves on point number 2.
War wagons being used as chariots, just destroying those Nurglings is gonna provide a lot of value. But yeah, what I'm seeing is the
just
Nurgle
rout them and start
commander-
crumbling.
Yeah, the Nurgle general having double the effectiveness of regeneration. So regeneration heals you by 0.1 per second. Crown of Everlasting Conquest is 0.2 a second. So go ahead, take your shots. I don't care.
How do Marcus is going to achieve here? Like, he got only 200 value so far. He's only been casting Hunter Snare, but he's out of uses now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good at shooting lords, but it's kind of difficult to target them when they are all on horseback, and Marcus is just... He's going to the corner! Oh, now, there we go, now he's trying to snipe.
No, yep. The only thing he can really snipe is the Exalted Hero. And that's a miss.
Well, either of the 3 single entity heroes and lords.
Oh, Berserk realized, yeah, those chariots, even when they're out of ammunition, they're still a big threat, so he's finishing them off. The Exalted Hero is gonna go down. So that is going to generate some value. Currently, Kark is 2,000 value ahead. At least on paper.
Well, on battlefield it's just 500 difference.
Yeah.
So point number 1 has been reclaimed, although Nurgle is still fighting for it. It's going back and forth with the capture weight.
Well, Kark has about 4 minutes left.
Yep. I mean, he has amassed quite a large force on the 3 line, but he's still quite far away from the point. and more units are being summoned there, so they're going to slowly make their way on top of point number 3, but they should make it. Empire Knights are going for big rear charge. If they rout all these Marauders, which are very close to routing, that will tip the engagement hugely in their favor, and that blob will start going towards point number 3. Yeah, one is routed, the other one is wavering, there we go. That's 2 very quick routes, so only 1 unit staying. Now wrap around, flank another one, or don't even need to, they broke. Anyway, now that huge mass is going towards point number 3, but Kark will need a triple cap. Well, point number 2 is being capped, but is not going to be capped, that's for sure. The Nurgle Marauders are going to get there, as long as the correct order is given.
The Toads are leaping forward.
They're chasing a shattered unit of 2 swordsmen. Well, 1 spearman. There we go. Well, at least that stopped them. A very close battle. Value on the battlefield literally equal.
Yep.
So point number 1 now firmly in Empire's control. Nurgle is retreating towards point number 2, wants to consolidate there, and as long as they hold 1 point, they win.
Yep.
Point number 3 is going to be flipped as soon as that mass of infantry just gets on top of there, and just capture weight alone will make sure that is going to go in their favor.
Quite so.
It's just a blob tactic. Luckily for them, Nurgle doesn't have any AoE abilities nearby to use.
Yep.
Or just at all.
What
Now, Plague Bears of Nurgle have been summoned on point number 1. We're gonna go stop these spearmen. I guess they will.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing the
I prefer them to go in here and sandwich.
One at this point.
It's not like he can retreat. He can retreat the single entities.
Yep.
And Exalted Hero is running away.
Time is on his side, so...
True. If he's fighting them at point number 1, he's not fighting them at point number 2, which is the one he needs to hold.
Yep. And I love that he just snuck in those Chaos Warhounds. Unfortunately, he forgot about them.
Well, now the blob from point number 3 needs to move immediately towards point number 2 and hopefully try to flip that. Kark has ever so slightly the advantage now in value. Those Marauders are still hanging on though. It should be routed sooner or later, or sooner rather than later. So already wavering, there we go. And now just put everything towards point number 2. Just don't defend point number 3 of anything. If anything tries to sneak up, just retreat some cavalry towards there.
Yep. Well, he only needs to do this for 2 minutes.
Empire Knights will frontal charge. Not very effective.
Yep, he is summoning. He just spent all the resources he has and summoned it to point 2. We've got 3 Marauders of Nurgle and Plague Toads. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, that Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle is so awesome. He did 2,000 value already and is full health. It could just literally break away and harass the range units. That's what I would do.
I think we're just going to see one huge blob fight on point number 2.
Yep.
We have some Outriders with grenade launchers. If we see those blobs, they're going to bring a huge value, but it is in a forest. We're still trying to tip this engagement in their favor. Now Plague Toads are going to join them.
Well, Empire only has 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, value is still very much equal, just going back and forth between the 2 teams. What is the Hasps going? I guess they're out of ammo, so they're just trying to lure enemies away. But kind of. But there we go. Now, yeah, if they get chased, then they are bringing value.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Oh, huge frontal engagement, but that morale. Oh, all 3 units blinking. One of them already routing.
No. And now the reinforcements is here.
Plague Toads have fear. No terror, but fear alone is enough.
Yep.
Marcus Wolfhard out of ammunition, only 600 value brought. I don't know how valuable those Hunter's Snare were, but I don't feel like they've been used to a great effect.
You know, funnily enough, with one unit sent and some Nurgling summon, he is gonna try to flip point 3, which I love. But regardless, Empire has only 20 seconds left to flip point 2, and I'm really not seeing it.
Well, it was a good effort, and we had an epic ending, but didn't know who's gonna win until the very end. Empire could have done it, but it was very difficult uphill battle. In the end, didn't do it. I'm really not saying how Marcus Wolfhard is a good idea. He would be a good idea if he had more ranged units in his roster. So then, when he casts the Hunter's Snare, all these ranged units are focusing some valuable targets. But that just didn't happen.
Yep.
Wagons also, they're pretty good against heroes. I mean, they're fairly small just in horses. But still, they could have done some good damage to them, just didn't happen, or Berserk didn't allow that to happen. So again, 1-1 series going back and forth. We might go all the way to 5 games. We have at least 4 guaranteed. Let's go back to the draft and update it. Empire.
Okay, so what's the score now?
Lost 1-1.
1-1.
Nurgle 1. So now Kark is picking his faction first, and he's always picking fast. See a message already? No, it's just uploaded the replay. Kark, yeah, Vampire counts.
Awesome.
Very quick decision. No time to waste. And Warriors of Chaos as a counter. Now Kark picks a map. Again, both factions very much melee focused. I mean, neither of them have any range units, right?
Exactly.
Well, Marauder Horsemen.
Yeah.
Proving Ground as the map. So, fairly open in the middle, but some forests that allow you to sneak closer. Also fairly flat. Alright. Vampire counts versus Warriors of Chaos. Vampires will probably just try to rely on their healing. They do have good anti-infantry options in Graveguard.
True.
The only thing that can really do high value trading against Graveguard in Chaos is like fire magic. That's about it. But then fire damage can be healed.
Well, you're forgetting. Chaos now has access to Mutalith Vortex Beast.
Oh, they do?
They do. They do.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Mutalith Vortex Beast, yep. It's also available in campaign as well. It's such a good unit. It's so much fun to play. It's so much fun to watch. It's a great unit. I mean, there's a reason
they wouldn't have a healing spell to heal it though. But last time around, last time we saw it go, do very well without
War Shrine.
What a healing. What do you mean Chaos War Shrine?
Chaos War Shrine. Although I'm not sure if.
Are you saying what he's speaking? Stop doing that. Don't shout at the units he's speaking.
No, I'm not shouting at the units he's speaking. I'm telling you about the possibilities. So there are a few ways Warriors of Chaos can heal them. Lore of Nurgle. So that's a big one.
Has that?
Fleshy Abundance. Yeah, Fleshy Abundance.
Okay.
They have access to Lore of Nurgle. So
but doesn't Chaos War Shrine heal only itself?
No. Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle heals the units around it.
Okay.
So there is that. He can also pick Wizard of Nurgle, which has Fleshy Abundance, one of the best healing spells out there. Let's see, what else do they have? I think that's about it in terms of healing that they can provide. So that's a way they can do it. Now, it's a little risky. They can save a lot of money by taking Nurgle Lord with Chaos War Shrine and just combine the two. But Chaos War Shrine is very slow and susceptible to getting
Kolek
sniped.
Sun Eater because he's cool.
That too.
That would be cool.
I mean, it could work. No, Kolek could work if they take something on the ground. But if they take something that can dive bomb on Kolek, because Kolek is so big, he can actually lose in his own game. So that's
But he's the
problem with
coolest, and
Kolek.
that's his game. Being cool.
Yes, he is very cool. Yes. So
Actually,
there are a lot
when
of options.
Warhammer was coming out, and I had no idea about Warhammer, it just is the first time I heard about it. I was like, what the hell? Fantasy? No, historical. But anyway, I saw the trailer, and I saw Kolek. I was like, okay, if I'm playing the game, I'm playing that.
Sir, you brought a monster truck to Total War. If only his animations were a little better. Oh man. But
Yeah,
you know what?
Another
Even now he's
trivia fun fact is that
Yes.
Kark's profile picture on Total Tavern is Vlad, so maybe Vampire counts as are his favorite. Maybe he's bringing the most comfort
Could
faction
be.
now.
Oh, could be.
That puts some pressure on him. Has to win now.
Yep.
Oh, Bezek was ready and then unready, and now ready again.
Oh, one other thing I
Oh,
forgot.
he's bringing the something of Tempest.
Festus. Festus is another way. That
Okay. Oh, I totally forgot about it. Harold the Hammer, whatever his name is. He is.
I
He.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. he
There's
can
actually
scare the
also-
undead.
Yeah, it's also one of the achievements I had in mind. Just bring him
Yes.
against undead armies, so
Mhm.
vampires, Vampire Coast,
Yep.
and Tomb Kings, and then just do X damage with him.
Mm-hmm.
I also had an achievement called Hammer Time, which is Kolek plus him.
Oh wow. Yes.
Okay, so we do see the Middle of Beast, and then just Horsemen, because why not? So very, very elite army. We see White Kings. So unless they have some infantry to target, they're not going to do very well here. Although their armor piercing, they would do well against the Middle of Beast, I guess. Anyway, they have, what is it called? Vargulf. I think Vargulfs are also armor piercing. Speaking of which, I don't know how much armor the Middle of Beast has. We're gonna find out soon.
Yes.
Also, it is night.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
Middle of Beast.
Muttalith has
70
70
armor. So pretty high.
Yes.
Not like 100 or 100 and something like some
And as I
units
was
can.
saying, the way you can save money and heal would be a Nurgle Lord with Shrine. So it looks like he picked that, but I completely forgot about Harold Hammerstorm, which can make them rout. I really want to see that happening. An interesting starting build, actually, a very classic of Chaos. Have this like core gen sniping type of little group, and then the rest of it they can do whatever the hell they want. But this spam of Marauder horsemen, and I think these are horse masters actually.
I think it would be cooler if the Undead attribute just did a little bit more. So, for example, you have Invocation of the Hack, and it would be it only resurrects that combatants that are undead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, wait, it is affects units if
Yeah,
undead.
this isn't- Yeah,
Yeah, okay, cool.
it doesn't work for non-undead.
Yes, so bring Harry the Hammer and you cannot heal units around him. That is cool now. That is
Yes.
cool. Fellows being summoned, but can they be focused down quickly enough? They did get a charge of... Oh, they actually did pretty good damage, unless that was friendly fire. It was some friendly fire. So we have epic ROM music. I mean, the track is actually just called Epic. To be fair, it is epic. Well, Felbot's doing pretty well. But at the moment, advantage Berserk in terms of value. Mutilate Beast now in action. He's losing some barrier. Oh, he's getting targeted by Spirit Leech. Good choice.
Good choice, very good choice. I would have personally gone with General probably, but even that's a tough proposition because of the constant healing. Oh,
yeah, so he is on top of a War Shrine, right? So
he's
he
on top
should...
of War Shrine. He has
Giver
something
of
worse.
Abundant Glory. But it needs intensity. This includes of each nearby entity death, so he just needs to get in the thick of it. Units need to die around him, and well, vampires have plenty of those. Just kill the zombies, and that will
there's another
ramp up the
factor.
intensity.
So, I don't think fighting Chaos Sorcerer is going to help because he has Crown of Everlasting Conquest.
Oh, White Kings aren't armor piercing.
So, I don't think that's going to help. I don't think it's going to help. Oh, yeah.
And Harry the
that's
Hammer is in the middle of it. Yeah, he just used his explosion
Yep.
ability.
Can't heal, can't do anything. The zombies are running away. That's beautiful.
So
That
much
is
is
cool.
happening.
Oh my god, I love this.
And there's Spirit Leech. Probably on the middle of Beast, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, does he have Fleshy Abundance? No, he doesn't. Doesn't have Fleshy Abundance, he's just relying on the
doesn't need to.
AoE kill.
Yep.
I don't know,
He does
Middle
not
Beast,
have
it is
Fleshy
being brought down. It is at
It is.
8k. But a very good combination. Chaos Lord of Nurgle, Harry the Hammer, and Middle Beast.
Yep.
Point number 3 is just now gonna get captured by some random zombies. Point
Oof,
number
and the
1,
Chaos Knights is
same. Zombies and Skeleton Spearmen. The Skeleton Spearmen should definitely be brought in. The zombies can just stay, like, whatever.
Yep.
But for Nurgle, it's all about point number 2.
Beast is
So Mutilate Beast
retreating.
is being pulled out because of how much damage it's taking.
Yes.
If he had Fleshy Abundance, he could just keep
Yep.
it there.
Exactly. I mean,
How's
I
it
don't
far?
see the point of rancid
Huge advantage
visitations.
in terms of gold for Chaos.
Yep.
They're still doing fine. With Corpse Guard. But
Like,
Holy
I don't
Lodestone.
see the point of a lot of these spells, but what?
Another Spirit Leech, this time on Harry the Hammer.
Yep.
So maybe they're recognizing the lack of ability to heal as a
Yes.
weakness.
Yes, indeed. That
Yeah,
is
I
a
was
big
like,
deal.
Dwarfs are a counter to vampires, but that was before Harry the Hammer.
Yes.
Now he is the counter.
Yes, he is. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. We see routing zombies and skeletons.
Quite funny.
Very.
Oh, these guys just scrambled.
We have the victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Point number 2 actually being flipped towards vampires now, just because of
Yep.
how many units they have on top.
Yes, the tithe.
And point number 1 and
200
3
zombies.
not being cared about. So, and actually Kark is clawing back in terms of value. His horse masters are being caught by dire wolves, even by Tithe somehow. 25 speed. Okay.
Yes.
He could go and possibly rout them with his murder horse masters, not going for the flanking maneuver. He has summoned Chaos Knights of Tzeentch with lances, and they are dealing with dire pack.
No. The enemy has
Oh, just
Yeah, Manfred's dead.
Vampire Lord and Manfred just went down. Damn. Okay, I take it back about rancid visitations. Apparently they're good.
Was that what healed him? I mean, the Chaos Sorcerer has 1.7k value.
Yeah. Yeah, he.
There is
cast
direct
rancid
damage.
visitation.
Strong versus single card there.
66 to 133. So.
A Middle of Beast even regained some barrier after pulling
Yep.
out.
pulling out, and while his barrier is active, he keeps getting healed. It's like 10
Yeah.
health per second,
8.
but it keeps on growing. It's 0.8.
Yeah, let's see, the Lord.
So, uh-oh. Those
So many different buffs.
World Dwarfs are about to
Yeah.
rout.
It's almost at max intensity.
Yep. The longer the fight, the better they get.
The Lord is running. His armor piercing, as you said earlier. But his weapon strength isn't that high, just 290. Usually they should be like around 350, 450. Whitekins still going strong.
Kark is bringing in Unholy Lodestone, but Yep, Skeleton Experiment just routed and failed.
Oh, that was a big boom now.
Yep.
So all the infantry is gone, just single entities left.
Yep.
Wargolves and White Kings. And a corpse can just randomly strolling in.
The value,
Rolling
value
in.
generated by all that healing is just insane. I think this
Yeah.
is the biggest, biggest.
Kark was
gap
bringing
in
it back,
value.
but now...
The best
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's
The counter. Very good, very well played. We're just out-drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at the draft... Warriors of Chaos have been brought directly after Vampire Counts have been brought. So maybe the strat is you have 2 picks, you pick Vampire Counts and then immediately pick Warriors of Chaos or Banned earlier.
Yeah.
Very well played from Berserk. He goes ahead
Very
2 to
well
1. Well, whoever wins here, they have faced Team earlier. Berserk at the very, very beginning. And it was 2-0 or 2-1. I think it was 2-0, yeah. Because we were like, oh, Berserk is just memeing, bringing meme builds.
Yep.
He's definitely dropped the memes now.
Yes. No
But,
more memes.
I mean, this build was very memey, but at the same time very effective, so not really. Also very cool.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I don't see the problem with it.
No calling.
I mean, I think it could have been. I think it could have been better if Manfred was on a horse, but I don't know. Like, I don't think vampires brought in a good strategy. Like,
Oh, was he on top of a dragon?
no, I thought he was on the ground.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention. Pardon me.
It was, yeah, I don't think vampires really had a solid strategy there. The chaos strategy was very simple. I'm gonna go on top of the point, I'm gonna bog you down, and I'm going to heal the hell up.
I mean, maybe Kark also forgot about Harried Hammer? Because
Yes.
the vampire strategies blow up,
Yeah.
abuse healing. But put Harold in the middle of there, no healing.
They can't heal anymore, and so Nurgle out heals him. Which is very funny.
Just Nurgle heals.
Yes.
Well, vampires can't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, cryptic horrors have regeneration, so at least there's that. Okay, Berserk has picked Dwarfs. Let's update on the bracket or the draft. World of Chaos 1, Vampire Counts lost. Dwarfs have been picked. Kark is countering that with Bretonnia. I guess that is the better choice. Although Grand Cathay, now, they have Khorne. They could dive the backline and deal with ranged units. They have their own Iron Hail gunners. Short range, shorter than Dwarfs. Imagine being shorter than Dwarfs. But they're huge armor-piercing damage dealers. So as long as they would manage to shoot, that would be pretty good. But Bretonnia can just overwhelm Dwarves with Pegasus Knights. They can dive on the backline, but they're very valuable if they get misused. That's
Yeah,
a
if
very
they get hit
that is
by
a very
spells.
volatile point of the matchup.
Very, very volatile. I'm really not seeing that working out. Here's the other factor. The dwarf units, even their range units, are heavily armored. So if the Slayers catch up.
Yeah.
If it's
While
slow
still
to attack the backline.
being very cheap.
Yes,
And
exactly.
Bretonnia, I think the only melee unit they have that has armor piercing is the polearms.
Yep.
Foot squires and everything else doesn't have armor piercing. Foot squires have anti-infantry, I think, and that's about it.
Yep.
So dwarven infantry, pretty much as cheap as Bretonnia's. Like Bretonnia is a little bit cheaper, but they're much better because of the armor, and Bretonnia can't really deal with that. But Bretonnia has been picked as the counter.
Yep.
I mean, Grand Cathay, they don't have many more armor piercing options, but they do have a little bit more. At least they have some armor piercing ranged units, whereas Bretonnia doesn't. Questing Knights, they are armor piercing, but it's a very expensive cavalry unit. Well, not that expensive, but 1,000 still up there. You know, while cavalry can be armor piercing, can be even anti-infantry, it's still cavalry, so infantry in a prolonged melee should still do well. Mountains of Morn. Quite a lot of choke points. So this map should also favor dwarfs, which is correct choice on Berserk side.
Yep.
What is the other map that was available? Let's see. Last step of Zodiac, we've seen that in Nurgle versus Empire. Mount of Morn is now, Oak and Shield was the first map, and Proving Grounds is earlier. So Road to Vol's Anvil was the last one. Road to Vol's Anvil is a huge open map with a slope on one side.
Yep.
If I remember correctly. Yeah, pretty sure that's the one. Memorable match there. Medley versus Serica, where she just stood there and got shot to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And also special match that was censored. Okay, possibly the last battle of this match, if Berserk wins. And I think he has advantage. Dwarfs versus Bretonnia on this map should do pretty well. So it is on Kark to create some outplays. Well, outplays are created with speed. And Bretonnia has that over Dwarfs for sure.
Yep.
The dwarves will have much
For certain.
easier time boxing in between those choke points. There's also a good map for artillery. I wonder if dwarves will be willing to pull that out.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think so. With the amount of cavalry Bretonnia has, Pegasus Knights able to fly in, it's probably quite difficult to defend. You need to put a unit of Slayers on top of it. But is that worth it to keep a unit worth 1,000? No way. It says they're a little bit cheaper, right? 800, 900, something like that. They might be. They might have used to cost 1,000, but they probably get cheaper. And since this is a fight between Game 1 factions, let's go back to Game 1 Warhammer music. I don't know if Bretonnia music in here. I don't know if there is any. Dwarven music it is. Come on, Berserk, get ready. Need to play the loading music again. So, a reminder. If Kark loses here, he gets 3rd place. Berserk goes on to the finals against him.
Yep.
If Kark wins this battle, we are in a tiebreaker. And I'll need to loop the loading music for the 3rd time if Berserk doesn't get ready soon. Third time's the charm, right? Oh, there we go. Now he's switching the flag, so probably his arm is ready. Yep, there we go. 1st time's the charm. Oh no. He changed his mind. There we go. But I have to loop it. Definitely seems like a Dwarven map. Also, a Rune Lord instead of Forek.
Interesting.
Forek is pretty much like, what, 99% pick? It's
Yeah.
just the best. For gyrocopters,
Mm.
they would be very much countered by Pegasus Knights, but they are not in the
Yeah.
starting army. And we
But you
see
never
from
know.
Karg, Fey Enchantress, Paladin, and
Yes.
Henry Lemassif, which I think we saw from him earlier on against Tzeentch.
So
he
this
lost,
could be
or
part
maybe
of
it wasn't him.
a kind of a mental game, because he's basically not counting on Pegasus Knights to ever being picked. So he brought in gyrocopters with brimstone guns, which are anti-large. So I think he is thinking Luen might come in so that he can shoot at him.
Also, they have 105 speed. I think they're
Yes.
faster. So as long as they're faster and turn around
Yes.
quickly enough, they could
Yes.
fly over to where Thunderers are, and then Thunderers can do quite a lot of damage to those Pegasus Knights. Not much
Yep,
infantry though. Just Dwarven warriors and some slayers. And some minus busting charges. Deployed with Vanguard deployment over on the
Yep.
flank. Okay, players going forward. Splitting roughly equally across the battlefield. Peasant
Smart.
bowmen with poison arrows.
Very smart deployment.
Dwarfs. Dwarfs are also moving forward. Gyrocopter is going forward to harass, probably targeting a Fey Enchantress and her 2 paladins. are actually going towards the center. Oh no, it's the Bretonnia's order, attack order with archers. And more pox arrows. And as long as they don't target the peasant mob, that's just a waste of ammunition. Men at arms, there we go. Foot squires, probably the best target, or just one of those heroes. Oh, they are getting in the range of archers, but still very much opposite trade. Nice volley into Enchantress. Yeah, 600 damage actually. Very good.
Yeah, yeah.
Those were just 2 units out of 4. Well, now she's hidden in a forest. We're going to see a bomb run. No, they're looking for Enchantress. Oh, they're still very effective in here, yeah. That was another, like, what, 400 damage? Even more. Oh, actually, another 600, right? Well, only 3 units of archers. Gyrocopters maybe could dive that. Or bomb it. That was pretty good. Half the unit gun. That was less good. Another volley into Enchantress. Much less effective now. But 1 unit of archers routed. Infantry closing in. Rune Lord charging in. No, changing his mind. So doesn't have his wheelchair. Or dwarf chair.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Okay, point number 2 and point number 3 captured. Dwarfs focusing around point number 1. Miners of blasting charges emerging from the forest. And just general melee ensuing. This is just peasant mobs, so they're not going to achieve anything. Foot squires being shot in the back by thunderers, that's gonna be painful.
Oh yeah.
They're very half-heartedly committing, like, it's the entire dwarven army in here. Okay, use peasant mobs, sure. But why are you committing 2 units of foot squires who have suffered huge casualties without ever touching the enemy? Wait for the reinforcements, or just chill out, you have 2 points.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm seeing the same thing. Yeah, dwarves are getting advantage on the value.
Blasting charges?
And, like, even more than that, like this peasant mob is just like,
Absolutely right. I thought it was bad timing because they're just going up the hill, so they could have just
yeah.
went over their heads, but they landed straight in.
Yes,
And just
they
routed
did.
immediately.
Yep. And still out.
Still, they wasted the blasting charge on a shit unit, but overall, not that bad. If they landed in foot squires, obviously it would be better. I'll still take it. And gyrocopters are being shot by those archers, but overall still trading very positively. Bringing quite a lot of value. And just go wherever they please and target high value units like those foot squires. Okay, is Bretonnia bringing units over from point number 3? No. Why are there 5 units on top of point number 3? Grail Guardians. Grail Guardians are going all the way around. I wonder what they're trying to achieve here. They could go inside this forest and then maybe try to attack some unsuspecting unit. And we have Nurgle Iron Breakers, regiment of renown of Iron Breakers. So a very, very expensive high value unit. And absolutely wrecking men at arms and foot squires.
Yep.
Good targets.
True.
So relieving slayers who have been kind of surrounded by them.
Yep.
Dwarves are now pushing towards point number 2, so these Grail Guardians could possibly provide some flanking in there. This would be if they got on top of Thunderers, I guess.
I'm curious if these gyrocopters are going to drop their bombs on the foot squares. Have they dropped them already?
They dropped some of them. I think he still has some. Well, these guys have 0, 0. Well, the others, these two.
Oof.
One.
The Grail Relic.
Yeah, they have one each in the middle. Yeah, you remove that and Bretonnia loses its buffing.
Yeah.
That will be quite difficult to remove.
Yeah.
Probably just better
I mean,
to feign charges
Bretonnia
also.
still has the 2-point advantage, so...
Not for long, I think. Dwarfs are going to get point number 2. Also, Feign Chantress and her 2 heroes just doing nothing. Now she's diving onto Thunderers. Okay. And more cavalry just punching through, questing knights, double unit, supported by peasant mob going into, well, frontal charges and dwarf warriors who have charge defense versus large, just like all the dwarven units. So you need to find some recharges there. Also, Slayers are in the area, but doing nothing. Well, good on Faye Enchantress and her heroes fighting those Thunderers. The other unit of Thunderers is shielding the Grail Guardians, and Grail Guardians lost half the HP while dealing only 300 damage. So really, really poor trade there. Yeah, now being chased away by gyrocopters. That was such a bad idea to summon them. Well, big melee in the middle. Dwarfs have taken point number 2. So now they're on track to win. Bretonnia just routing.
Exactly.
Their infantry just cannot match up to dwarves.
I mean, you said it. It's kind of sad to watch.
And the cavalry can't even get close. Now charging into Slayers. The direct counter. Also, it's an armor piercing cavalry versus a unit that has 0 armor. Well, they have charged all the way through, getting into another unit of Slayers, because why not? And Grail Guardians did manage to fight Thunderers eventually, but not after going down to 40% HP.
Yep.
And all
Very
4
bad
gyrocopters are on top of them. Very nice use of the gyrocopters, and there's nothing Bretonnia can do. I mean, Pegasus Knights. Like, you could buy 2 Pegasus Knights for the cost of Grail Guardians. That would be such a much better idea.
Yep. Yep. Underestimated them.
Maybe didn't expect them. But I would bring Pegasus Knights regardless. Like, they're just such a good unit. I mean, they are anti-large, and dwarves don't have anything large apart from gyrocopters, I guess. But
true.
just flying cavalry, that's good enough. Fey Enchantress just being absolutely focused down without being able to do anything. Well, looks like quite a firm Berserk victory. I mean, he's double the value on the field, pretty much. Double the damage value, more than that. There is no way Bretonnia is turning it around. They just don't have the tools to do so. Yeah, lots of choke points that cavalry just cannot find openings even. So difficult to find recharges in here. So really well played by Berserk picking this map against Bretonnia. The other choice was a very open map. So Berserk correctly recognizing that and picking the correct map. So it's really nice to see that, you know, there's outside of just micro and even macro game on the battlefield itself, just the macro game, the draft, the picks are also coming into play and playing a factor in winning tournaments or winning this particular match. It really shows that you need to be an all-around player, not just in terms of factions you can play, but understanding the game, understanding the maps, understanding the matchups, and just the draft dynamics, what to ban, etc., etc., what to pick.
You know, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct, because we have seen cases where the game was lost at the draft, or at least heavily disadvantaged at the draft. And
that's
then
pretty much one of the best examples here right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, your unit picks, just one Pegasus Knight, and you would have been in a much better position.
Yeah, that as well, but just dwarves on this map.
Yes.
I mean, Pegasus Knights would have made it easier, would provide the... I mean, that's something you can have in the air, otherwise there's nothing you can have in the air. And archers, which don't have flat arcs, they just shoot slowly, they're not going to be very effective. And then just they're unsummoning on top of archers, just total disrespect. Oh, we've used all the ammunition, we've used the bombs.
Yeah. Might as well get half of your value back.
Yeah, if the archers shot them, they would have stopped being unsummoned. They need to go somewhere else to do that. But they could have just dived them and prevent them from shooting. That'd also be good value. Not like these archers to be able to fight them off in melee. My Enchantress has been re-summoned.
Yep. I think this
She
might
has
be
10
the
wins
first
of
time we're
magic.
seeing... I think this is the first time we're seeing a general being resummoned, isn't it?
I think we saw that before. Don't remember which exactly, but I think it was the case. Well, he's doing that Mortis engine effect.
Yeah.
Too little too late. Also
Now,
doesn't have
what
heroes
type
to
of
shield
damage
her.
is it? Is it physical damage or magical damage? Is it
Well,
magic?
it doesn't say, because CA is just showing a big middle finger to us.
Yeah.
Also, Fate of Buna. What damage type is it?
2, yeah.
Doesn't say.
Doesn't say.
Same with, well, pretty much all direct damage spells.
Yep. And guess what? Because it is not one type of damage, I cannot tell how much, if it is magical or not, based on the damage taken. Because it's 8 to 16 with a, 100% variance. Okay, I think because I've seen them take like 6 damage, the Mist of the Lady is magical damage. Yeah.
When I have spell resistance, is that counted as a
Yes.
spell?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It counts as a spell because I've seen them take 6 damage per second.
Because that's a hex area, so I guess
Yeah.
it should count as a spell.
Yeah, exactly, but like, again, we had to do this experiment in order to be able to tell if it is magical or physical damage. Sorry, spell damage, not magical. Magical is something completely different, apparently. Because screw dwarves if they have anything special,
Well, spell resistance is kind of special.
Oh, spell resistance is special, but it used to be that it would include magical damage resistance in general.
Yep, but they got rid of it for balance reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Game and Karg finally gave up.
Yep.
So 3-1 for Berserk, and we have the matchup from round of 16 in the finals. Who would have thought that finalists would meet in the very first round? But again, shows the glory of, or the greatness of this format. Even if you get eliminated early, you can still make it all the way back to the finals.
It is, but, we'll still have to discuss these things and find out what we can do.
I mean, once Berserk gets some SUNTZU tournament points on board, he would be seated away from Tim.
Yep.
But because it is his first tournament, you could see it kind of randomly.
Yeah. No, that is true.
Okay, GG's to both players. Let's go into our bracket.
I just updated it.
Yep, and now we have Tim, the Wilder versus Berserk, as our final. If Tim wins, that's it. He wins. If he doesn't, then we're going to grand final rematch. Here are the maps: Arbiter's Ground, Crossing the Sea of Claws, Graveyard of Aldorf, Grove of Slaughter, and Otsuchi Castle. Lots of great maps. But then, grand final rematch, even better maps, I would say.
Yep.
Though I really like Grove of Slaughter. I might be alone in this, but I do like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hopefully team didn't fall asleep. And those were some exciting matches, so they shouldn't have. The team should have been watching closely. Okay, team is ready. Had some time to rest, had some time to watch his opponent.
Yep.
Let's get this draft on screen.
Yep. So, remind me, if Tim wins, he wins. If Berserk wins, we're going to go on to another best of 5, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, while they do the draft, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Sure, fair enough. I can handle it. Ready for draft. Berserk says 1 minute. Also fair enough. We've got some really cool battles so far in the tournament. I'm really looking forward to recording videos from replays of them, doing some cool editing. But it takes a lot of time, so please stick with me. For now, you can just watch this. Whether you're watching it live or through a replay. And if you're watching through a replay, you're probably skipping. Well, maybe you want to see how the draft's played out. Especially if you're a participant. Alright. Dwarfs as the first ban. Probably team saying that they were used to great effect. And then there we go. Finally, somebody bans team's 2 most picked and played factions, Greenskins and Lizardmen. Berserk taking notes what his opponent is playing and banning those straight away. We have Warriors of Chaos, potential vampire counts pick, or any other undead faction. Just please no pirates, they suck. Berserk played quite a lot of Khorne, but then Khorne is not that strong of a faction. Team already has defeated Berserk's Khorne. Nurgle. Well, he did bring that twice and won with it twice. So has a good track record of it. Good on team to ban that. Kislev banned at the end, and now Ogre Kingdoms have slipped through. Instant pick, then Tzeentch, again top tier pick after the patch, followed by Norsca, which are a great counter to Ogre Kingdoms. That is a very, very good draft already. Grand Cathay, another buffed faction. They've got all the buffed factions out of the way. 2 of them have been picked, 1 of them have been banned, and followed by Beastmen, another top tier pick. Which also have been buffed by the patch because they got access to Tsangors and Elemental Beast of the Forest or something like that. No, Elemental Incarnate.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Kist of Monster. Now Vampire counts as Warriors of Chaos are off. The Berserk knows that the best counter is off. Also Dwarfs. So 2 classical Vampire... Well, classical one. 1 classical, 1 new one. Counter to Vampire counts are off the battlefield. Or off the draft.
Yep.
Off the table. There we go. So Vampire counts, good pick up there. Recognizing that the counters are gone and picking the faction. Maybe followed by more undead. No, this is Bretonnia. Still, one of the best factions. I haven't seen that much success, I guess. Let's see what teams go for. Could be Empire. I haven't really seen any Skaven yet. Dark Elves, some possibility. Wood Elves. I'm thinking Wood Elves. Tomb Kings. So one of the undead. Wood Elves, Dark Elves, pretty good pickups here. Empire possibly, maybe High Elves. Maybe Chaos Dwarfs. Empire in the end.
Interesting.
And Berserk with Khorne. Classic last pick. Nobody's picking that away from him.
Yep.
We'll see if he can use that to as good a fight as against High Elves before. But last time he used that against him, he lost. I don't remember which faction he was facing though. Alright, team picks first. So definitely not pick Ogre Kingdoms as long as Norsca is a possibility. And same for Berserk, I would keep Norsca around as long as Ogre Kingdoms aren't picked. To keep that counter alive.
Yep.
Empire, very well known all-rounder faction, can go for many different styles. Beastmen, very straightforward, favorite playstyle of team. Which is infantry followed by monstrous infantry. Tomb Kings also have that available. Go on.
Has Tzeentch lost in this tournament ever?
In this one?
Yeah. I think they have 100% win rate.
From what we've seen at least.
Yeah, yeah. Damn.
Well, will be very interesting to see that after the tournament, after we go through every single match and see every single result.
Yep, I'm gonna be doing the stats, and I'm very curious to see that because I remember Tzeentch being commonly picked, but also having low win rate. Okay, Tomb Kings.
Well, in the previous tournament, as we mentioned, Tzeentch was picked 4 times and lost every single battle. So
yes,
quite
exactly.
quite a turnaround.
Just 1 unit. 1 unit.
Well, Sangers are also very popular.
Oh, true.
But I've seen an ongoing debate whether it's Sangers or Forsaken are better.
I mean, I think Tzeentch really needed a unit like
Okay,
Zangors.
Khorne immediately.
Okay, natural rivals.
Yeah, I thought maybe vampire counts, undead versus undead. Would be cool.
Okay.
Skipping vampire counts for something else. And Tim is picking Sea of Claws. I don't remember exactly which map that is, but I guess I'm going to remember once I see it in the lobby, which has to be hosted. Or maybe I'll host, get kicked, and then rejoin. Yeah, I'll host. There we go. Sea of Claws. Wait. Oh, crossing the Sea of Claws. Okay. That's the one. Okay. I know it is. Which one it is. Quite a lot of choke points, but the choke points aren't that choky. They're quite wide. You would need 2 units to cover most of them. Some of them are
Also,
1 unit wide.
Could you make a spectator slot?
I did. Password is 303. How did you not know that? It's the password to the tournament.
I didn't ask about the password, I asked for the spectator slot.
No, I was talking about what Berserker wrote.
Oh.
Tomb Kings versus Khorne. Khorne uses a counter. So Tomb Kings, they have those 2 famous regiments of renown that are just always picked. I think I didn't see them picked once, and then they lost. So yeah, talking obviously about the Great Bows of Shapti, Regiment of Renown. Don't remember how it's called. And the other is Spectral. I don't know. Those construct snake medusas thing that shoot lasers. Yeah, they're very good anti-large options. Just snipe generals and whatnot. Well, if Khorne brings Valkia, which is the most likely, she is fairly small, so it will be difficult to nail her down, but still possible. The Great Bows are pretty great at clearing out the infantry. They have a very cool effect of where the arrows explode just above their target and shower them with shrapnel. And then we have Nekehara Warriors. I think that's what they're called. Mid-tier anti-infantry. They don't have armor piercing, but against Khorne they don't really need it. And you would still expect Minotaurs, quite a lot of them. And yeah, Tomb Kings have quite a lot of anti-large options. They have just regular skeleton spearmen. They have Tomb Guards, which are anti-large, I believe, as well. And armor piercing, they have halberds. And those aforementioned specular something. Snake constructs. Such as and such. Thermopylae, Magfin, Vesuv, Govia, Chaiban, Seki. Arena. Still imagining those tournaments with the Arena. So cool. Character loading is on, but doesn't matter, they're not gonna load any character, so that's fine. Such a shame you cannot save legendary lords like that. That would be cool. I wanted to do that, thinking could. Actually, I think it was possible back then because I remember Legend of Total War video where he did like 20 Sisters of Slaughter or something. Sisters of Slaughter, of Twilight. Sisters of Slaughter are a Dark Elven unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could just go into a campaign, save them, and then load them into your campaign somehow, and you could just have 20 of them. But that would be cool to just do like a random, less serious tournament with character loading, and the people just go into campaigns and could summon their campaign.
No.
I mean, obviously,
No.
that would be cool.
No.
Like you could have Kolek with, instead of 6,000 mass, you could have him with like 15,000.
Yeah, that is just... The game is already unbalanced enough.
Let them on dream. Why are you such a spoil sport?
Buzzkill.
Killjoy. I'm just saying it would be cool.
Because these tournaments take time and effort to organize, like those making the threads and stuff. God, the first time is tough. I wish I knew exactly how to link those.
Yeah, we have
I
been
ended
scarred.
up typing them out. Yeah. But anyway.
Well, anyway, we're waiting for Team and Berserk to get their armies ready.
So Khorne and Tomb Kings, in campaign, these guys can fight very early.
Yep.
So that's pretty interesting.
But if he brings Valkyrie, then not very early. I mean,
Yes.
there are exiles of Nehek or whatever, which are close by. Is it Nehek? No. Exiles of something.
No, you're right, Exiles and Nehek.
Nehek?
Nehek.
Hey, Berserk is ready. I think for the first time he's ready first. Come on, Tim. Actually, since Khorne prefers stacking Minotaurs behind his Marauders, lots of choke points might should play in his favor. Because he wants shorter front line. And he can use the choke points, like these terrain features, to go around with Flesh Hounds and possibly find some flanks. But on the other hand, those choke points could easily get plaqued. So no flanking. We'll see. In this matchup, I don't think
we'll see.
the map particularly favors either one of them. Definitely not such a strong case as last time of Bretonnia versus Dwarfs.
Yep.
Bretonnia were picked as a counter to Dwarfs. So it's not really that the map countered them that much. Or rather, well, if Britannia picks some different units, maybe. As the Pegasus Knights we mentioned so many times. But it's not like it would solve all the issues. Also, he didn't bring the armor-piercing infantry as well. He brought the regular shitty men-at-arms and then foot squires. Instead of the armor-piercing men-at-arms. Anyway, we do have Tomb Guards. 4 of them even. Okay. So 4 Tomb Guards, 2 Skeleton Spearmen, some Horsemen, Archers, Skeleton Horse Archers or whatever, an artillery piece, and 2 Great Bows and Granhir van Cathay, just to cast cheap spells, I imagine. And Valkia, 2 Cultists, Minotaurs, Chaos Knights, nice. And then Warriors of Chaos and 4 Marauders, one of them with dual weapons.
Yep.
I would expect more Minotaurs in the reinforcements. Kind of surprised by Warriors of Chaos. They'll just bring more Marauders. Let's see, 11 units in reinforcements, so still quite an elite force there, probably. 14 units in reinforcements for Tomb Kings. And I would expect some Nekhara Warriors. This is a very good army, a very good unit. Tomb Guard with Halberds being deployed in force. Probably expecting quite a lot of Minotaurs. So far only one. But they're also okay against regular infantry. Chaos Warriors of Khorne with 110 armor, that armor piercing from the halberds will come in handy against those. Not so much against the regular murders. Those are cultists on foot.
Yep.
It's fair enough. Just get into infantry engagement, start fighting, and rack up 60 seconds of fighting for Gate of Khorne. Or 120. But it was 60.
Devoted legion of killers.
120.
I ask you to fight. I am telling you to fight.
Ooh, artillery piece. Wait, it's just 4 of them. Yeah, Grey Bows already have range on Chaos Knights of Khorne. There's a high value unit that if they start losing health with, it'll be a bad trade. Nice, 69.
Yep.
Yeah, already 100 value on them. And artillery hit also landing in the middle of it. Yeah, already down by quarter health.
Yeah.
And, well, are these Corsairs gonna cut out?
They're just gonna...
Oh, very nice. A Spear of Sleipnir.
Oh, that was nice.
2 Tomb Guards being hit. No, one of
Yeah,
them.
that's 400 value right there.
They already bring it back, and Nine's just charging into mostly the skeleton spearmen and some horse archers. So they might want to retreat because they're fighting in literally an uphill battle against them.
Holding them for the Minotaurs to arrive. And the cultists.
Yeah, but the Minotaurs should arrive together with some infantry.
Yeah.
Well, Cultists can provide infantry in 2 minutes. Artillery kind of missing into the faraway targets. There's everything committed down the middle. Like, they don't care about 3 or 1. Just completely ignored. Now, Chaos Furies of Khorne being summoned, possibly to dive onto the ranged units. But there's still plenty of pipeline that can deal with it. And yeah, Minotaurs are just diving into 2 units of Tomb Guard with halberds. That is not going to go well for them. They're absolutely getting wrecked. Just demolished. Half HP gone already. Yeah, those Tomb Guards are wrecking very nice value already. And the Minotaurs, very much not so.
Yep.
I think this is just a straight up blunder. Like, commit cultists,
I agree.
for sure.
Yeah,
Single
exactly.
entity infantry.
But not sure.
Yeah.
Knights.
And 2 very high value units already gone. Artillery landing with very nice shots into the blob. I don't think the blobbing is the way to go at all in here.
Yep. Yep. I have to agree with the artillery
also an
and
uphill
shopkeeping
battle
over
as
there.
well.
Yeah. They will. They'll have tremendous advantage.
Yeah, I said Khorne would like a shorter front line, but not that short.
Yeah.
Well, artillery has been taken out by the Khorne Furies somehow.
Well, the Ushapti, on the other hand, have racked up 1,400 value already. So that is massive. They should have been intercepted way before the artillery.
I guess. Didn't take a look at how much artillery had the value. The
Yeah,
other
they
was Ushapti
had-
just 200 though. That Regiment of Renown is just so much better than the regular ones.
So much better.
Well, point number 3 is being capped by some random Marauders. Point number 1 will be captured by the units that rallied. And now Blooded is being summoned, one of them top of the Ushapti with great bows.
Mhm.
That's a pretty
Yep.
good target to summon them on.
That's a great target, yeah.
And another one's just in the thick of it, on top of Nekahara Horsemen, Skeleton Spearmen, and Force Archers that just run away. Valkia diving down into Necrotect and Chosen of Ushapti. And here's the Restore, so you can heal those constructs. That is still chasing down the Ushapti with great bows.
Interesting.
The cult is doing okay in
Chaos
there.
Knights that retreated, now they're grabbing point 1.
Yeah.
Those 2 units that retreated, grabbing point 1. Not too bad. I mean, I think it's a good strategy. I think, as you said, the lines were a little bit too short that allowed them to free fire as much as they wanted. So now, the Ushapti Regiment of Renown is at 2k value.
Yeah, alternative strategy, like, these are pretty big obstacles in the middle. They could have just hidden themselves from that artillery and Ushaptis. Wait for them to go out in the middle and then try to collapse on them.
Yep.
But they chose to fight an uphill battle. And now took it down.
Yep.
They do have a triple cap, because team just refuses to ever capture points early on.
Mm-hmm.
So did Berserk.
Yes, like those points were unlocked and open for quite a while.
That was a cool Blood Shrine of Khorne animation.
Yep. Yeah, the Blood Shrine of Khorne is a really cool unit.
The Thor is overrated, but this time it's not a Halberd variant. And the regular one isn't even anti-infantry, it's nothing, it's just regular damage.
Yep.
Kind of sad compared to Graveguard of Vampires that is anti-large. Sorry, anti-infantry.
Yep.
Ooh, that's a lot of skeletons being thrown around. Yeah, 300 value already. And just started fighting. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Valkia with 1.3 value. Let's see. She already used the Spear of Slopnir twice. Yeah, I remember that early in the game. Ushapti with great bows though. 2k value and still firing, but almost out of ammunition.
2200 value. They alone have generated roughly 1/3 of the value generated for the entire faction.
Yup. That is extremely powerful unit.
Yes. Very.
Very good
In fact-
reason why they're always picked.
Yeah.
Yeah, well the laser sniping snakes, for the lack of a better description of them, they're not always being brought. The Ushapti with Great Bows Regiment of Renown is always being brought.
Yes, absolutely.
And the Ultimate is back. No, it's not. Just Ultimate pieces are just left here. And the Ushapti with Great Bows are just around them.
Yep.
Well, 5 minutes away until... Ooh, okay, pretty good sort of cane, hitting 4 to 5 units.
Yep.
Maybe up to 6.
1300 on Valkia.
That brought the
Well,
value a
Ushapti with
little
great
bit, but still not.
bows have just
nice.
run out of ammunition. So that's quite interesting. Is he going to send them into melee? I think he will. Yes, he is.
Kind of weird, just
And,
unsummon them, get half the value back, hello?
Oh, you know, they are pretty decent in melee. Their melee stats are bad, but not horrible.
30, 44, not bad. 65 damage though is kind of low for
Yeah,
large
for a
entities.
large unit, yeah.
They usually are at around 100, so it's just half of it.
Yeah, even trolls have like 100.
Okay, Tomb King's finally stepping on both points number 1 and 2. Point number 3 still largely ignored. Actually, team will need a triple cap to win,
Yep.
at least for a while. But I see no reason why he wouldn't get it.
Well, yeah, he has currently at 5 minutes.
Yeah, and 3k value advantage.
Yep.
So,
Think totally doable.
I mean, Berserk will just need to do a last stand on top of point number 3. She seems to be doing, but also it's a faraway point, difficult to reinforce.
Yes.
Point number 1 would be fairly or way easier to reinforce.
He will need a triple cap, you're right. He will need a triple cap for a few minutes.
Or just break Berserk's spirits and make him surrender. That's always an option.
Yep.
I guess he's committing Valkyria into Skeleton Force Archers. Marauders and Warhounds being summoned, or Fleshhounds? Fleshhounds of Khorne. And Minotaurs are going to run Tomb Guard with Halberds and the regular Tomb Guard. Halberds isn't very numerous, supported by Fleshhounds, so all large, just running into anti-large unit. I guess they're just using as a screen for Minotaurs to be able to retreat.
Yep.
But those Tomb Guards are just ever present, they're everywhere. So no matter where those Minotaurs go, they'll have to face them. Now they elected to face a full unit with 2 Chevrons rather than a half depleted unit.
Yep.
Or rather, almost
And
depleted
yeah,
unit.
Tim currently has 3k more value on Berserk, so that's gonna be a tough comeback for Berserk. Very tough.
He's only going to snowball ever further.
Yep.
Really nice counter pick for Tomb Guards with Halberds.
Yeah, and also I would say
Expected the
one of the
Minotaurs.
biggest blunders was letting those Ushapti with great bows, the Legend Rover now, to fire so easily. Like,
Actually, I was a little bit
Valkyrie
surprised,
ship,
but maybe it's given how they are. They have those exploding arrows, so maybe the way it's coded is just explodes and goes towards the unit. Because when you're firing down the slope, it's kind of difficult to shoot units that are also fighting in melee with your archers, or with your units.
Yeah.
Because it's just such a small target because of how the arrow trajectory is. But I think it's fantasy, laws of physics don't apply.
True.
Well, they're slowly playing out. Point number 3
Yep.
still in control. I mean, we are really huffing hopium at the moment for Berserker, I guess.
Yeah.
Because realistically,
Pretty much just
no way he
working.
wins.
Yep. Let's see how big of a value advantage can Tim put. Currently,
He's
roughly
not gonna
at
break any
4,000.
records in here. Like, we've seen a match, I think it was Karg vs Crisis, that just went 2k versus like 12.
Oof. Yeah.
That was such a one-sided stomp. And
Yep,
somehow
this-
that wasn't the All Archers battle.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Well-
artillery.
Tim still needs the 3rd point,
Explosions are cool.
but it's only a matter of time at this point. Well, let's see. It's still chance for a blunder. And he has 6 minutes to wait. Tim is on summoning his lord.
Okay, broke the rules.
Tim has just unsummoned his lord. Okay, well that is interesting. And I think he done it by accident because his lord was at full health.
He's probably run out of Winds of Magic, so it was like, no need him.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sword of Khorne! Now he's only 5k behind.
Yes, but like, what do we do? So, does the Tim automatically gets the loss?
Kinda.
Oh my.
That is a blunder. The only way to lose the batch or the battle.
Oh my god, I was
break
telling
the
just
rules.
literally as I said, there's still chance for a blunder, unsummons Lord.
Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, he summoned 2 units of artillery. That artillery could land some very bad shots of friendly fire. Maybe then.
I was thinking he would forget.
Oh, there we
to
go.
get the...
Here they are.
What?
Sepulchral Stalkers.
Now, wait a second. So
And they're sniping Valkyr.
we do have the rules written out, right? The like
Obviously,
the
yes.
unsummoning the Lord will give you a loss is a written out rule. I just want to be sure before we give somebody a loss in the grand final.
Let me read that for you.
Yes, please. You do that, I'll commentate the match because there's still 4 minutes left and the point 3 is not being contested.
I mean, it battle rules. In case players notice mistake, blah blah. It is forbidden to unsummon lords. It doesn't say what the punishment is, but losing the match, losing the battle,
Yes.
is the smallest punishment.
Yeah.
And then later we have arbitration, warnings, forfeiting a battle, forfeiting a match, disqualifications, bans from future SUNTZU tournaments. So I guess a warning is the least we could do, actually.
I think a warning might be a.
And fine, he unsummoned it at the very end,
Yeah.
while he was already
And at full
massively
health.
winning.
And at full health.
Who gets the most value?
And at full health. Well, let's see if he can take the point in the next 3 minutes. You know, there's a tiny, tiny chance that Khorne might still win.
Nah, he's like, what? 2 barely alive units on top of the point.
Yeah.
Well, somehow that is still more weight than what Tomb Kings have put in.
Yep.
Probably because it's mostly cavalry.
Yep. Wait a minute, where's Valkia? Is Valkia dead?
She got sniped by the
The spitters, right?
Sepulchral Stalkers. Ready, fire.
Okay, one final stand for Khorne for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
The Bloodshrine of Khorne is making its way over. Friendly fire.
Friendly fire again. One direct hit, one friendly fire. The value is like the capture weight is keep going back and forth. Oh, that's blood letters. Ta-da, blood letters.
Do they actually count with their capture weight if they're summoned?
I do not know.
I don't know, it flipped for a second, but yeah, it's difficult to say whether they affect it or not. Well, capture weight is going in favor of Tomb Kings now.
Yep, 1 minute and 40
It's
seconds.
going up and
This
down,
isn't
but
good.
it's consistently on Tomb King's side.
Yep.
So what the hell are these units doing all the way over here? By preventing a sneak up?
Yeah, looks like it.
Ooh, Chaos Fury's flying unit.
Okay, he realized what's going on. And he, bringing in a cap in that 3rd point.
Yeah, it is gonna get capped.
Yeah.
But what if it was capped with bare minimum of unsummoning the Lord?
Yeah, okay, so I think we agree we're gonna give him a warning.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'll post it.
He also did that in the previous tournament.
Yes, so I think it's a force of habit.
Right. Final warning for him. Okay, so Tomb Kings won, Khorne lost. Surprisingly close at the end.
Yeah. Unexpected blunder. But you know what? Yeah, that would be unfair if we gave him a match loss. So I'm glad we agreed on warning.
Battle loss.
Yes, battle loss. So what are we at right now? 2-0?
No, that was the first battle.
Oh, that was the first battle, sorry. We had so many, they're all kind of blurring together.
Well, Berserk is now picking his faction. Why is Bro showing up when I'm talking BER? What is LD? Oh, leadership. Yeah, that's logical. How did I not see that? That LD stands for leadership. Well, because Berserker's the we know he's thinking about his faction pick.
Yeah.
At least we know he didn't go AFK, I guess.
True.
Okay, vampire counts. I think this is a good time to bring out Ogre Kingdoms. Finish W.
Yep.
Vampire counts don't have that many anti-large options. No ranged units. Only pretty much Skeleton Spearmen. And then all the way up there, Blood Knights. Which cost 1.7k, I believe. Yeah, out of all the factions that team has available, Ogre Kingdoms do seem like the most slam dunk. And then you're avoiding Ogre Kingdoms versus Norsca mismatch.
Yes.
So let's see if team understands the metagame. Unless he's cooking something else. Empire. Okay. I'm thinking about it, I think Empire is a much worse matchup in the Vampire accounts than Ogre Kingdoms are. Grove of Slaughter. Finally.
All right.
Very heavily forested map. Although it's mostly on the sides, but point in the middle is right in the center of a forest. So that would provide an ability for the vampires to hide from missile units and artillery. Alright, Vampire Co's accounts versus the Empire.
All right.
Would you bring a Sunmaker in here? Can do a lot of damage to
Good
a Vampire
question.
blob, but there is a forest right in the center.
Yeah.
So I really like what Berserk is doing. Like when team picked a map, didn't really favor any of them either way, but Berserk, it's third time in a row and he picks a map and it's a direct counter to the enemy faction. So definitely props for him for that. He really understands the metagame. Showing that deservedly so, he is in the finals. As long as he can back it up with skills on the battlefield, could defeat the team. Our reigning champion as well, from the previous tournament. Defending his title. But I feel like reigning champion is a little bit too much. Like if you won an entire season, then sure.
Yeah.
No, it just says one victory, like a one Grand Prix victory. I really wish they would select their armies faster. I would expect such experienced players just to have a shit ton of builds ready.
Yep.
It's like, okay, this is my build of Vampire Counts versus Empire.
You know, I
Loaded.
did have that, and it had one massive drawback. Every time there was a new patch,
Yeah,
you
obviously.
have to update them all. So you end up spending like an entire day.
You can load them and then just slightly adjust them, I guess.
Yeah, it's still bureaucratic work. I still think it's worth it, but it is a very big.
But if you had to have that, like for every single faction versus every single faction, that's 24 times 24.
Yep. Yep. Correct.
Well, you could have like a Vampire Counts build versus a ranged faction versus a melee faction versus a large entity faction.
True. Actually, I can tell you the exact answer for that because this is a conundrum that players have been dealing with for the past, 30 years in Magic the Gathering. So the solution is this. You have a generic counters against like different faction types. And then you have specific counters to meta picks. And that is how you do it.
Yeah, Berserker's ready, faster than Tim.
Yep. So, yeah, that's the solution. There's like a sort of a middle ground.
Come on, team, stop thinking, start fighting.
Okay, Khorne.
Well, Khorne lost last battle.
Yes. I'm saying those who Shabti were the MVP. And it should've
Just a
been-
correlation between who picks his army longer wins. Please don't make it a contest of who builds
Please
their army
don't.
longer.
Please don't.
We need the opposite trend.
God.
So I'm rooting for Berserk. He readies up faster.
Okay.
Just because of that,
The
I'm rooting for
emotional
him.
support.
Yep. Totally unbiased cast.
I mean,
need to
I
persuade as well.
personally always root for the underdog.
I mean, who's the underdog really here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've met in the first round. It's 2-0 then, but... Okay, Balthasar Geld versus Manfred Karstein. We have the Starsman, Passive for Generation, another Graveguard, another one with the great weapons, and then a bunch of zombies, some Skeleton Spearmen to do anti-large. Lots of fire damage and charge impact on the side of Empire. And we have a big ass forest in the middle. But then again, you need 2 points to win. So they will need to venture out of the forest. We'll see how that plays out. But a good Skeleton Spearman on top of a point, on a side point, and then the more vulnerable units in the middle. So Stearnsmen will be vulnerable to fire damage from the Knights of the Blazing Sun. But that's about it. And at least Knights of the Blazing Sun are easy to say, not like Orc boy
Yes.
begins boys, I don't know.
Blah, 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 blah.
So many short
Exactly,
B words. It's like
Yes. Guys, not everybody is
Orc,
British, okay?
boar, boys, biggins.
Big und.
Is that what
God,
it's called?
just saying it makes me dumber.
Biggins is like, are you Welsh? I don't know what the accent would be. Are Greenskins just Welsh people?
I think they're supposed to have the specific, like a British hooligan accent.
Makes
I think
sense.
that's what it's supposed to be.
Makes sense. Okay, at least they have deployed fast. So Vampire accounts probably just going for the middle.
Yep. I mean, we'll see.
What are they? Okay, Flagellants, okay, good against the low armor targets.
Yep, very good.
Immune to psychology. But Knights of the Blazing Sun, like, I would understand 1 or 2, but 4? Okay, Balthasar Geld. He has Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. And Mental Shifting. Manfred has Fedobuna, Doom and Darkness, Invocation of the Hack, Raise Dead, and Wind of Death. 5 spells. That is so uncommon.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
3
very
is much.
strange. Yeah. I mean, Balthazar Gelt has Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. That's it.
Outriders with grain launchers. Yeah,
Which,
two
again, makes
is
a
pretty
lot of
much
sense.
standard. 3 is okay, you're pushing it, but 5 spells?
Yeah, Plague of Rust makes a lot of sense considering
I would definitely
the
have to
Vampire Tier
raise
1
that.
units.
And you
The
could
Tier
raise
1
that on top
units,
of a unit. Like if Manfred was on Dragon, and we had a Sunmaker here. But I think this map just denies Sunmaker. Like, it doesn't make sense to
Yeah,
bring it
it
here.
does. It does, yeah.
But
It's
yeah,
true.
if you had an artillery piece or just a unit, a ranger in the background, just fly over there with Manfred and just cast zombies on top of it.
Yep.
But as a girl, scouting. Oh. Ooh, big boom. Outriders with grenade launchers.
Yeah, yep.
And that's of the Blazing
Decent,
Sun, probably gonna go for a
25%.
quick charge. No, noping
Nope,
out because
nope,
of the
nope.
spearman.
Another volley, that's mostly a miss.
Yeah, mostly dodged. They've brought another unit. Yeah, that's 0 value, 89 value. Oh, now there is a big blob to shoot at. And
Yep,
a spell
yep.
is being cast. Fate of Buna.
Mhm.
On Outriders with grenade launchers. So the cheaper unit,
Damn.
but it's definitely more scary.
Yeah, but it is doing a lot of damage actually. 50%.
Yeah, didn't kill a single model though, but enough to rout them. But they'll return.
It actually
Wait, is it
killed a
actually
few
wiping them
models.
out? Yeah, just now.
Yeah,
Shattered!
Yeah.
Wow.
shattered. Okay, everything bad I said about Fate of Buna, I take it back.
No, it must have been overcast, I think. Well, White Kings also have their Scapscraft, which is a powerful breath ability. Each of them have 3 casts,
Right.
so 6 in total. That can be pretty brutal. So Vampire Counts obviously have taken point number 1, point number 2, point number 1 and 3 side points, and control of the Empire. So, as I said, early Vampire Counts will need to venture out and start capping a side point, which is
Yep.
what they're doing.
Quite so.
Although Graveguards inside the forest, don't think that's a good idea. But 3 units of Graveguard in there, 2 Skeleton Spearmen committed towards point number 1. I'm not sure about the
Yeah.
overall deployment of the Vampire forces, but we have
Yeah,
some
this is
engagements
not
going
good.
on. Knights of the Blazing Sun going for a quick charge into zombies, just farming some free damage.
Yeah, I'll probably move those spearmen to point 2.
And we have Husband.
Point 1 is clearly a goner, and those
Dire Pack.
units. Yeah, the
Anti-Large
Flagellants and the
chasing away the Knights of the Blazing Sun.
Mhm.
If they can
Yep.
get a good charge against them, they would be wiped out. And now they're switching to Hunters, Huntsmen.
Yep.
Really good, really good. Now Knights of the Blazing Sun are turning around, but that charge is not going to be effective.
And then
Well-
comes in the Crypt Horrors.
Oh, Crypt Cores. Yeah, that's a very good unit. Crypt
Yep.
Ghouls. Or Crypt Cores.
Nope, this is Horrors. Knights of the Blazing Sun got stopped dead in their tracks, attacked by a Skeleton Spearman
Oh, I
and
see.
Manfred. Oh, now they're completely surrounded.
Yeah, so Crypt Horrors are weak to fire. So getting Knights of the Blazing Sun against them is the good, correct choice, good use of them.
Yep,
Sternsmen will also be vulnerable to fire due to their regeneration. Where is it?
yep.
Oh, that's a Tithe. That's a Sternsman. Oh, here it is. Oh, Troyes with grenade launchers are being caught out in the middle by Vargeists. Also Searing Doom being called. Well, onto zombies, so not very good use of them. Crypt
No, I don't
Horrors
think it is.
going back and healing up a little bit.
Right.
They were routed? Oh, they're routed, they're undead. And there's no hammer in here. Yeah, lots of blobs in here, so Balthazar should just start spamming. Oh, Wind of Death. No, not Wind of Death. That's the ability from White, and that just wiped the Flagellants. They have 0 armor,
Yep.
so that was devastating.
Ooh,
It is not
yeah,
armor
Wind of
piercing,
Death.
but it is fire and magical damage.
Yep. Yep. Now we just had another Fate of Buna
Yeah, I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it.
dropped on the Knights of the Blazing Sun. So they are losing their models very quickly.
Oh, Balzac just miscast. There's the Overcast Searing Doom on top of Sturdsman. And some zombies, and some zombies, and some direwolves.
Yep.
And on
Ghouls
Grand
are
Lodge on top of that.
engaged with the free company militia. Oh, they just chased the Knights of the Blazing Sun out of the battlefield. And the dogs are now attacking the free company militia. Manfred says, I'm done with this place. And on to the next one. So this is a great engagement over here.
Yeah,
The
Scottish
Empire is
Spirit
unable
with
to hold the
Flagellants
ground.
at point number 1. I still have no idea what the hell that engagement is all about. Criticals now being summoned, maybe they can tip it in their favor and maybe point number 1 would be flipped, but I would, if I were Vampire, I would just focus entirely on point number 2 and 3. Which is under their
exactly.
control now, just hold on to
I mean,
it.
they are winning. Yeah, they are winning. They can just hold that.
Yeah, in terms of value, it is advantage Empire though. And a lot of
Yes.
units are now getting routed and crumbled.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
Empire is turning tide. Although White Kings going very strong.
Now, with that said, though,
Empire
we
doesn't
do
have
not
much
know
against them.
how much of that value got wiped out by regeneration. So there is a bit of that deception. Now, what we're seeing though is White King not doing anything. Finally, they start moving. So
Healing has brought like 300 value so far. Great Guard
Balthasar's
being
trying to
searing
take-
them.
too.
Yeah, there's Great Guard up there fighting some spearmen, so they should do fine. But Balthasar is providing and tipping that capture rate in their favor.
Yep.
Some more Great Guard with great weapons are
Yes.
coming in, and then Crypt Ghouls, which is a faster unit, is sneaking through the forest towards point 1. That's why I really like this map. You can just do plays like that.
Yes.
Summon the Crypt Ghouls from Vanguard, and just tiptoe your way onto the point.
Yep.
Do a sneaky backup.
Yeah, and just Crypt Ghouls is a great unit in and of itself.
Yep. Providing poison.
Cheap,
being fast,
poison,
cheap, yep.
Vanguard. Yeah. I
Pretty
mean,
much
I
everything you
personally
want.
prefer Crypt Horrors for the regeneration and stuff, but you know what? These
Why
guys
not
are
both?
no joke. Yeah, why not both? Actually, yes. I remember there was an old build with Vampire Coast against Greenskins and Skaven that was composed of that. Yeah,
Yep.
just Crypt Ghouls.
Zinth's
plus the
Reichsguard
ghosts.
being summoned. So Empire is also putting quite a large force in the forest. I mean, okay, 2-3 company militia, that's cheap, but then we have the Reichsguard Regiment of Renown pushing
Yes.
towards point number 3. It's still under
Yeah,
Vampire control. We also have Demigryph Knights with Halberds being summoned.
You know
and
what we are
they're
seeing
going to target
here,
the White Kings.
What we are seeing here is just players taking advantage of their knowledge of the map, of meta information, because
for them.
this woods will have direct line of sight on point 3. So
Yeah,
that
point
would
number
be
1
very
being
bad for
flipped,
the
about to
vampires.
be captured. Nothing there to counter. Flagellants just chase down some other Crypt Ghouls. And
Those
point
Crypt
number
Ghouls
2
actually
is being
did-
brought back in control of Vampires, although they never lost the
did take
control.
out the Flagellants.
Yeah, well played by Berserker, and value is also crawling back towards his favor. Still, Tim,
Yes.
slight advantage, but
Slight advantage.
he's losing the advantage he worked out earlier.
Yep.
Crane rates summoned as well. Not going to chase after the free company militia, electing to fight on top of point number 3, as
Yep.
there is a threat of just losing that. They lack some infantry on top of there. I mean, Crane rates are infantry, but
Yep.
some more infantry.
I know what you mean.
And now we have the Königstein Stalker Skeleton Warriors
Stein Stalkers, yeah.
going up of point number 2,
Yep.
which is not much of a threat, but there are some spearmen pushing in.
Exactly. They add
Still
some
nothing going towards
capture
point number
weight.
1. Also,
And you know,
Cryptos are
every
healing because they have
second-
stock.
Yep. Every second they hold this this balance of power, they're increasing their chances of winning.
Yeah, and the battle is really close. Value now literally equal.
Yeah. But what is not equal is the point wise, so 3 minutes. I mean, I do not expect Vampire Coast to hold all 3 points throughout this 3 minutes, but it's definitely buying them a lot of
The White Kings are also doing super well.
Khorne Wraiths just got hit with Searing Doom.
I think they mostly
That's
dodged
the
it though.
damage.
Oh, Wind
Yeah,
of
they
Death.
did.
With a
There
death on
it
top of free
comes.
component militia, is actually going to bounce back off the wall and hit them again,
Oh.
and into crane raids.
It's again raids. Well, you know what? It did more damage to the free company militia, and they routed. So I
Well,
think that's
Berserk clearly didn't play Billard or Pool.
clearly. Absolutely. So yeah, 3 minutes. Well, looks like we got an assault on point 2.
Yeah, some units thinking of Flagellants and Spearmen with Shields against Crypt Ghouls.
Personally,
Well, Vampire
I'm
counts
not-
have enough units there to hold it
Yes.
and summon some reinforcements. Yeah,
And
Crypt
we
Ghouls are
also
coming
saw
in and even more.
Ghouls are able to put up a very
And
good
werewolves.
fight against those flagellants.
Yep, they do have slightly higher weapon damage, 40, plus provide poison.
Yes, and yeah, that poison reduces the weapon damage of those flagellants, and they have very low melee defense.
And
In
no
fact,
armor.
it's like half. So yeah, and no armor.
Yeah, feels like Crypt Ghouls are kind of the direct counter.
Exactly.
Now another Searing Doom, but mostly missing.
Well, let's not forget that 10 armor
Yeah.
Crypt Ghouls have, I think, is just tipping the scales in their favor. Like
Yeah.
that little
They're just-
little factor.
They just have better stats. Anyway,
Yep.
Outriders with grenade launchers are just shooting into a forest and just not able
Yeah,
to do much.
very
Like
bad.
we see a lot of explosions just
bad.
being held back by trees. So again, just showing off how Berserk again picked a very
Yes.
good map for himself.
Yes, he absolutely did. Absolutely did, and that was a great move.
And now we
The
can
Point of
finally
Rust.
see what he's capable of when he's just not memeing and actually bringing proper
Yes.
Trico builds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Like, this is the type of battle we wanted to see.
Some spell being
know,
cast.
both
Oh, he
players
brought
at their
zombies
best.
on top of Outriders with grenade launchers. Nice.
Aha.
Tying them back, but they're
Yeah,
just gonna run away.
prevent them from firing. Yeah, of
I
course.
guess.
What else are they gonna do? You know,
Oh no,
otherwise they're gonna get caught.
Otherwise they would shoot zombies.
Is that any
We
better?
can't have that.
Exactly. Not to mention these are summoned zombies, so they're going to deteriorate very fast. But regardless, I think Berserk takes this one.
Yeah.
50 seconds.
They have 2 minutes for themselves.
Assuming the point 3 gets flipped and there's a one little sneaky free company militia trying to sneak in. And as I was
Well,
saying,
it
like,
has
that
30
first
seconds to
one-
cap, but I don't know how fast a single unit caps it.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
Also, they will need to do triple sneak cap, and that's not just gonna happen. So yeah, 1-1. It's pretty good. Not a single best of 5 series have gone 3-0. I think all of them actually started 1-1.
Yeah. Oh, is that the case?
I think so.
I think that is the case. We've got 3-2, 3-1. Yeah. Yeah, that is the case. Okay. GG.
I knew it. Unending glory is
At least the ones we've watched, because Crisis was 0-3.
Ah, yes, that's the only one.
But that was the bonus bracket. Hello,
Yeah, that was
Oculus.
the bonus bracket.
Well, like in Red 14, it is 1-1. You won the previous battle. Doom
Mhm.
Kings versus Khorne. Was surprisingly close, even though he got a huge advantage right off the bat.
Yes.
But I just forgot that capture points exist.
Yeah. You know, that's true. Had Berserk not forget about capture points, he would have won.
Yeah, actually, yeah, because he just went for
Absolutely.
point number 2 and just didn't cap the side points.
Yup,
If he
yup.
did, that could have made a difference.
Yes, it would have, because he was 1 minute and 50 seconds away.
Alright, let's bring up the draft. And update it. Empire. Well, lost. Vampire counts 1. See, told ya, should have picked Ogre Kingdoms. I think that will be a slam dunk victory. There's not much Vampire counts can do against them. So now the team lost. I get to say, told you so. Well, now Tim is picking his faction,
Yep.
and all his first 3 picks are left. Well, he can't really pick Ogre Kingdoms because it's the threat of Norsca counter, so he needs to wait for that. So now it's up to between Grand Cathay and Beastmen. If I were him, after losing a battle, I would go comfort zone. Go Beastmen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Beastmen will get countered by Norsca. Thinking about it, Bretonnia and Tzeentch. Tzeentch could do really well against Beastmen, I guess. So that is a possible counter there. Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay would have a hard time against Bretonnia. So Berserker's answer to everything. And Tim, pick Grand Cathay. Let's see if Berserk will go Bretonnia. Tzeentch might be a bad idea because if he goes the Mytholith Beast part or path, Grand Cathay could focus down with Iron Hail Gunners.
Yes.
Like these guys are massive damage dealers. So not necessarily the best of ideas there to go Tzeentch. Norsca I would keep against Ogre Kingdoms. Which leaves Bretonnia.
Mm-hmm.
It also leaves 2 of your strongest factions for last 2 possible battles. But if Berserk wins now, goes to 2-1, you're gonna just pick Norsca. Like, what are you gonna do? Beastmen or Ogre Kingdoms, right? Good matchups for both, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We also seen Tzeentch obliterate Ogre Kingdoms early in the tournament. So actually, Ogre Kingdoms, yeah, they would have difficult time against both Tzeentch and Norsca, which have been picked directly after Ogre Kingdoms have been picked first. Is bringing Bretonnia, as I predicted.
Yep.
Okay, and now Tim has to pick them up. How did that not ping him? What? Nobody saw that. So let's see what maps we have left. Arbiter's Ground, Grave of Aldorf, and Otsuchi Castle.
Mm-hmm. I want to see Otsuchi Castle.
It is a cool map.
But it is. Let's see if we get their
Grave of
map
Aldorf
anyway.
would definitely be disadvantages to Grand Cathay. Although, depends really what they're gonna do, because Grand Cathay no longer has to go like the Harmony route. They could go just melee rush, because they have Jade Lions, or Jet Lions. I mean, they have both, just which one is the one that provides the correct Harmony bonus. So they can just go full melee rush, have full Harmony buffs, which are quite significant. They don't have to worry about defending their ranged units, just to provide Harmony or do some stupid balloons tactics. So, could go Forest team up to limit Bretonnia's capability of using cavalry.
Certainly. I think a map that is forested. It will be tough. It will be tough because both factions can bring a lot of range.
But Otsuchi
Like, when I
Castle
think
has
of
like
Cathay-
forests, or like single trees scattered throughout, it's like kind of forest everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Have they announced what map they're picking?
No.
Not yet, right?
That's why I'm trying to
So
predict
let's
it.
see what they pick.
A Grave of Aldorf, right? It has like a huge round forest, a round point
Yes.
in the middle. So that's probably the better idea over SUNTZU Castle. And Arbitr's Grounds. Oh, it's the one with like a hill in the middle that then turns into a crater plateau. That's the one, but has no forest whatsoever. So definitely not pink. Don't pink Arbitr's Grounds. Okay, SUNTZU Castle. Think Grave of Aldorf would be better, but SUNTZU isn't necessarily the
We'll
worst.
see. I think both of these factions, I mean, I think Cathay is a bit more versatile, and Bretonnia is able to bring in a good infantry corps. So, but here
It
it might not be
depends
necessary
what
with
he wants to
cavalry.
do, right? If he wants to bring ranged units, then I guess SUNTZU Castle is better. But I think
Yes,
against
exactly.
Bretonnia, melee rush in a forested map would be a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Has the choke points as well. Also, Bretonnia's like prolonged melee capabilities aren't very good. Because their infantry is very cheap and routes fast. Doesn't do well. It's just mostly an anvil for cavalry's hammer.
Yep.
And for Faye Enchantress doing her thing. So yeah, I would like to see melee, full melee build from Tim, which is something Cathay needed as well. So DLC doing them some favors, whether they're missing melee heroes, they could use those. And Berserk left. Also, I should switch them up because I'm the one controlling that. Forgot about it. Castle. Where's Berserk going? There he is. And as for Bretonnia, well, pretty much obvious what they're going to bring. Spam of cheap infantry
Yep.
in the main army, lots of cavalry and reinforcements. Because kinda what else? They could bring a shit ton of archers, but why would you do that?
Yeah, no, I don't think that would work.
Especially not against Grand Cathay.
Nope.
Yeah, Jade Warriors, for costing 500, I think they have 80 armor and shields. I don't know if bronze or silver. Probably bronze. It would be crazy if it was silver. And then, as long as they get the harmony modifier, they're super effective. For 500. They're fighting like an upper tier infantry. Besides, you can only take 5 of them. And I have Jade Warriors of Halberds, which are, what is it, 750? 700? Something like that. So there's a little bit on the expensive side, but a bit of armor piercing until large. So, very good against Bretonnia. And yeah, further going into that, ranged units, if Tim brings them, there's just going to be a vulnerability for cavalry. Grand Cathay has some good, cheap cavalry as well. And Tim is ready. And he's not. And just pointing it out, Berserker readied first last time, and he won. Team has stated in Discord that he is ready. But this is not. I'm gonna press ready as well. And so is Berserk. Let's go. Zhao Ming versus King Luen Linker. Very nice. Two legendary lords.
That's gonna
And
be interesting.
Luen backed by a Mage of Life, even though he has passive regeneration of his own. Might as well just regenerate faster. Well, Grand Cathay did bring 5 ranged units. Sadly, not a full melee build. I'm disappointed. But Bretonnia opted for some higher quality infantry.
Mm-hmm.
3 foot squires, 5 battle pilgrims, and some peasant ops for good measure, mid shields, and only 1 grey relic. Usually we would see 2 or 3 to cover a wider front. But I could have picked like 1 or 2 archers. Oh. That is good dropped. God damn it, we had such a good streak. Okay, let's try rehosting. Jimmy's here? Was it not me? Was it Berserk?
Yeah, it was Berserk.
Hmm. I guess sometimes it happens when the wait in the lobby is too long.
That's true. Okay, looks like we're ready and starting.
Damn, Xiaoming looks really angry. Like his eyes are about to pop out.
Maybe it's just constipated.
Very try hard. Well, it is 1-1. Series is wide open. But from the draft, I would give advantage to Berserk. Again, I think team has a good chance of winning this battle. But
Yep.
I would rather see a full melee build. It's gone traditional. Didn't use even a single unit introduced in the DLC.
You know, there is one thing we haven't talked
Maybe
about.
he doesn't
that
have
probably
it.
should. And that is the clan rivalry aspect. VM Militaris versus RTK. That's one of the older rivalries in Total War.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm curious how that's going to change anything. VM, I want to say they're a Russian clan? I don't know. Doesn't matter, let's go.
Roman's here as well. Tuning in for the finals. Just so you know, in the chat, we have 2 minutes of delay. So, if you write something and I don't respond, that's why. Okay, players are getting ready. The Damsel of Life has Dwellers Below and Earthblood. So probably she will be looking sort of healing Lewin, just heal a blob of cavalry. So very interesting deployment. It's peasant mode, going in a weird formation. Maybe it is to minimize damage from ranged units as they will be approaching in. Kind of like the old Napoleon strat or tactic.
Yep.
Sometimes you would pick a militia unit in Napoleon, deploy it sideways, and just push it forward alongside your line infantry, which is slightly ahead. They will walk first into the enemy range, and then the enemy would shoot inefficiently into that militia.
Yes.
This is my realm.
Well, this is King Von Kerr's realm, but that sure looks like Grand Cathay territory.
I think this would be Nippon.
Yeah, I guess. Speaking of which, we need Nippon in the game. Hello.
Yeah, copyright.
Because they just use the name
They
of
name-
Japan in Japanese.
Yes. The Japanese companies.
I don't think that's something you can copyright. It's like
I don't know.
it's like what is the something brothers trying to copyright the word react. It's like you can't copyright an existing word. Come on.
Yes. So I don't know. I don't know what's up with that.
A single word at least. Like you can maybe copyright Total War because it's a combination of two words, but then again Total War is just a term in military. Like World War II was a total war. But it did somehow
that's
trademark
still a
it.
term. There's also the there was that one copyright theft company that copyright struck. They tried to copyright the word sky, and tried to sue No Man's Sky for using the word sky. Oh yeah, that happened. And then there was the whole.
Okay, can I
Elder Scrolls.
copyright the word and?
Yes. Oh, semicolon.
Oh yeah. Or the ones words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to have a sequel? Good luck.
Good luck.
Okay, is Luing just asking to eat a volley of Iron Hell Gunners? I think he is. Can he dodge it? Nope. Okay, mostly. But not entirely. Well, he will regenerate it, so there is that. Trying to waste their ammunition, I guess. But it's also reducing his healing cap. Why is he not regenerating?
Did he not take the...
How do you not take the passive healing on him?
Yeah. Like,
What?
why?
That's
That's the
supposed to
point
rocket
of
ability.
Luan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, rocket launch or something. Where is that? There it is. Fire rain rocket, yeah. Same thing. MLRS. Zhao Ming transforming. Very inaccurate though. Oh, not a 32 value, why not? Bretonnia just chilling at above 2 points. Cathay just chilling,
Yeah.
shooting them. Classic
Pretty
team,
much.
just starting down in points. That is so inaccurate though.
Wow, that is so inaccurate.
Trees are helping a little bit.
A little bit. I think it's that tiny bit of elevation
That as well.
was causing it, yeah. Ooh, it's chasing the life wizard. Ooh, okay, now we're seeing some value.
Yeah, I think it could have been cast way more accurately though. I'm just diving in and fighting some battle clearance, because why not? No ranges to focus you down anyway. And then we have Emperor's Croman. We have a Bombard. Okay.
Ooh,
Half a unit.
Half a unit.
Still, they missed, so it could have been even better. Is that an ability of cooldown or is it no, just one use? So not as good as this something Stingrays.
oh, yep.
Oh, Zhao Ming versus Luan and Kerr. Zhao Ming is so slow. On the 80. Let's see the cavalry, Knights of the Realm, and Mounted Human. On the other flank, or another Fire Breath. On the Battle Pilgrims, and the cavalry is also Knights around. Yeah, 185 from 2 casts
Yep.
of Dragon's Breath. Oh, alright. I've seen wars, so there's that.
True.
Fire and Rain Rocket found a good target outside of the forest. Somewhat. It's not like they can hit it. They just literally missed everything.
Yep.
And again.
And again.
This is just so ineffective.
It is. It's just 500 value and it already used half its ammunition.
Well, maybe it will just about break even. I don't know how much it costs though. I think like 1100, but I'm not sure. Team diving again with Zhao Ming. Committing, what is it? Jade Lancers onto Peasant Mob. Sure, grab a free
Yep.
kill, I guess.
Yes.
Like, if Bretonnia had range units, they could have been shooting at them and punishing the charge on the Peasant Mob, but no.
Mhm. Nope. That was a free kill.
Another Dragon's Breath is alright. Finally, some 2 random rockets landing. Some more. Okay, that was slightly
That
better.
Tory Gate and that Cherry Blossom stopping so many rockets.
Nippon confirmed OP. Fighting against Grand Cathay. But the elevation isn't playing them any favors. Shooting downhill like that, it's pretty good cover.
Yeah.
So smart move for from Berserk. Also, less smart from targeting that units of battle pilgrims that are on top of the hill.
Yep.
Doing
I
way
don't
better
think he's
targets.
seeing it. I don't think he's paying attention to the elevation.
Maybe.
Like they're using the hill as a cover.
Well, these are Waterloo tactics.
Yeah.
By this time, not Michel Ney tactics, but the winning Wellington tactics. It's super difficult to hit them on a slope like that. Although slope in here isn't that steep.
Yep.
Empress Croman circling around. But there are no ranged units on Bretonnia to possibly target, just full infantry and cavalry. And Men-at-Arms of Polearm is being summoned. We're about to reach full units, 25 out of 28 for Bretonnia, 25 out of 29 for Grand Cathay.
Yep.
And it is 2k value advantage, so there's that.
Yeah, that's
Some
true.
more charges going on, but still, it's just passing them up. About the pilgrims
see that.
have got a little bit. It's just not a charge, he's just pulling through. He's not even dealing damage with that. He's actually taking some damage. Oh, Iron Hill Gun is out of position. Gonna get charged in the ass by Knights of the Realm. Absolutely wrecked. And Jade Warrior is just now going forward.
But didn't do that much damage as of yet. 25%.
Yeah, now they're being collapsed upon. There we go, finally proper melee engagement.
Yeah, finally, yeah.
But Bretonnia is kind of scattered all over the place. Some units are still very far away and not even moving forward. This could hurt them in the long run. Unless they're just half committing. But they have committed Battle Pilgrims. So if they were just committing the peasant mobs, that would be fine. But as they're committing their better units, they should start getting moving. And yeah, they are. Grave Relic is also coming in. But slightly badly timed engagement. Is the Fire Rain Rocket out of ammunition? It's probably unsummoned already, I haven't seen it shoot in a while. So Bretonnia could have actually just been chilling in there. Right now, because they're attacking, they're bringing the fight closer to also Dwarfs below. Closer to Grand Cathay. So they're gonna fight at a disadvantage.
Yeah, quite so.
So I think, yeah, those are like two blunders from Berserk that can cost him the battle. But he's bringing the value slightly back with his assault. Iron Hail Gunners also have been caught off guard, can provide their value. But the other ones in the background doing pretty well. Clearing out some Knights of the Realm.
That is true, while the value difference is still around 3,000. Well, let's see if Tim can swing it in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, still quite a large portion of Cathay's army that is just not engaged at all. And even the range units are being brought in. Oh, and Knights of Aaron just standing there, getting shot. Not nice. But overall, Bretonnia has slightly favorable engagements because the larger portion of their army is fighting. But I would like to see the cavalry trying to go for some flanks instead of just standing behind infantry doing nothing. Now at least they're going charge into Xiaoming. Is it anti-large? Yes, Knights of the Realm are anti-large. So that's good. Good engagement there. And Fire Rain Rocket Battery has been resummoned. 1.5k value in the end. So it got pretty good value there. Can bring some good value firing at blobs as well at the moment, but needs to be wary of friendly fire. Good Dragon's Breath. Beside we see some Knights of the Realm as well fighting off Grand Cathay cavalry and some Jewelers with halberds that are almost dead, so they're not contributing much. Also Dwarfs below being cast there. Pretty good cast.
Yep, once you're going to cast.
Not like high value units, but a lot of units, so good enough.
A lot of units, yeah.
Iron Hail Gunners won't be able to shoot.
Iron Hail Gunners actually just took a shot, making Luanem took out 25% of its health.
Missed that. The Fire Rain Rocket, 200 value from a single volley.
Yep.
Yeah, another volley into Luan. That is going to bring a very good value. The Dragon's Breath as well. Zhao Ming is also down to 1/3, even 1/4. Those Knights of the Realm just are not letting him go. But now they're charging out towards Jade Warriors. But the attack order is all the way down to Jade Warriors with crossbows. Yeah, they've been caught out. Now Knights Errant have taken over the fight with Zhao Ming. So possible friendly fire there. But luckily for Grand Cathay, it just missed. Well, value is tipping in favor of Grand Cathay overall.
Yep.
But 2.5 minutes, and they're super far away from point number 3.
So I don't.
Empress
think
Khorne have been re-summoned, so they do have that powerful bombing ability. Gonna get dropped onto House of Volumes, maybe eventually.
They're a little bit off position.
Well, they'll get into positions. Just probably Tim is busy microing something else.
Yep.
I think now they're flying over
They're
there.
in position now.
Any second, just do it. Just click it. No. Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Oh, I actually wiped out like 2/3.
2/3, yeah.
But still, needs to get some actual units on top of there. Yeah, just
Yep.
breaks immediately just from the nuke.
Yeah.
Very nice cavalry charge into Battle Pilgrims and Grey Radic.
Oh, yeah.
And some further present mob. Countered by Knights of the Realm, anti-large.
5,000 gold ahead.
Yes, but also
But it's
1 minute
a minute
30
and a
away
half.
from losing.
Yep.
So maybe,
Let's see if he remembers what the point of the game is.
yeah, maybe Bretonnia fighting Grand Cathay around its spawn was the correct tactic. I mean, point number 2 should be flipped soon. Although there's still some infantry units around, but they're not directly on top of the point. So if Bretonnia can manage to shift them towards the point, they can slow down Grand Cathay's progress. And then Grand Cathay still needs to make it up of point 3.
Yep.
I mean, capturing point number 2 will extend the time by double the amount. So, up to like 1 minute 30 again. More or less.
Yeah.
No less.
But
Very difficult to do. And yeah, Bretonnia is just
yeah,
pushing everything onto it. Now they're just regaining
Exactly.
18 of capture weight. Yep. That is pretty much GG. 30 seconds away from victory
30
for
seconds. Yeah, I'm
Berserk.
not seeing this.
Maybe they'll at least play it out.
I think they will.
Yeah, so well played by Berserk in the end, but quite some blunders from both sides.
Yep. Oh, our underdog is winning.
Yeah, but is he really an underdog?
Hey, Tim won the last tournament.
Ah, because Berserk wasn't there.
Apparently.
I actually thought Kark would be the favorite. And there we go. Victory by points. Very good. Very good. Very cool battle, very cool concept to see. Grand Cathay ahead in value quite largely, but just... Actually, it was Bretonnia who initiated the engagement. They wanted to play on kind of Cathay's firm, but little did they know it was actually Bretonnia's rules of engagement or terms. Coming 2.2. Luen only 1.1. Still, why no healing? Hello. Damsel 1.9 with Dwarfs below.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't grab healing. Maybe he forgot.
I mean, you need to untick it. So at most
Yeah,
he just mistakenly took it down instead of something else. Took it off. Oh, that's 2-1 for Berserk, pulling ahead. Also, I mean, he could be underdog because he lost literally in the first round, 2-0. And
There's that too.
he was heavily miming.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, what's the score? Well, it is 2-1 for Berserk. They just finished their first battle and I'm about to upgrade, update the scoreboard.
Alright,
First
sounds
battle was Tomb Kings versus
good.
Khorne.
Second.
Tupkis versus Khorne. Then Vampire Counts won against Empire, and now Bretonnia won against Grand Cathay. So now it will be Berserk picking his faction first. No, it was a team. Not Berserk. Yeah. Also, if Berserk wins, another best of 5. And given how close these battles are, they can go both ways. And Berserk wants to see maps first before even deciding on his faction. Well, what is up for grabs is Arbiter's Ground and Grave of Waldorf. Guess I'll show you Arbiter's Grounds. Oh, he left, so probably them out. So Arbiter's Ground, huge hill in the middle. Here in the picture it looks kinda much flatter than it actually is, but it is pretty steep. And then a slight crater in the middle that is more like a plateau. Very straightforward map and just flat all around. And then we have a little bit more complicated map, which is Graveyard of Aldorf. Yo. Pretty cool map. Nice forest around the middle point. Two like choke pointish areas leading to side points. And then some flanking forest if you want to go like a really long way around, but you can.
Yeah.
But it don't lead like directly into the points though. And that's why I think Grove of Slaughter is better. Because this forest here directly leading to the point. Okay, let's see what they're saying. So Tzeentch. And then Tzeentch is being countered by Ogre Kingdoms. So Tim is dodging the Norsca versus Ogre Kingdoms matchup. But that being said, Tzeentch can just bring a shit ton of halberds. We've seen that. And then Arbiter's Grounds. Yep. So very open map. So here, I think for Tzeentch, the more forested map, Grey of Aldorf would be better. And because large units are weaker in forests, right? Unless Ogre Kingdom's like, let's ignore that rule. They could be.
That is true. That is absolutely true. In the woods, the large units are weaker, but the emptiness in the middle might be able to offset that.
Yep, so far Berserk has been making really smart choices. So let's trust his judgment. Could be a 3-1. As I said earlier, we've seen Tzeentch absolutely demolishing Ogre Kingdoms earlier on in the tournament. Yeah. But those were two completely different games. Team already ready. So Ogre Kingdoms just generic build number 1. Let's go. By the way, guys in chat, stick around towards the end of the stream. After the finals conclude, we'll do a giveaway.
Yep.
Here's some info about it. Also keep in mind, there are 2 minutes of delay. So, if you ask a question in the chat, at least 2 minutes into the answer. But in the middle of a battle, I'm fully focused on the battle. So I think Team Reddit first last time as well. He unfortunately lost. So the narrative of Redding up first is losing.
Yep.
I think 2-1. At least in the finals.
Yeah, no more of that superstitious nonsense.
Rooting for whoever readies up first. So I was rooting for Kark because he was always ready first. And well, a third place for him.
Yep.
Still a very good result.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Overall, I think our top 4 was really good.
Yep.
So let's talk a little bit about our special awards, right? We have literally the special award, which goes to like person who was playing very honorably. Let's play some sort of that. So I think that definitely is going to Kark.
Yep.
Although last time I was like, let's not reward anybody who got on the podium, because they're already getting into the Hall of Fame, but just by the virtue of being on the podium. But I think it just goes to Kark. I haven't seen really anybody else who could get that. Changeling! What?
Ooh, interesting.
What? Who's he going to change into? I mean, okay.
I
he
think
could
he
change
changes into Scarbrand.
Why though? He could
I
change to
think that's what's
Kogath
assigned.
because of healing magic, but then Kairos has healing magic. Why? Okay, the Regiment of Renown, Blue Screamers of Tzeentch, or the Screamers of Tzeentch, and then only 2 units of Chaos Warriors of Halberds. Oh, because Changeling is so expensive. Changeling, like what? Okay, who is he going to change it? Does it say here? Ormeshor Belacor.
Oh,
As long as Pinkfire of Tzeentch in his base form. I mean, what you do is just you strip him of everything, then he goes like 3,500, and then just change, and you still have all the abilities of the thing you transform into.
mm-hmm.
That is a thing. That's how it works. I just tried like once or twice.
Guess so, but does that include all the spells?
Yes.
And what level? So, Pit of Shades?
Yeah, he should have all the spells once he transforms into Be'lakor. At least I think.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah, we will find out. So Middle of Beast, obviously, the new Tzeentch meta. But only 2 halberds. So I think, who was it? Was it Hilidin? I think it was.
I think so.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Ask not what the tricks you ask what you can do for the trickster cowards. For we are true chaos.
They are chaos, that's for sure. Okay, let's look at the Ogre Kingdoms build, because we've been overwhelmed by the presence of the Changeling.
Yeah.
So they
That's
brought
true.
Mud Eaters with Ogre Pistols. So that is a good anti-dodge option. They can just focus on the Mutilative Beast. They probably predict that.
about
And
Lead
Lead Belchers, yeah, Lead Belchers are a way better option. So position at the edge of the hill here, they should be able to fire on everything that just shows within the circle. Skin of Tzeentch using that stat to just go up and down to make them miss most of their shots. Pretty smart. I like that play.
Interesting. Interesting map cheese.
Yeah, nobody is really going for
Wait,
1 and
Those
3.
Nobblers just lost half their health.
Yeah, that's the ability of the Shrieking Sky Race.
Oh,
Lamprey's Bite.
I see. I didn't know if it had like an effect or something. It didn't.
No, it has. It is very fast though.
Yeah. Good choice by Tim to bring those Lead Belchers though, so they are completely area denying the point 2.
Yep. And then he should just get point number 1 for free, given how they are deployed.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Tzeentch will get point number 3 at all. I'll just park the beast over there. Skyrays have lost their shield or barrier. Changeling did as well now, and he's being focused by Lead Belchers, and is still not transforming. I wonder if he transforms, does he transform to
I
full
think that's
HP,
full
or
health.
is it just like
That's the
the
only reason I can
percentage he
think of.
is here?
That's the only reason I can think of.
Yeah, I haven't tested Changeling that much to know that. Well, we are going to find out. And this is just brought Be'lakor for the mutant, just going to stay in this form.
Doubt it.
Oh, is he transforming?
No, I think so. Okay, he
He's
doesn't
not-
heal to full.
Yeah, he's a full. He's actually, because Bellacor's full HP is higher, he lost a higher percentage. Like he's
Yeah.
2k HP down.
Yep.
I thought he would stay over there, that would be cool. Okay, is he diving anything? No, he's just going to fly back and forth, trying to waste ammunition. But is that really the play?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Okay, points number 2 and 1 are being secured by Ogre Kingdoms. Point number 3, 3 to for grabs, but nobody's really going there. Chromatic Abominations being summoned.
Nice. Melkot's Mystify Miasma goes down, and they charge in with the Shriekers.
Yep. Very nice, makes them slower, makes them easier to catch. The Shriekers
Yeah.
lack the speed to do so. Now being countered by Ogre Balls. And the Shriekers are going down pretty fast. Even though they're well equipped to face Ogre Kingdoms. But ideally with time to charge on something else. Blue Horrors are gonna provide some very minor damage. And the range damage just absolutely sucks. Yeah, just barely tickles them. Lead Belchers, okay, they're focusing the middle of Beast instead of Be'lakor. That's fair enough. And also there is no healing for the middle of Beast. Yeah, given how it is playing out so far and the draft, or rather the army builds, I think Ogre Kingdoms just have huge advantage. Middle of Beast is already down to half.
Victory point.
Yep. Just one volley made it lose over 2k HP.
Yeah, so Mid-Leaf Beast ran away, but Be'lakor stays, so he's now going to be focused. Some other horsemen helping out Be'lakor. But Ogre was just gonna charge them.
Yeah. I think what he should do is zone out those lead belchers. They're doing a lot of damage.
I mean, he's trying to with his Sky Race.
No, he's attacking the man-eaters.
What he's attacking the other ones? Okay, Lobo's getting clear, so there's that. And Ogre Bulls with dual weapons charging down into chromatic combinations. Just already taking it down to half HP. And it was... Okay, this volley was kinda good. Somehow. Already how? Oh, Warframe. Maybe that's why. Lead Belchers have been finally pushed off the hill. And more Skyrays are diving in now. Actually, looking at value, says Berserkers more. Somehow. Maybe some changing shenanigans is altering these values. Just playing a prank on us. Yeah, the engagement on the left isn't going well. And Pit of Shades. Yeah, speaking of which, Be'lakor does have all the spells.
Yes, he does.
Then why bring the pink fire? Just wasted.
I thought exactly the same thing.
100 gold.
Yeah. Like, that's a chevron you could have given to a unit.
Yeah. Okay, Chaos Halberds made it to Ogre Pistols. But they're just gonna run away.
Ogres are faster.
That is true. Even if they were cast Mystifying Miasma, they would still be faster, I guess.
Yep.
Point number 3 is gonna get captured. Nothing really Tzeentch can do about it. They did summon Spawn of Tzeentch. Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, another unit, is coming from very far away.
Yep.
Be'lakor doing alright though.
He is doing alright.
At the moment he has only the Ogre Pistols to worry about. The Lead Belchers have been routed. Probably by the Sky Rays. Or just Screams of Tzeentch. Sky Rays are the version we never know. Let's see. Point number 3. Being captured. Ever so slowly. But eventually should be captured. Oh, there's a bombardment still coming in. Probably the Tzeentch army ability. There we go. Tier 3 army ability. On top of 2 units of Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. Taking one of them down to below half. Okay, down to quarter. Okay, pretty good. But Ogre Bulls are like 650. But there isn't a better target. Although, maybe here, Lead Belchers plus Ogre Pistols. That would be a good target, but they're obstructing each other. They actually cannot shoot properly. That is a little bit of a positional mistake. They need to be spread out so they can actually start shooting. And our Slaughtermaster getting routed by Be'lakor. I mean the Changeling. Yeah, maybe he's fixing it now, not really, no. Better Cold and Saber-Tooth Quack. Definitely could have picked up at the target. And point number 3, just now completely overrun. Tzeentch has foregone any attempts of putting his units over there. Mutileaf Beast, long gone. It's just down to Be'lakor. Slaughtermaster is still routing, but he still has 5k HP. More than Be'lakor actually. Some Lead Belchers who have came back from routing, but still have some power to show.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Yep, but those 3 points.
Actually, this is the first battle ever where team has captured 2 points at the beginning.
Yep, that's true.
Oh,
I think he just finally learned, hey, let me just not ignore those points.
I mean,
That's why he lost.
yeah, he kind of lost the previous battle because of that, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, not the previous battle, but almost as the Khorne one.
Yep. He came close and then lost the Cathay one because of that.
Yeah, no, I think Cathay one was mostly just well played on behalf of Bretonnia.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like that final.
There we go. Lead Belchers
just
finally unlocked, focusing Be'lakor. Yeah, Be'lakor's gonna go down unless he casts. Well, I don't know if even Pit of Shades can clear out Lead Belchers.
Don't think so. I'm pretty sure Lead Belchers can just run away. Because
Maybe. Well, that Lampert's Bite is super powerful. Just routed 2 units of Noblers. Pretty good.
oh yeah.
And now they're gonna dive the Lead Belchers. Yeah, there we go.
You know, those Lead
Huge
Belchers
value.
are pretty inaccurate. They're missing Be'lakor quite handily.
No, they were aiming at the Screamers. Yeah, the Screamers are doing really, really well in that engagement. But Be'lakor almost down.
Yeah.
Still being focused by Ogre pistols. Not as good as Lead Belchers, but good enough. Castle of Halberds are holding them, holding point number 2. I mean, well, not really because the capture rate isn't there.
Pit of
And now
Shades
Pit of
goes
Shades.
down.
Look of his own units though.
Yeah, I'm not sure efficacy of that one.
But it's
Walks
Tzeentch,
through
it's all
the
part of the Great Clan.
Yeah.
And the bombardment spell.
Damage.
But it's only the tier 2 one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much
That's too
weaker than the tier 3 one. He should have just waited.
Yeah, I think what's happening is Pit of Shades, it does damage per entity. Because Ogres
Yeah.
don't have that many entities, well, they don't take that much damage.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm not sure if Pit of Shades can take out the Lead Belchers. Even if overcharged. Overcast.
Yeah.
3k value on Be'lakor, but changing is way more expensive than that. Yeah, so that brings us to 2-2. Yeah, I think a little bit of a meta blunder by Berserk. I know he was counterpicked by Ogre Kingdoms there. But this mob didn't do him any favors. Changeling. Mutilative Beast, 139 value. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe shouldn't have committed to that build with, well, first of all, no healing. Second of all, Lead Belchers, more thing. Should have spammed more Screamers of Tzeentch. Maybe then, with all the Screamers of Tzeentch just constantly diving Lead Belchers, then the Mutilative Beast would have enough space to do their thing. And also not changing, but Kairos. Or if Changeling, maybe changing to Kugaf. Anyway.
Yep.
Let's look at the
Next
draft.
one.
Ogre Kingdoms won. Tzeentch lost. We are in a tiebreaker. If Berserker wins, we're going to the next best of 5 though.
Yep. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow. It's gonna
Okay,
be
so
long.
Beastmen versus Norsca. Two very similar melee rush factions.
Tim, please win.
So you're rooting for it to end.
Yes. It's been how many hours?
Just 6.
6.5.
Alright. Graveyard, graveyard, graveyard. There we go. Norsca versus Beastmen. Still, flashbacks to Norsca versus Greenskins. Serica, Nerexa versus Team. And Team lost that. But that was Beastmen, not Greenskins.
Yep.
Well, both factions like to just go meta infantry supported by monstrous infantry. But Norsca has some really good anti-large capabilities, while Beastmen not so much. Team is ready very quickly. Points for that.
Okay.
I guess I'm rooting for him as well because he just read it up first. And last time he also read it up first and won. So in terms of who wins, who readies up first, it's also 2-2. But if the players claim that, oh, okay, we are tired, we don't want to do the second best of 5, I guess they could agree to it.
Yep.
But the series overall is very close.
Yeah.
So it's not like
I mean,
it was a
yeah.
3-0 for Berserk, and then they're just expecting another 3-0, so let's not do that.
Yeah, like 6.5 hour tournament, that is quite a lot. Even for like talking Magic the Gathering, where an average match is around 20 minutes with like timers. That is.
Since this is
tough.
going to be the last battle, I'm gonna start a giveaway.
Okay.
So anybody in the chat, go ahead and buy your tickets. You can win a DLC of your choice. Except Shadows of Change. Could be also any Total War DLC, it doesn't have to be Warhammer. Come on, Berserk. I mean, we've also had an epidemic of people just not reading up fast.
Yep.
Taking the time. Big battles. Epic prizes. All in SUNTZU tournaments. We're liking how we've seen quite a lot of battle archetypes. You know, winning through very different means. We had that team outmaneuvering Kark around the battlefield. We had throwing their army on the enemy to prevent them from getting rid of the points. We had throwing themselves on the enemy who forgot to capture the points.
Yep.
Okay, well, we're loading into potentially the final battle. Team, bringing Malagor, Butchers of Kakungrad, Tsangors, Ungol Riders, and Senegors with throwing axes. And then Norsca being played, commanded by Berserk, Wolfric,
Yep.
and then the Frozen something, Worm. I mean, it's Frozen Worm and a regiment over now, it's something
I
similar.
don't know.
Murder Champions, Fire Wizard, Murder Horsemen, Murders with Spews, and regular Murderers. So no monstrous infantry for Norsca. Maybe there will be in reinforcements. The Cold Voider, Frostworm.
It's a big boy.
There's some frostbite attacks and magical attacks. I guess the regular one doesn't.
He has also has
And
stolen
Frostburst.
aura.
Yeah. And also physical resistance plus 15% for a nearby hero or lord.
Mm.
I wonder if it counts itself among these. Like, CA, please be specific.
Well, affects units if it's a lord or a hero. Since it itself is not a lord or a hero, it doesn't.
I guess there's that.
Yeah, it's just very weird how they did it. Like they did it with the object-oriented method. So, yeah, this is literally how it is coded by them. Like what you see here is actually what I would not be surprised to see if this is actually how the code is. Like if the affected unit says a class of lord or hero. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough, though. But I'm talking like allies all. Does that include
Yep.
allies or allies and itself?
If it means both of these need to be correct.
I don't get it. Anyway,
So yeah, affect.
we have Sendigors with throwing axes being propelled forward. So do Murder Horsemen. They're
Okay.
throwing axes against whatever they're throwing. Against javelins. So they're now showing the right flank. Possibly catching Sendigors off guard. They have slightly higher range, but lower missile damage. Frost and Morse are present there. And Flog of them already been cast
Yep.
by Valagor, being chased off by Cold Voider. But not wanting too much. Sendigors from an advantageous position. So for now, advantage team.
Yep.
Norsca going heavily towards point number 3, just completely ignoring the other points. Point 1 also being ignored by Tim. Maybe after he realizes what Norsca is up to, he'll send more units. I mean, he sees every single unit that Norsca has.
Mm-hmm.
So he could just send one unit over there to point 1 and capture it. Wolfrake's Seafang being cast on top of 2 Ungol Riders, making them both wavering, one of them out.
Which actually swaps the value from Tim to Berserk.
Yeah, solar stages.
Value,
The other breath was kind of wasted. I would like to
Oh, yeah,
see
that was
see it on top of nice infantry. Signglers regenerating their
Wow.
barrier. Or maybe not. Oh, another wind spell. The burning head. Yup. That should wipe out the archers. And maybe it will go towards the Sangors. No, it's turning the other way around. Maybe Sendigos will run into it. They should also just be able to outrun it. But that team is recognizing what Berserk is doing and just retreating away from point number 3, grabbing
Like-
point number 2.
Why is Berserk clearly just sending these Marauder horsemen to their deaths. I don't get it. But yeah, these Zangors, because okay, I think I understand why Zangors are so much better. I think their shields counts before the barrier damage, and so they're able to block 55% of the archer fire before it gets hit, so makes them so much more
Yeah.
defensive. But
Looks
yeah,
like team is going towards point number 1.
Mhm.
Another breath. Still not to a great effect.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would have rather had
280.
seen it dive on those Ungor Raiders.
Yeah, probably. Although it could be focused by Senegos throwing axes. That would be
Yes.
pretty bad.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Okay, Murder Berserkers coming in, closing in on Sangors, but before they get shot. So Norscan Warhounds are going towards the archers. There you go, Seafang will make short work of them. No, okay, not reaching the following units, but at least it rounds the archers. Don't know if they were that big of a concern. Berserkers now made their way over to Sangors and seem to be winning. Quite convincingly at that as well. Yeah, maybe not that convincingly. And just skirmishes going around point number 3. Marauders just tanking the axes. Lots of ranges there. And a regiment of renown. Ungor Spearman Herd, so still a weak unit, being summoned towards point number 3. Point number 1, still uncaptured. Finally, there's a unit going over there. Another Burning Head, hitting some archers and throwing axes and Digors. And a Flock of Doom being cast in the middle there. Frostworm finally being committed, but landing in the middle of Butchers of Kalkengrad, not sure if that's a good idea.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I would like
if
to
that is
see
gonna
some
work out.
skin wolves from Norsca, which I'm surprised they don't have any.
And you're right, those Centaurs are doing quite a damage on that dragon. 25%.
Value is super
Already
close
now.
at the moment.
Value is super close.
Yeah, also
Still only having about 300
throwing axes, focusing at the Frostworm. It's
Yep.
really bad engagement for them now.
Yeah, very, very bad. They already lost more than half its health, 25% of health
Norsca
left.
hasn't brought any monstrous infantry. No trolls, no skin wolves.
Yeah.
Which
I'm
is one of
surprised.
the biggest strengths. Although Butchers
Yeah.
of Kalkenrad have been routed. Frostworm, well, also almost dead. But at least not routed.
600 health.
And the last Seafang, that should be pretty good. No, actually, Burning Head. Either way, should be a good cast, although. Oh, he
Yeah,
just
and it's
turned.
dead.
Okay, now he turned again. Now it will bounce back.
Now,
Nice,
Frostworm
nice,
has
nice
went
double,
up,
but-
Malagor took a ton of damage.
Oh, those were more the Spearmen anyway. That was pretty smart cast. I like how it bounced back, but also kind of unlucky. And now it's just rampaging for the wrong units.
No.
Oh, and 3 of them got wavering because of that.
Yep, and they all keep down retreating because of it. Oof.
Pretty smart, very unlucky.
Yeah.
So now that means Tim is putting quad head of
Tell
value.
Tim he hasn't captured point 1.
Oh
left it.
no, he just left. It's like
left it.
90%.
Oh yes.
I mean, it's weird, just it doesn't go down, just stays there like that.
Yes.
He just needs a random cavalry and just pass through.
Yes, he forgot. That's so funny. Because of that, he's not taking the advantage.
Well,
He has a
he's
slight advantage.
winning in value anyway, so at least
Yeah.
there's that. It's not like he's gonna spell his doom, but if it was Berserk who forgot about it, like, you know, it could be a win condition for him.
Yeah.
It just shows how little they care about the points. It's just an
That's true,
afterthought.
That is true. Yeah, yeah, and I think I like that. I do like that because it retains the original spirit of Total War. It's all about, you know, defeating the enemy, but at the same time it forces you to gain ground so you can't just cheese your way to victory.
Malagor could do quite a lot of damage. I wonder how how he did take. Probably he went into that big melee.
Yes, exactly. He went into that big melee. He took unfortunate hits from Wolfric for full damage. So a couple of hits
Oh,
and
another
he
burning
was
head?
reeling.
Okay, I wonder.
Ooh,
Okay, never mind.
GG.
But yeah, it was pretty over. I think Norsca just went bad build.
Yep,
Well,
yep,
that will
Yep.
conclude the tournament.
it did.
Yeah, those are the rules.
Oh. Them's the rules.
3, 2.
Okay, so looks like we've got our victors.
Yep. Okay, guys in the chat, throw your loyalty points towards the giveaway now. Last chance to do so. But we're going to do the prize draw for our contestant first. We'll do random number generator. Okay, I have a prize draw here. So, how it works. Everybody, apart from the first place, who just wins a total war content of choice, so that includes all the games, except Pharaoh, I imagine, although I haven't confirmed that. So you can ask for Pharaoh and we'll just find out. And the latest DLC, which is Shadow of Change. So Tim just won that. He also wins 500 tournament points. And then everybody else gets tickets towards the giveaway, and those tickets never expire until you win. So let's say Berserker wins, he loses 200 points, he's down to 0, but everybody else will retain their points.
Yep.
Okay, so we have numbers down to, these are DQ, so we don't care, down to 960. And we would have an example if Michael Pontifex didn't drop out. So because he participated in the previous tournament and took, I think, 5th place, he had some tournament tickets left over from there. At 120, so 6th place. So because he took 6th place in there, and if he took part in this tournament, he would have 120 plus whatever he would get here. So he would have a higher chance of winning. So if you keep participating in tournaments, you keep increasing your chances of finally winning. So that's like a reward for staying consistent and constantly playing with us.
Yep.
Okay, that being said,
Mm-hmm.
let's do the prize draw.
Yep.
Okay, so we have down to 960. Okay. So now, a random number between 1 and 960. Generate. That is 274. Let's just see who is on position 274. 274 is Kark. So Kark
Yay.
wins DLC of his choice, so we will contact him on Discord. And now it's your time, chat, but I guess nobody wants to take part in the giveaway. That's fair enough. Okay. So that is gonna conclude our tournament.
Yep. They did.
Congratulations to Tim, Berserk, Kark, Hlidin,
Yep.
for providing us really good top 4 fights today. And everybody else who took part in the tournament. Day 1 had a lot of memorable moments. Vorzak and Wolfrake holding hands throughout the entire battle.
Yes.
That was quite a highlight.
Yep. So with that,
immediately springs to my mind.
Yep. So, looking at our ladder, for the first place we've got Tim. Second place we've got Berserk. Third place Kark. Fourth place Hilden. Fifth Roflan. Sixth place Crisis.
Woohoo,
7
SUNTZU, let's
Rusto. Yes. 8 Beanfish, and the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 have all been disqualified because they did not show up to day 2, which is something we are going to discuss in our feedback session.
Well, most of them didn't show up to day 1.
Yeah, that too. I think it's 4 people.
6.
yeah, 6 people day 1 and then the rest day 2, right? So yeah, this is definitely something we'll have to take a look at and discuss of how to improve this experience for
so
everyone.
many of them were like, I didn't know where it would start.
Yes.
I mean, it was written plainly inside when it would start, or like, oh, I just didn't wake up, or I was on the reserve list and I thought I wouldn't get in.
Yeah. Yeah, usually we use the entire reserve list. So far, we had to.
Yeah, I mean, Rasto just came in like 10 minutes after the tournament started. It was like, okay, dude, get in. We have plenty of spaces.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, not plenty. We had like 3 spaces,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then just people dropped out later on.
Exactly.
Alright.
But you know,
There were
thanks
places.
to this, we're also seeing like where the community is at. So like this kind of big event, it's not really feasible for a monthly thing, but we'll discuss that later. I think a single elimination, something that we can squeeze in into one day, will improve participation. So hopefully we will have a much more streamlined,
Single elimination.
much more lightweight experience that does not take 18 hours.
Anyway, next tournament is land battles in October.
Yep.
So anybody who prefers that over domination, we invite you to do so. The domination people can also try their hands at it. And that's where we'll conduct some experiments. Maybe some more drastic changes, because this tournament has been fairly similar to the previous one. There's some minor tweaks based on your feedback, like for example the map pool and map picking instead of just predetermined map picks.
Oh yeah, which I think was very successful, by the way.
Yeah, and Berserk took great advantage of it. So definitely proving it was the right idea.
The hill. That
so-
hill, though.
That rule is going to stay. Yeah, I think that's the correct iteration of it.
Yes.
But we had some different ideas for that as well. But I remember those. This one was the best.
It certainly was. It certainly was. I had a lot of fun, and we'll see you guys on the next tournament.
Yeah. Anybody who's interested to join, please join Discord.
Yep.
We can subscribe to our YouTube as well. That would be cool. And see you on Warhammer's battlefields and any other battlefields, just Total War battlefields. We're also planning, but that's in further future, to do tournaments on other titles. I mean, Pharaoh is coming. So third tournament will most likely happen, but that really depends on the community. Like, will they want to? We'll see. So with that,
All right.
I've been Mistru, he's been Arcleon. It was a pleasure to comment this tournament for you for the last 2 days. See you in a month.
See you next time.